Ow, fuck. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I did not sleep well last night. What do you guys say in chat? Grail events growing on you, that's good. Hoya really couldn't give us another multi for this thing, seeing companies swear the stingiest ones. Well, I mean, gacha games like these that have like really expensive multis, they tend to not give you a lot of stuff in terms of freebies, to be honest. They tend to. Obviously, Zenless is an exception, but Or it can be, assuming you don't lose every fucking coin flip. Would you be down to react to a gacha controversial video? I know exactly what video you're talking about, Shy. People have been bringing it up to me over the past weekend or two. I did say that I wanted to watch a couple YouTube videos yesterday and the day before, but I keep forgetting about it. So I may take the time to watch them today. I guess I'll see how I'm feeling. But just know that I know exactly which videos you're talking about. You saw St. Tontus react to it, and guy just got hella offended 10 minutes in. Yeah, I heard. I believe Tabaro, is the guy who made the videos you're talking about. He said something. The point that Tabaro was trying to make really got under St. Tontus' skin for some reason. I think I knew what the reason was, but I talked about it yesterday and I forgot about it since. But there was a point that Tabaro was trying to make that really pissed off St. Tontus, which, hey, fuck him, but we may watch that. We may watch those videos later. I've been talking about watching them anyway, so it depends. It depends how much in the mood I'm in to fucking grind gacha games today. Already starting to stream off, fucking exhausted as fuck. So we'll see if I want to distract myself watching some videos, maybe. Hopefully you're free all day today. Yeah, I plan on streaming for, well, at least the next 7 hours. Oh, fuck. If for some reason even if Tabaro was actually laughing at people for being gotcha brain rotted, you know, we wouldn't even be offended and thinking maybe he's right. Well, he's not wrong, but context is important. If some random fucking Saint Tontus retard comes in waltzing into my stream, and calls me fucking god of unemployment, it's like, bruh, whatever, bruh. Like, who even are they, man? Like, I'm not really gonna get offended by some, you know, fucking no-name little rat, who sucks on St. Tontus's or Tectone's dick all day, calling me something like God of Beggars or God of Unemployment. It's like, whatever. Well, what does that really mean? But then when somebody like Tabaro comes along and calls me fucking gotcha brain rotted, and I know that the context for that is because, oh, he wants Enfield to become a game that he wants it to be, and not necessarily a game that other people can enjoy as well, then he can go fuck himself. Again, assuming that's what that's the point they was trying to get across. So context matters a little bit. Like, if Tabaro was just like any other fucking rat and just calls anybody who plays a lot of gotcha games gotcha brain rot, it's like, okay, well, whatever. What does that really mean, right? What does he even mean by that? But, you know, considering the videos that he's made, that he's gotten quite a bit of attention for, clearly he's not saying that shit just to be a little fucking annoying twat. I know the video is good. I certainly hope so. I give Tabaro more benefit of the doubt that he'll be able to explain himself, more so than, you know, some other people maybe. But I'll be the judge. I'll be the judge of that. That was Black Ops 6 grind. I finished this season's battle pass. So I'm just waiting for the next season to show up. So I'm basically done with multiplayer for now. I'll probably hop on every now and then just to, you know, shoot people in the face, or maybe to grind some more Nebula camos and zombies. But other than that, got the bulk of it done for this season. So just waiting for next season. Hey, Real Von, welcome back. 3 more days until swimsuit stuff. Yep. Don't have much longer to wait. I think Tabaro makes great points that's related to Enfield. Really changed your mind on it. He only said that he wants people to stop having low expectations on games and treat them as games, not a tier below games. I think I talked about this. I think I elaborated on this yesterday. Unfortunately, Tabaro's kind of barking up the wrong tree with this. as much as I would like people to take gacha games more seriously as well, it's like, well, you have to look at it pretty realistically. I'm not sure if I would go so far as say that people have low expectations of gacha games. If anything, gacha games have to evolve first for people to start having higher expectations out of them. Because at the moment, even now, as much as gacha games have evolved since the the old school gacha days of like 10 years ago, gacha games are still very much so very casual in nature. The best that you can hope for a gacha game to be taken seriously would be for a gacha game to have a quality such that it is it's easy to get into but hard to master. I mean, ideally that's how every gacha game should be. Unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world, so not all gacha games are like that. Arknights is one of the few that probably qualifies as one of those, which is why I understand where Tabaro is coming from. And obviously it would be lovely if every gacha game was like that, but that's just not the case now, is it? Again, I think that it's not so much people having low expectations of gacha games, but like this is just what we come to expect. And I know that sounds kind of weird saying that, oh, it's not that people don't have low expectations, it's just kind of what we come to expect. What I mean by that is gacha games naturally need to get easier for people to get into and pick up and play as time goes on. Because if you think about it, back when gacha games first came out, when we had old school gacha games that dominated the market at first, gacha games back then were basically fucking old school JRPGs, pretty much. That were super grindy, super extremely predatory, and, all that good shit, right? Old school gachas have plenty of mechanics that new age gacha players these days would find extremely fucking weird. And while I would say hopefully most old school gacha games have changed a bit or evolved a bit to varying degrees depending on which game you're talking about, to try to like keep up with the changing times, it's still old school gacha games by nature at the end of the day. So it's not like a lot of them have changed that much, with I'm sure a couple of exceptions. So for gacha games to come, and people are never going to stop developing new gacha games. There'll always be new gacha games coming up in the future. People that studios and companies are working on to try to see if they can carve out their own piece of the pie out of the gacha market. And so because of that, because gacha games are always going to come out, that means that they're going to have to keep evolving to try to see if they can make a name for themselves, to try to compete and ultimately outsell and outperform all the others. Right, to make a name for themselves and for themselves inside the within the industry, and so not only that, but it's not like all the other gachas that came before the new ones are just gonna suddenly go away. Like I'm sure gachas do come and go, right? Not all of them survive. Some of them, unfortunately, EOS for one reason or another. So obviously you'll lose competitors that way. Or some competitors will be lost that way. But a lot of them still survive. A lot of them still persist. So you still have not only the other newcomers to deal with, but also you still have to deal with the people, the gachas that have been here since the beginning, or that have been here at least before you, or before whatever new game comes out. And so the gacha industry or the gacha market just keeps getting more and more saturated, and so future gacha games that come out later have to come up with more and more ways, more and better ways to attract new players. And one of the ways to do that is make sure that your game is easy to get into and easy to play. And while I haven't watched Tabaro's videos, two of them I think, a lot of the stuff that I've heard my chat talk about in regards to this video kind of comes off as Tabaro not liking the fact that Enfield is trying to adapt to the current gacha landscape. Like, he saw the transition between, he saw the changes going from closed alpha to closed beta from 2 years ago to last year? 2 years ago? Whenever that was. To this year. And he didn't like it. And while I understand that he's kind of spooked by that, here's the thing. First of all, it's just a closed beta. So obviously it's not the final product. 2, it's a gacha game. So that means that gacha endgame will always take a little bit to get to, even if you fucking wail your ass off, right? Gacha games always take time to get going, especially in the area of like account progress, right? You're not gonna expect even the most like the filthiest fucking whale to like immediately fucking clear endgame day fucking 1. That's not a thing. Even the biggest of whales need some time to get going to work on their accounts and, you know, figure out what the meta's like and, you know, all that good shit. And then they'll be able to eventually, you know, fully clear endgame, whatever that endgame happens to look like. So it takes time for us to figure out how the game works, even after full release. And then lastly, just because the beta made the game a lot more convenient to play and have sped it up a lot more, doesn't mean that, oh, the full game isn't gonna have, you know, aspects of it where it is more deliberate, it is slower, it is more strategic, or whatever words that we can use to describe what the closed alpha test was like. So it's like, I'm not saying that he shouldn't have made those videos, but I think putting thumbnail like the death knell of gacha games it's fucking overdramatic. Like, fucking, I thought clickbait, I thought like fucking slop tubers made some pretty bad clickbait. Like, holy fucking shit. Saying shit like the death knell of gacha games is some fucking primo fucking clickbait material right there, man. Like, goddamn, he could become the next Saint Tontus with clickbait thumbnails like that. All he has to do is suck on Tectone's dick a little bit, and he'll be set for the next year. Hey Shimazaki, welcome back. Don't think Tabaro said anything about me. I don't know. I don't expect him to say anything about me. I doubt he knows who I am. But sure. Unless you were saying that because I mentioned that Tabaro was talking about how he fucking hates people who are gacha brain rotted. Or I was told yesterday that Tabaro made a comment on his stream or whatever, saying that either he fucking hates or he just intensely dislikes people who like play a whole ton of gacha games. In which case, even if he wasn't talking about me, and even if he has no idea who I am, which, you know, it's like whatever. I'm kind of a smaller content creator anyway, so I don't expect him to know who I am. But even if he doesn't, it's like, well, he is. I am the kind of person he's talking about. In which case, well, if he means what he says, then he can go fuck himself. But let me get some temple shit done, and we'll see where I'm feeling from there. Still have no idea how to fucking I still have to get through this bullshit. Ugh. What was my next objective here again? I think I'm just gonna teleport back to the same place. Yeah, I have some more coins, so I guess I can buy some more polychromes here. Why does it say I have 35,403 experience out of 500? What the hell? Production area 22 reaches 100. Explore for 1 hour total. Oh, we just have to keep sending out commissions? Ugh, this fucking bullshit. Ugh. Alright, well, whatever. How long is this gonna take? 3 minutes. No, he didn't say that. He said he doesn't like people who play tons of gacha that say they don't like while requesting every new game. Oh, I see. If that's what he said, then I apologize. Well, technically I shouldn't be the one apologizing, but I'll apologize anyway. Okay, then that's different, obviously. Cause yeah, I may play a ton of gacha games, but obviously I'm not trying to fucking push a narrative, unlike some fucking rats, saying that all these gacha games should be like this one. No, of course not. The reason why I play a lot of different gacha games is to see how different they are, and celebrate their fucking differences. Yeah, just because even if I don't like how one gacha does these few things, I'm not gonna fucking, you know, waste my fucking time saying, oh, it should be more like this game. It's like, no. It's like, yeah, fuck you. Just let gacha games be their own thing. Like, Wuwa is Wuwa. Like, even though even though I'll sit here and I'll gladly tell you how much of a fucking clone, how much of a fucking Genshin clone Wuthering Waves is, it's still its own game. It's like, yeah, Wuwa did copy a lot of shit from Genshin, and it's not like Genshin's, you know, is like completely blameless from copying shit themselves either. You know, Wuwa still does enough things differently where I still consider Wuwa to be its own thing. It doesn't need to be fucking, even if it's copied Genshin, it doesn't have to be exactly like Genshin. If I wanted Wuwa to be more like Genshin, I'll just go play fucking Genshin then, you know? And then vice versa. It's like, people always bitch about how, oh, Wuwa's exploration is so much better. I wish Genshin had Wuwa's exploration. Well, I fucking don't. If you want Wuwa's exploration, go fucking play Wuthering Waves then. Fuck you doing wasting your time playing fucking motherfucking Genshin Impact. But yeah, if that's what he said, then alright. I'm cool with that then. Yeah. Let Enfield be its own thing. But at the same time, it still kind of sounds like it still kind of seems like to me that Tabaro doesn't like it. It doesn't like the whole fact that what is it? They're trying to speed up Enfield's gameplay and kind of like make it a little more similar to Genshin, and he sees that and he's immediately starting to flip his shit about how, oh, Enfield's turning into Genshin or whatever. I still don't know how much. I'd have to watch the video to see. I'd have to watch his video to see what exactly he's coming from at that. And besides, even if he doesn't say that explicitly, you can't. I personally, I don't want to rule out the possibility that that's kind of what he's trying to get at either. Because especially with content creation these days, you never know what people are trying to hide from you. Content creators be saying one thing, but they mean something else entirely. We have enough rats out there going around fucking pushing enough agendas where For a lot of content creators out there, unfortunately, especially in the gacha space, you kind of have to take what they say with a grain of salt, and you have to really like look at what kind of fucking narrative or what kind of fucking agenda they're trying to push. That was a video uploaded 2 weeks ago. It was one 4 months ago. I'm aware of his first one, but apparently he put up another video. Well, one that's more recent. Unless I got unless I got baited too, and people are still talking about his older video from like 4 fucking months ago. If every gacha game is open world, you go find something that isn't open world. I mean, technically every gacha game could still be open world, but you know, open world is such a broad genre these days that games within the open world genre can be different enough from each other that I would still consider one open world game to be very different from another. Right? Fucking 7 Days to Die is technically an open world video game, but that's clearly not the same as if you were to go play like something like, you know, GTA 5. Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves are both open world games, but to me they're different enough where you know, I'm not suddenly sick of open world games just because I play Genshin and Wuwa. But I don't know. That's just me. Maybe to you, if as long as games are all like in the same genre, even if they're, you know, a lot different from each other, you'll still get tired of open world games anyway. Hey Fahim, welcome back. Saint's the one pushing for more guys to be added to Gooner waves. Huh. He actually has a good take for once. It's coloring me surprised. Yeah, he does have a second video. He did make a second video. All right. So we're not getting baited. I don't know. I don't hear any music playing right now, so I might as well just bring up our own tunes. Actually, you know what? Since I'm just waiting here, just fucking waiting for this shit to finish, we might as well watch those fucking videos. You know fucking what? Let's watch those videos, bro. Because all I'm doing here is just sitting here waiting for these things to finish. So it's like, what am I actually fucking doing? I did say that I wanted to watch the Yuzuha demo from Zenless, so let's go watch that first. I think this is just the version teaser, the 2.1 teaser.
Walking along the beach, feeling the waves lap at your ankles, kicking back in a lounge chair under the sun, watching fireworks.
Oh yeah, we need to watch the Genshin trailer or the Genshin video too, the one the lore one. I haven't watched it yet.
Alice. Just stick with us.
Watching the
Only
Enfield
those
Death Knell
brave
video?
enough
Yeah,
to
pretty
face
soon.
These tales have the right to uncover the truth. Got a summer surprise! Here to sign for it? I'll outlast your
I wonder if Hoyo got hyper potions to compose this song, because the song they used for this trailer sounds very hyper potions ish. Well, actually, they're no longer called hyper potions. I think they're just called hyper now.
I owe you this.
I can't let them discover this drainage route. I have to get as far away from here as possible.
You mortals just won't get the Great Overseer's plan.
No! Yuzuha! You're lying!
That girl and I are both decorative props.
Have you already played the
Just
fake
here
collab
for
and Star Rail? I pulled. I haven't done the event yet. I do want to read the story to see how dog shit it is, because I haven't heard great things about it.
For the time-filled name,
But all I've done for now are just pulls. I do have Saber for now. I got Archer's signature light cone from that whole, you know, do 200 rolls, get his light cone as a rebate kind of thing. But I'm still going for her. I'm still going for Saber's
I found the courage to shine
signature.
with that same brilliance. Welcome, everyone, to Fantasy Music Festival!
One of the composers for Blue Archive. No, Hyper Potions doesn't do music for Blue Archive. Though I wouldn't blame you for thinking that they're pretty similar.
I'm really glad I met you and that we became friends.
Today, you shall be my knight. Sound good? Hey, keep spacing out and I'll blast you with a water gun! So, summer's ending already? It's not over yet! As long as we're together, every night is one to remember this summer.
Yeah, this song sounds very Hyper Potions-y. It's very Hyper Potions coded. Not Blue Archive. If this were composed by any of Blue Archive's main composers, then the tempo would be much faster. Tempo would be much faster, and it would probably use more drum and bass. Yeah, Nasu didn't write it himself. He only supervised it, whatever the fuck that means. But no, he didn't write it himself. Big difference. Maybe similar genre, I suppose. Maybe like upbeat EDM type shit. Oh yeah, Future Core, that's the name of the genre in particular. Sailor Moon Bang Boom, yeah. Magical Girl Bang Boom. Now, we probably just skimmed the story, went all, yep, sounds in character, and just left Hoyo just do whatever. No way they put St. Tontus as a boss in Zenless. I think we just saw got a glimpse of the boss here, I think, right? Yeah, this boss right here, the one that looks like a clown. And then this is Yuzuha's character demo. Why is it muted?
3 years ago, a murder happened in this apartment building. The killer was sentenced, but strange.
They made him too beautiful to represent St. Tontus.
Rumor has it, the victim
Calling him a clown would be too good. Would be too good for him, huh?
Hunting a doll left at the crime scene. There's no such thing as ghosts or facts waiting to be revealed. Isn't that what you always claim? Yeah, but I still feel like something really is following us nearby. Don't tell me. You mean these guys? Really? This again? You're missing a porcelain amulet. Want to get one? Thanks for your business. Be extra careful the next time you're out at night.
We get Alice is voiced by Arisu. What, Alice from Blue Archive? But I will be getting both, yeah, or at least I'll try to pull for both. I've been able to pull for all the Zenless characters so far. I don't see why that has to change now. Alright, and then the Genshin Impact video. Ugh. Pretty sure it was this one, right? It's almost 9 minutes long.
This world has always been so. Life abides no reason, for none are born by their own consent. Death abides no reason, for it cannot be defied, even by those who see it coming. Time abides no reason, for it deprives us all equally, yet brooks not a second to be reclaimed. Space abides no reason.
There's that bitch from the beginning of the game. She's tweaking.
Space stopped the golden-haired twin travelers and mercilessly tore them apart.
Oh, she tweaked a little too hard, it seems.
The beer... No. This looks more like Rhine-daughter's doing. Please don't litter other people's spaces with your bizarre creations.
Unsurprisingly, all life here has been rendered unstable, tainted by the ruler of space. I have seen enough to know that repeating this experiment would be fruitless.
Oh, I just realized they also call her Ryan daughter too.
You seem to wield my
I thought I was
power
pronouncing it
as
wrong
if it
somehow,
were
but I guess I
nothing
wasn't.
but a plaything for your amusement. Although merging with you has stripped me of agency, I shall still continue to voice my disapproval. My dear Rhine-daughter.
You have my respect, Nibirius. Your nagging is one of the only things that can get under my skin.
And you, Istaroth? Why did you bestow history upon them?
I had to find some way to pass the time, did I not? After all, it's clear that Asmodee is not here.
Well,
Oh,
perhaps
that's
you could share your
Istaroth.
input a little earlier next time. But you're right. There's no trace of Asmodee here. Where has she gone? Anyway, it's time I put this space out of its misery.
these meetings are just a formality. Does it really matter that only 3 of us are here?
I, for one, think that we should find her. Since the Heavenly Principles cast us as shades, not one of us has ever missed a meeting.
What if she just switched sides? Finding her would do more harm than good.
Now there's an interesting idea. Better than being devoured.
Just switched sides? You make it sound like such a trivial affair. We are shades, shadows of the Heavenly Principles. It's unthinkable. Unless she loves her new master more than her own self.
Renova, do you know that you're being watched?
By whom? Whose gaze could pierce this far? I remember those eyes. It was just before I placed the curse of immortality.
Ah, yes. He's an old acquaintance of mine. I'm sure that working for the Tsaritsa has helped him let go of his past obsessions.
The Cryo Archon. With her paltry powers, she dares set her gaze on the Heavenly Principles.
The Heavenly Principles have yet to awaken. If I were her, I wouldn't pass on that opportunity either.
My dear Rhine daughter, you know I cannot allow you to think that way.
It was purely hypothetical, Nibirius.
For lack of a direct order, I say it's time we intervened. Of course, to the extent permitted by the rules.
The gaze of the gods has always been considered a blessing. Hence the origin and
We've
meaning
heard
of
Piero talk
visions.
before, right? Because we've seen him in that
People have always
one Harbinger's
yearned
teaser we
the
got
gaze
like
of the
3 years ago at
gods.
this point.
And yet, it is said that when mortals look directly upon the gods, they invite their wrath and retribution. And what of it? Lives will be lost, a nation brought to ruins. So be it. It is nothing I have not endured before. I already know the price of gazing upon the gods. So tell me, what is the price of killing a god? The god stays silent, as if the thought had never once crossed his mind. To all those who dare not look up to the heavens, Her Majesty the Tsaritsa says this. Behold. Even the gods have their limits.
Inspection over. Return to your posts.
Make sure the Frostmoon Scions don't pose a threat.
Per the Pale Star Edict, we are to retrieve the damselette from Nod Cry, whatever it takes.
Why does she look like Hycelin's? cool. Never thought I'd see a Nikke collab in Genshin. What the fuck is Modernia doing here? The real deities behind the Archon statues. I think I saw on Twitter, somebody was like, why does this bitch have the same like wing pattern as the wing pattern on the statues in Inazuma? It's like, right, and what the fuck are you hiding from us? It's crazy, yeah, it's coming full circle with the Paimon possibly. Most certainly is the unknown, now known god of ruler space, Asmodee. Asmodee, whatever you want to call her. Him, her. Not just random. Well, yeah, because the original, the comment that I read was, I'm assuming they meant all the statues, not just Inazuma's. Statue of Mondstadt also has the wings too. Yeah, but in the same shape. Minute 41. Ugh. Yo, Nightmare, how's it going, man? I'm doing alright. Just had some lunch before starting the stream about an hour ago. Pretty exhausted already. I must have not slept very well or something. After going through Tabaro's video, seems to be in good faith, which your understanding is he wants Arknight's Enfield specifically to retain its identity, and reinforces it with the K-pop industry being skyrocketed into mainstream from Gangnam Style. Segment about gacha players only to those who just play Hoyo games. Sentiment I should share as well. Well, it's probably a good time, better time than any to watch Tabaro's video then. See, I'm assuming this one's the second video he made. Tabaro probably saw this video from Techno and that probably pissed him off. I assume this guy must have made this video in response to Tabaro. Oh, and here's the one that started it. How long are these videos? This one's 30 minutes long. This one's also another 25 minutes. Okay. Slowly but surely getting my temple score up. Hey, Zizar, how's it going, man? Welcome back. Exedra will be out on Steam on the 16th. Really? 3 days from now? What the fuck? Where'd that came out of fucking nowhere?
Much can be said with certainty about Arknight's Enfield after its beta test. It's got huge potential, it's going to be very popular, and this NPC is really sorry.
Really sorry, really sorry, really sorry, really sorry.
Having played the full duration of the beta, I can confidently say that Arknight's Enfield has the potential to define a whole new generation of gacha games. That is not an exaggeration. But I really must emphasize the word potential. Because right now, I am increasingly worried that potential may never end up being realized. That very same potential could also turn the game into the biggest disappointment I've ever experienced in all my years of playing games.
Wow, how very dramatic.
Firstly though, I really need to get the glazing out of my system, so let's just get that out of the way, shall we? There is so much that I fucking love about Enfield. Literally from the moment you open the game, it hits you with the God, it's so good. Harking back to its roots, announcing itself to the world before greeting you with peak music just for the login screen.
Yeah, Mr. J, how's it going, man?
The satisfaction of seeing all the sprawling factory belts come together, customizing map traversal with zip lines, the activity in the Dijang with your operators working and saying hello.
You're here, Administrator. How's your day?
The view of Talos 2 from the Nexus, the phenomenal sound design.
Karmic justice!
The eerie environment and music of Valley 4. The gorgeous environment and music of Jinlong. And the headhunting. Oh my good lord, the headhunting. The music on the banner screen gets you all excited as if you're preparing for a rocket launch. You click the button, you hear those distant scintillations, and then...
Prepare for Titanfall.
By far the best summoning experience in any gacha game I've ever played. Not even close. Oh, right, good. Got that out of my system. I have been fortunate enough to play both the alpha and beta of Enfield. In its alpha state, I was hooked. I was full of optimism and I was wholly convinced that it would be my favorite game of all time. So what changed in the beta? Thankfully, not the base. It's even better than before, and it has a ton of room to grow and become much deeper. Of course, even though the base has a very obvious target audience, with the nature of it being a gacha game, there will inevitably be those who are simply addicted to account progression as gameplay, and will play games they would otherwise have zero interest in just to feed that addiction. For those players, rather than simplify the gameplay, which would only annoy its fans and still wouldn't be good enough for the gacha addicts, they instead created these wacky inflatable tube guys, which you then have to murder in cold blood which unlocks a bunch of tutorials for it. They are quite possibly the most needlessly hand-holding tutorials I've ever had to do, but I don't mind their existence at all if it means they can keep cooking and make it deeper, more complex, and even more fun and satisfying in the future. And for those who are hoping for just another account progression dopamine machine, who lament the mere thought of meaningfully engaging with the base at all, fear not, there is actually an easy solution. Don't play it. Unfortunately though, in spite of everything I've mentioned so far, Enfield has made what I feel are very significant mistakes.
Well, we're off to a great start. Same color pattern for 4, 5, 6 stars. Yeah, blue. Blue, gold, and whatever reddish orange color that the 6 stars are on. 71.
More complex, and even more fun and satisfying in the future. And for those who are hoping for just another account progression dopamine machine, who lament the mere thought of meaningfully engaging with the base at all, fear not, there is actually an easy solution. Don't play it. Unfortunately though, in spite of everything I've
Yeah, we're off to a great start. Yo, Cal Alter, how's it going, man? So, just based off
and still wouldn't be good enough for the gacha addicts, would only annoy its fans and still is, rather than simplify the game.
So, judging from these 40 seconds, I can see why I can see why this guy made this video. You play the beta or the alpha? Nope, I didn't play either because I signed up for both of them, didn't get into either. Cause my unlucky ass never gets invited into any closed beta or alpha. And I don't bother trying to sign up as a content creator either because fuck that shit. So my first issue.
Gameplay, which would only annoy its fans and still wouldn't be good enough for the gacha addicts. They instead created
I don't know why you felt the need to call people gacha addicts. Like, what are you then? You know? Think you could use a different term there instead of gacha addicts. Like, bro, dude, do you have a mirror installed in your house somewhere? Look at you. You're fucking playing Arknight's Enfield, bro. And you're a fucking Arknight's you're an Arknight's fucking autist. I mean, I am too, but like But even if I call other people gacha addicts, I use that term ironically because I'm the type of motherfucker who played 15 different ones. What's this bitch calling other people gacha addicts for? So, there's strike one.
These wacky inflatable tube guys, which you then have to murder in cold blood, which unlocks a bunch of tutorials for it. They are quite possibly the most needlessly hand-holding tutorials I've ever had to do, but I don't mind their existence at all if it means they can keep cooking and make it deeper, more complex, and even more fun and satisfying in the future.
If he thinks this is the most hand-holding shit he's ever seen in what, just either a gacha or a video game in general, I guess the only gacha game he ever plays is Arknights, huh? Does he play any other gacha game? Because, like, how much out of the loop must you be from gacha games to think that whatever the fuck this is, or whatever tutorial he's seen in Enfield regarding, what, base building, is like the most hand-holdy shit he's ever seen? Has he ever played Genshin, actually? I'm actually kind of curious. Because, like, if he gets a kick out of this, if he gets a kick out of, like, how hand-holdy some of the tutorials in Enfield, in Enfield's beta is, then, I kind of want to know when the last time it was that he played Genshin. So there's strike two.
And for those who are hoping for just another account progression dopamine machine, who
account progression dopamine machine. But that's what gacha games are, though. He did play Genshin. Does he still play? Or has he quit that too, just like every other content creator?
meant the mere thought of meaningfully engaging with the base at all, fear not, there is actually an easy solution. Don't play it.
And there's strike 3. The whole gacha, the gacha account progression dopamine thing is whatever, but the don't play it part, yeah, that's strike 3. Like, what the fuck are you doing telling people to not play? Like, no wonder this fucking video exists. Like, how are you gonna expect people to hear that part and not immediately think that this dude is a fucking elitist? But okay. 3 strikes already. Let's see how many more you can rack up here.
Unfortunately though, in spite of everything I've mentioned so far, Enfield has made what I feel are very significant mistakes. Pretty much all of them are fixable, these are far from permanent, but in general, beta tests tend to look pretty similar to their full release versions. So let's dive in. The main story is, to put it bluntly, bad. There's no nuance at all. Landbreakers are completely one-dimensional and uninteresting, just generic bad guys who want you dead. Compare them to Reunion from the Arknight's main story. They're introduced to us as fighting for the same goal as Rhodes Island, that being to liberate the infected, but with very different methods. There is a clear conflict, I understand the motivations of the antagonists and how they ended up where they are. Landbreakers have none of this. We also know almost nothing about the aims or motivations of the main villain Neferith, who might just be one of the most toothless villains I have ever seen. With the sole exception of one line when you first meet her, she shows up from time to time, says some vague bullshit and fucks off again. How on earth can this be written by Hypergriff, the same people who gave us Patriot and Tallulah? They can very reasonably fix all of these issues before the game's release, but the alpha story wasn't good either, so I'm not convinced they will. I have no issue with the notion of a simple story well told, but that does not describe Enfield's story at all. And it's not just the writers who are at fault. At one point, Chen refers to Neferith as Nephi, which I found extremely weird. Why is she giving the main villain a friendly nickname? Turns out this is because in every single language except English, Chen says essentially the equivalent of Nefer something or Nefer whatever, because the name went over her head. It's a subtle way of adding to her characterization. Instead, the English translators collectively hotboxed their entire office and decided Chen is actually giving her the kind of cute nickname you'd normally give to close friends. I am astounded at how incompetent this is, but then again, these are the same translators who translated cold to cryo, for no reason in particular, I'm sure. Most of the dialogue is also exasperating.
You should feel lucky, because I am the only one who can take care of technical problems like this. Say no more. Stop moving already, and do something about that ether side rupture before it gets any worse.
Guys, writers, please! Is it too much to ask not to be treated like an idiot? Who could your target audience possibly be for this dialogue such that you feel the need to explicitly state the obvious multiple times and make sure everything is repeated very slowly for clarity? Oh, motherfucker! Consistent with the emerging trend of disappointing writing, frustratingly are the characters. Not because their writing is bad per se, but because there's just so much wasted potential. For example, Ember is a Sancta and Shaihi is a Sarkaz. We know from the Arknight story that the Sancta and the Sarkaz are seemingly always in conflict with each other due to what the Sarkaz see as the Sancta's betrayal. An image of a Sarkaz and a Sancta holding hands was very prominent in Arknight's fourth concept trailer as a holy shit moment because its meaning was so significant. Meanwhile, the only mention of something even slightly resembling a connection to this lore is one line in Ember's file saying, "The children born and raised in Talos 2 would never learn that angels and sanctum used to carry beautiful meanings in times past." If I'm interpreting this correctly, this is the writer's way of saying that the entire history of Terra, all the extraordinary, catastrophic, mountain-moving events that directly led to Terran races ending up on Talos 2, not important. None of it matters anymore. I am so disappointed in the writers. What a monumental waste of such an incredible wealth of lore at your disposal. All that being said, though, I must admit, I do love the fact the resident Australian, Aviwena, says verbatim, "Burden beast piss. How does it taste like? Crikey fucking bloody oath, Sheila, you piss-drinking cunt." Despite nearly all the writing being a massive letdown, I want to make it explicitly clear the voice actors, thankfully, are actually good at their job, and have done marvelous work with the material they've been given. I'm a huge fan of Aviwena, Dapan, and Wolfguard's regional accents.
Oh, of course. You're the boss. You point the way.
Not a problem. Leave it to me.
And on top of that, the animations are way more expressive, the models are outstanding, and their...
Hold up, gotta reset commissions in Zenless real quick before I forget.
Idle chatter adds a ton of...
Idealism is always detached from reality, and it's the first step towards disappointment.
Thank you, Wolfguard. Also, just one more thing. I am no prude. I am a straight man who plays gacha games. I'm not gonna pretend not to like fan service. But guys, holy fuck, relax. Subtlety is dead. Humanity is cooked. Have mercy on my soul. Guide me from the wayward woman, Lord Jesus. Now, as I said before, everything I have mentioned so far is fixable.
Don't show him Brown Dust 2 then. You've always had the opinion that 3D game story writing is fundamentally different from 2D gacha story writing. You don't see them as comparable. Unfortunately, the past 4 or 5 years of Genshin, Star Rail, and now Wuwa. Unfortunately, they've made such that very impact on you, or they've made that sort of... God, what's the word I'm trying to look for here, or what's the word that I'm trying to say here? Impression. Yeah, there we go. Found the word surprisingly. They've made that impression on you, but I do agree with Tabaro on this entire thing. Arknights, OG Arknights, even if I don't read it, I'm at least aware that OG Arknights has an incredibly diverse, not the right word to use here, has an incredibly deep story, and most, if not all of its characters, even a good number of its side characters, have, layers to them. And even if the storytelling is rather, predictable and such, at least the layers make them interesting. So if Enfield's story is very Hoyofied, let me not pin it on Hoyo, because this would have happened. I honestly think this would have happened eventually. If Enfield's story has indeed been just cut down to what a story that would cater to a mainstream audience, then yeah, obviously that's kind of a shame. And sort of along those same lines, I don't think that 3D gacha games, just because a game is in 3D doesn't mean that that's an excuse for stories to be dog shit. 3D gacha games can have good stories. I'm sure there are 3D games out there, just normal games as well, that do stories very well, actually. So if they can do it, why can't gacha games? Not getting translated perfectly in Enfield is unsurprising to you. I mean, even in OG Arknights, the translation can be kind of dog shit sometimes from what I've seen. But that's not just an Enfield issue. That's a translation. That's a general English translation issue. Problem is that all these foreign games, Japanese, Chinese, Korean even, they don't make sure to get, like, actual good fucking translators. But yeah, games being in 3D shouldn't be an excuse for their stories to be dog shit. And while, yes, we've had to deal with the last 4 or 5 years of, not very great storytelling from all the big production gacha games, that doesn't mean that people shouldn't try to make a 3D gacha, that actually does have a good story. It's just that, unfortunately, Enfield is Chinese, so we're not going to get that out of them either, it seems like. Honestly, this is kind of what I expected anyway, because, if you were to tell me that, if you were to tell me, oh, Arknights is going to make a sequel that's going to be handled like a big production gacha, just like Genshin or Wuwa or Star or Zenless, then yeah, I'm just going to be like, oh yeah, okay, its story's probably going to be nowhere near as good as, nowhere near as good as the first game. But like, if the main story wasn't very good, but at least it had a lot of lore that tied back in the first game, I guess personally I wouldn't be so. I guess I wouldn't. If I say I don't mind it, that would make me sound complacent, and I don't want to come off as complacent. So I guess what I should say is, I guess I wouldn't be as pissed. But if what Tabaro is saying is true, that there's like basically no tie-in to the first game, then, well, what can I say? I guess that's an issue then. What is A asking next? I'm reacting to a video that people have 2 videos that people on my channel have been wanting me to react to. It's about Enfield basically. They want Enfield to be its own identity too, and not tied to Arknights. I guess I understand that. But here's the thing, right? In the closed alpha, I don't know how true this is, so bear with me. Do chime in for corrections wherever you feel it's needed, to whatever I say from this point onwards. But my understanding was that in the closed alpha, Enfield specifically mentioned that Enfield takes place 500 years into the future, the whole 500 years in the future type shit. But then in the beta, they got rid of that. Basically, it was retconned, or they just got rid of the mention of it, so you can't find it anywhere now, or at least as of the last beta. If that is true, then if the developer's intention is to make Enfield like basically more or less its own thing, right? Basically, just like almost a whole new story, just still set in the Arknights universe, I guess. Then they should keep this is just a very minute like nitpick here, I must admit, but I think it would be better for them to make sure to mention that, oh yeah, Talos 2 is set 500 years into the future, so that way it's like, okay, if it's a half a millennia into the fucking future, then yeah, obviously we're not going to have a lot of the same characters, we're obviously not in the same world anymore, because this is no longer Terra, I'm pretty sure. And yada yada yada, blah blah blah. Then I would respect the developer's intention for Enfield to be kind of its own thing, with some lore tie-ins to the original game, obviously, but mostly it's supposed to be its own standalone thing. Like, I can understand that, because yeah, since Arknights Enfield is technically a sequel, it's like, well, you don't want a lot of your players to come into this thinking, oh, you know, I have to play the first game to understand what's going on in the second game, because even if that's not how the game really is, a lot of people will have that sort of preconception in the first place. A lot of people will come to Enfield thinking, with the knowledge that, oh yeah, there was another game called Arknights before this, so Enfield must be a sequel, and if it's a sequel, then if I want to truly enjoy this game, that means I have to fucking go play the first game, and I don't want to do that. So, you know, that's an issue, obviously. And for getting people to come try your game, right? You see that all the time with people wanting to get into Fate. I even had somebody in my stream yesterday be like, hey, I kind of wish I got into Fate like 12 years ago, but because now I kind of want to know what people are talking about when they're talking about Fate stuff. And then I had to tell them, like, no, you can start now. Right? You didn't have to get into Fate fucking 12 years ago just to be able to know what people understand, what people are talking about. Like understanding the basics of a story, lore, universe type shit, even one like Fate, is not that hard. You just need to talk to the right people who are willing to sit you down and tell you, the basics first, so you kind of have a basic understanding of what you're dealing with, of what you're reading and seeing other people talk about. And then you can go from there once you have a solid enough foundation. But obviously the problem is that, one, like I mentioned before, people will have that preconception in their heads anyway. It's going to be very hard for them to get rid of it or like get over it. And two, they don't have access to people who are willing to teach them or tell them like, oh, this is how things are. So they can explain to them, oh, you don't have to, if you want to play Enfield, for example, you don't have to play the first game. You know, just know a couple things and you're good to go, basically. Similar situation with Girls Frontline 2. You don't have to play the first game, though. Obviously, if you know a couple of key details from what happened in the first game, they'd be very nice to know as contextual details, and yada yada yada. Like, it'd be nice, but like, do you have to play GFL 1 in order to play GFL 2? Hell no. Matter of fact, you shouldn't do that just to preserve your own fucking sanity. And so Arknights should be no different. At least in my opinion. Right? You shouldn't have to play the first game in order to know what the fuck's going on in the second game. And even if you should, at that point, that should be the game's responsibility for filling you in on the details, or at least a little bit, right? At least enough to pique your interest, to be like, oh, I'm kind of interested in this. I kind of want to know what happened in the first game. Maybe I can look up some videos on YouTube or something, or hey, even better, try out the fucking first game to experience the story for myself firsthand. I mean, Arknights has an anime now, right? They're working on the 3rd season right now, I think. So hey, watch those. I mean, the anime is not perfect, but I think the Arknights anime is one of the more decent ones. One of the more decent anime adaptations of a gacha game that we have so far. So, assuming that's the case, you can always watch that. People love watching anime, don't they? A lot better than, fucking having to play a whole-ass gacha game. You've heard from some people that there are more OG Arknights references in the second region. Oh, then why didn't Tabaro mention them then? Or did he just conveniently ignore those? You plan to watch the anime? Oh, that's good. Hope you enjoy it then. What character's on the Zenless banner right now? Oh, speaking of Zenless. Jufufu and Caesar. Shots fired at Psyche's lack of sanity, that mofo caught up with GFL1. Well, I assume he must have watched lore videos. Unless he truly did fucking play through the entire game, but I highly doubt that. But if anybody would do that, it would be Psyche. I wouldn't really trust anybody else to do that. But even if it's Psyche, I highly doubt that he actually did play through the entire fucking game. I know he played GFL1, but did he play through it all? Like, did he finish his... did he finish all 13 chapters? Did he go through all of the major events that we had from the first game to now? He actually did. Did he play hard mode? Yeah, they only have a few days left. The current Zenless banners only have a few days because patch 2.1 is supposed to drop this week. Anime super compressed. Well, yeah, all the anime adaptations have to be. It's just that some adaptations are better than others. Ugh. But anyways, what was I talking about again? What was the initial thing that I was talking about before I strayed off into a fucking tangent into God knows where? Something about 3D storytelling? Yeah, so, like... Again, just to reiterate for, like, the third fucking time or something. 3D gacha games should not be an excuse to have a dogshit story. The bigger problem is that, big production gacha games are trying to hit mainstream appeal. Right? I'm sure Tabaro knows this. I'm sure he'll mention it later in this video if, you know, he's smart enough to mention it here. I mean, he should, given that that's basically what he's fucking bitching about. But, anyways. One of the things that gets sacrificed in the name of mainstream appeal is an actual good fucking story. Even compounded even further, or made even worse, aggravated by the fact, or exacerbated, I think exacerbated is the right word to use here. Exacerbated by the fact that all these big production gacha games are being produced by Chinese studios, and guess what Chinese studios can't do? Less than 48 hours? Yeah. Hey, yo, Gray, welcome back. Genshin player, too. Just nuts that his starting point was, that was a starting point. Yeah, exactly. He's a fucking specimen, that's for sure. Like, even if he did, even if he never played the hard modes for events, that's still fucking impressive. And I don't say that about most gacha players. Or most gacha content creators. They can't start a story without the MC being sucked off. That's, admittedly, that's much more of a problem in mainland China. But hey, that's a problem because, or maybe that in itself isn't a problem, but like, again, all these big production gacha games are being produced by Chinese studios. And guess who their home audience is? That's right, the fucking Chinese players. And guess what they like? Having their dicks constantly sucked the fuck off. Fucking god complex motherfuckers. So yeah, like nothing that Tabaro said in this segment right here, I didn't hear anything that I would disagree with. I'm pretty much on his side for this entire segment. I mean, I think he mostly talked about fucking story stuff mainly. And so yeah, it's a damn shame, but at the same time, what I have to say here, I mean, Tabaro may acknowledge us later. I don't know if he will though. But he may, or maybe he's acknowledged it like outside of this video, maybe on his own streams or something. But unfortunately, asking for an actual good story out of a big production Chinese gacha game is not gonna happen. It's a losing battle, unfortunately. There's not shit you can do about it. One of the first things that goes to get fucking butchered, get sent straight to the fucking glue factory like we're playing fucking Uma Musume, is story, like actual good story. Like, if you want a big production gacha game that actually has a semblance of a good story, or at least has a good shot of having a good story, then unfortunately it can't be made by a Chinese studio. It's got to be made by either a Korean one or a Japanese one, and we know that the Japanese are not gonna bother making a fucking big production gacha game anytime soon, because why the fuck would they? They don't see it. They don't find it. They don't think it's gonna be. They don't think it's worth it. And the Koreans, well, there's too little of them. There's too little of us. But there's barely fucking 50 million Koreans out there these days. Well, at least in South Korea, there's probably more. There's probably more of us if you count, like, you know, South Koreans living around the world, I suppose. But they got their own problems to deal with. So yeah, like I'm with Tabaro on this. It's just that if he, like, I hope that he understands that Enfield, given the circumstances, was probably never going to have a good story. And at least nowhere near as what we're used to out of OG Arknights. If he doesn't understand that, then I truly feel sorry for him, because he's going to fucking hate Enfield, at least from a story perspective. But unfortunately, it is what it is. What was Tabaro talking about so far in the video? Luckily he's split up his the video here into segments. Intro, well, that's just introducing stuff. Glazing part just talked about all the parts about Enfield he really likes. Significant mistakes. Basically, this entire thing, he says significant. He titled this segment "Significant Mistakes," but mainly he's just bitching about how bad the story is in this game in Enfield, which, while again misleading, excuse me, like the shit he's actually said, none of it's wrong, or none of it is shit that I would disagree with. I guess Tabaro's whole biggest sin is that he has no idea how to fucking properly title his shit. But you know, that's a classic content creator mistake to begin with. But hey, I'm still not gonna give someone like him, you know, I'm not gonna cut him any slack either. They can't make a good story to save their species. They can. It's just that they're being held back. They're being held back by mainstream cultural norms and political reasons. Like the Chinese, like nothing says that, you know, one race of people is better at story writing than another. The Chinese are perfectly capable of coming up with great stories. I mean, look at Arknights. Even with their restraints, even with their political restraints, Arknight's story is still great. It has moments of being pretty fucking yappy, but still overall, I don't think people who actually play Arknights would say that it doesn't have a good story. If nothing else, its lore is endlessly fascinating, if nothing else. Chinese writing in general is just very yappy and generic. The mainstream shit, yeah, I would expect. But if it's not mainstream, then yeah, maybe the Chinese can actually pull out something good. Again, nothing says that they can't come up with good stories just like anybody else can, but they just have a lot of restraints, both cultural and political. So, you know, if you're a developer, if you're a gacha developer in China, and if you want to make a bit like a large scale gacha game that tries to appeal to as many people as possible, well, unfortunately, you're not writing a good story. That's just how it is. Like, that shit ain't gonna happen. What's going on here? What's going on with the Enfield? I'm reacting to a video by this guy named Tabaro, who made a video that got quite a bit of traction a couple months ago, like 4 months ago. He also made a follow-up video not too long ago, like 2 weeks ago, and I plan on watching that too. So I'm basically just reacting to it. Reacting to it while I'm getting some Zenless Temple stuff done. Because I gotta wait for, like, commissions to be done, so I don't really have anything else to do, but, you know. So I figured, oh, I might as well watch these videos then. Kind of want to know where the FG Arcade guys work on making 3. Oh, Shimazaki, that's Sega. I can answer that one easily. Those are the Sega guys. Los Angeles / Delightworks back in the day, before, you know, Delightworks fucked off. They partnered with Sega to create FG Arcade. So I'm assuming, I would imagine that Sega was in charge of that. At least I would think so. Maybe Delightworks back then had, like, some people working on the arcade version, but I would assume most of it was done by the Sega boys. These smaller gachas tend to have better stories because they don't cater to mainstream like in China. More or less, yes. I think what's more accurate to say is that because these are because the smaller Chinese gachas are more niche, how should I say? Actually, no. I think your statement is accurate enough already. I was about to say, like, I was about to say, like, oh, maybe it could add something or, like, slightly modify your statement to make it more accurate. But now that I think about it, no, I think that statement is pretty accurate on its own. Like, pretty much just because they don't cater to a mainstream audience. Or back when they were released, they certainly didn't have a mainstream appeal, right? All these big production gacha games these days, they are intended to be successful right off the rip. But old school gachas, hell no. Old school gachas pre-2020, they were just made just to be games. Right? Because, you know, a couple of guys in a fucking room somewhere were like, hey, we got an idea for a game, let's do it. And so they did. Right? Most, if not all, old school gachas back in the day that are still running anyway. I mean, even if they did EOS, most of them, if not all, had very humble beginnings, right? Whether it's because in FGO's case, oh, they just wanted to fucking, you know, make a cash cow game out of the Fate IP, and so they just kind of made a fucking whatever game, and, you know, for some reason it fucking blew up in popularity, and, you know, Delightworks back in the day was like, oh, people actually want to play this. Okay, well, maybe we should start taking it more seriously then. Or whatever the case, right? Old school gacha games, more or less, they all had, like, very humble beginnings. And so it was a different time back then, right? And so their circumstances were much different, and so their stories had more freedom to do more or less whatever they wanted, at least in a Chinese context. Nowadays, that doesn't really fly, unfortunately. Maybe in the future that might change, but for now, that's what we have to deal with. PGR has a way better story than Wuwa. I mean, that shouldn't be surprising because, yeah, PGR is almost exactly the kind of game that I just described. So that should come as no surprise. Even though they have good stories to tell, just like regular games will come. Yeah, exactly. You can have a CCP compliant story, right? But but you can still tell it in a very good way, right? Like, nobody's asking you to you come out with a fucking revolutionary ass you know, story, one that's gonna win like fucking international awards or some shit. We're not even though I glaze, you know, FGO story, specific chapters of it anyway. You know, I'm not going into a new gacha game expecting to see fucking Nasu levels of fucking story writing. Like that's not reasonable. But like at the very least, we can still expect people to, you know, write something that's better than whatever the fuck Tabaro just described for Enfield. But, you know, unfortunately, this is what we have to deal with. Genshin, despite being a cash cow, they actually deliver on good story. And I would disagree with the story writing. They do, however, have excellent lore, which, like, to be perfectly blunt with you, it's nowhere near as hard to come up with good lore for your story as it is like actually executing a good story. But you know, at least Genshin has better lore than whatever the fuck Wuwa's got, or whatever the fuck Star Rail's got even. Zenless is probably the only Hoyo game that has better writing just in general than fucking Hoyo, or sorry, Genshin. And that's simply because Zenless actually has a fucking skip button. So that should tell you a whole lot about Hoyo's story writing. But lore-wise, yes, Genshin's lore is excellent. And that shouldn't come as a surprise because remember, MiHoYo spent fucking 4 or 5 years developing Genshin. So I'm assuming that they, I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they spent a whole lot of time drafting what the lore's gonna look like. Though, you know, that didn't exactly stop them from, you know, turning Natlan into whatever the fuck it is now. If the rumors are true that Natlan was supposed to be much grittier, but you know they had to change it last minute or something. But obviously we'll never know that. But yeah, lore building, world building, like that shit is so much easier than actually writing like executing a story. Going to sleep now. All right, Shimazaki, take care. Maybe you can catch the VOD of me reacting to the rest of this video or something. But yeah, have a good night. Yeah, Oscar awards or some shit. Did I already do the collab story? No. In Star Rail? No, not yet. I plan to do that next weekend. Natlan World Quest is actually good. Well, if you enjoyed it, if you thought it was good, I'll take your word for it. But, like, overall, I'm still not exactly impressed with Genshin's actual, like, storytelling ability. But in terms of lore, yeah, Genshin lore is alright. It's at least intriguing. Genshin's story is very inconsistent. Most likely it's because they have different people writing different chapters. You see that. You see that a lot in just throughout the gacha space in general. Like even FGO. Even though I glaze the story for FGO a lot, it's only specifically certain chapters of it, right? And the peak story chapters for FGO are all the ones that are written by Nasu himself. Right? FGO players will tell you in terms of story, you can just skip the first 5 chapters of FGO because they're more or less varying shades of dog shit. Right? Septim was written by a literal fucking Nero simp, so that was as good as what you would expect it to be. Like it was essentially a glorified fucking fanfic. So like yeah, not sure if you can have high hopes for that one. But like starting from Camelot, Babylonia, and then all the Lost Belts were at least decent. None of them were like bad or anything. Nowhere near as bad as say, you know, the first 5 singularities, or like Agartha. But yeah, like the reason why the story quality can fluctuate so much is because obviously they have well, not obviously. That's why I'm explaining it. is because they have different people writing different chapters. Because obviously it would be really hard for one person to write the entire fucking thing. Because if you do that, well, that's how you get Star Rail. That's how you get Star Rail, where Shaoji is trying to fucking write all the fucking stories, the entire fucking story for it. Well, I don't know if he wrote Belobog. We know for a fact he wrote Panacony and Amphorius. Hence the dog shit, or the fucking slop. But I actually don't know who wrote Belobog or Shenzhou. I mean, Shenzhou is, you know, your typical Chinese space opera shit. And then Belobog was not even that good, but like by virtue of all the other story chapters being either what the fuck or dog shit, Belobog is just by default the best chapter because at least it has a coherent fucking story. And its quality remained pretty consistent throughout the entire thing, and it had a pretty good ending too. Well, a decent ending at least. But yeah, there's a reason why you don't have one person write the entire thing, because if you do, that's how you get Star Rail. Agartha wasn't that bad. Well, I mean, it's probably still better than anything Genshin put out, but, you know, compared to what I'm used to in FGO, but in general in FGO, like, maybe I'm exaggerating it, sure. Maybe it's slightly better than the first 5 singularities, but like, I don't think it's controversial to say that Agartha was by far the worst EOR chapter in terms of story. Amphorius is that bad? Amphorius, from what I've been told, it reminds me a lot of Panacony. Like, the build up to the finale is more or less dog shit, but the ending is actually okay. Good, even. Like, I actually, like, as much as I dog on Panacony's story, I really liked the ending. The ending was actually pretty fucking cinema. I enjoyed Panacony's ending quite a bit. Like, the final showdown against Sunday and his whatever retarded looking weekly boss version he turns into. And then you got the entire crew fighting against him and Robin singing in the background. Like, that was pretty fucking cinema. I ain't gonna lie. Especially the animation where you fucking shove a train down Sunday's fucking asshole. That was pretty good. But everything else before that, like, bruh. So, I'm assuming Amphorius, well, not assuming. I've heard, judging from what I've heard from Amphorius, it seems to have been handled basically the exact same way. Like, the build-up to the finale throughout Amphorius is basically a fucking snooze fest. I don't really know what the fuck's going on. People are just dying left and right for no real reason, other than just for the shock value, and oh my god, they're dead, we're so sad. But then the very end is like, oh my god, all right, this is actually okay. Like, this is actually kind of decent, actually. You know, it's cinema even, as some people would say. But I haven't done Kevin's story yet, so can't say that for sure. People bitched that adventuring was too hard of a boss fight. I mean, remember, there were people in Genshin who thought that the Tartaglia weekly boss was too hard, too. So. You wish Nasu wrote the Star Rail collab story? Well, unfortunately, probably wouldn't have been able to do that because, you know, if you know how if you know how Nasu writes, like 80% of his story writing would immediately be deported from mainland China. So probably wouldn't have seen that happen. We definitely wouldn't have had any mention of Evangelion powered penis worms in the Star Rail story, that's for sure. Shimosa is your favorite? I mean, on paper, the dual like gimmick was pretty cool. If only they didn't fucking force you to use their fucking dog shit support Musashi. If their Musashi was like max skill and like MP5 and shit, then I guess it wouldn't be too bad. Plus, if they had given her that story only craft essence where she starts off at what 50% MP gauge, then I guess it wouldn't have been, it would have been okay. But I think that was before they started doing that. I think they only started doing those story that forced support character quality of life shit after EOR, like well into like Lost Belt or something, or starting with Lost Belt, I guess. But yeah, like on paper, the dual like gimmick between Musashi and the other was like pretty cool on paper, but in execution was kind of dog shit. Because most people, me myself included, all we would end up doing is just, oh, plug suit time, plug suit, pull out Musashi, pull in somebody else. All right, now we're good to go. So it's like, bruh, why even bother at that point? But yeah, if they're able to streamline the dual gimmick, then yeah, I guess I can see why I guess I can see why Shimosa would have been your favorite in terms of gameplay. They just do that a lot in general in FGO. They just give you an NPC term you don't even want to use. Yeah, I know it's not just in Shimosa, but it was especially annoying in Shimosa specifically. But yeah, that's how you know FGO is a fucking old school gacha. Oh, you want to use this specific support server that you've been used to using because that's what you want. That's what we want you to do for like 99% in the game. Well, not here, buddy. Go fuck yourself. Here, take a fucking level 1 fucking, Matahari or something. Go fuck yourself. But anyways, summary on this segment. Yeah, Tabaro is not wrong, or at least if everything he says here is true, he's not hiding anything from us. For example, the possibility that apparently the Shu rice fields in Enfield had a lot of lore tie-ins into the first game. Well, it depends on how significant those lore tie-ins themselves are too. But assuming for the moment that Tabaro isn't completely just ignoring those, or isn't trying to hide them from us here, yeah, I didn't find anything that I would like actively disagree with. Again, just to wrap this up, all I can say here, or all I want to say here, is that given the circumstances of gacha production these days, it's like if you are a gacha game that's big production, like high profile, and you are, which means that you're very clearly intended for a mainstream audience, and you are being developed by a Chinese studio, and all big production gacha games right now are being produced by Chinese studios, then your story is going to be dog shit, most likely. It doesn't have to be, obviously, but most likely for the sake of appealing to as many players, especially in mainland China, as possible. Unfortunately, whatever semblance of good story that Enfield could have had, got dragged out back and fucking shot in the head. So, unfortunately, while Tabaro isn't wrong, he didn't have any take that I would disagree with here in this first segment, or third segment. Yeah, no. Unfortunately, if he continues to expect Enfield to improve its story, no. Sorry. I would suggest for him to just completely skip all of Enfield's story because it's not going to be good.
writers can be replaced and characters can be given good writing later on, which is why all of this is negligible compared to the #1 issue I have with Arknight's Enfield in its beta state, because it is not fixable once it is released.
You kind of find it delusional when people say Enfield doesn't want to reach a mainstream audience. I don't know if Tabaro is specifically saying that here. I think somebody else was trying to explain to me that Tabaro says he doesn't mind it becoming mainstream, but as long as it doesn't lose its identity. So I don't think he's saying that, if that's what you're suggesting. All I'm saying is that, you know, it's kind of a bro moment, expecting Enfield to have anything better than, you know, to have anything anywhere near, even at like a third of as good of what original OG Arknights' story was like. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, I don't feel good saying that, but me being a realist kind of guy, me being a pragmatist slash being just trying to be realistic about things, like, no, sorry. Enfield's story is most likely just going to be hot dog shit. And that's a reality that if you're a big fan of Arknight's or OG Arknight's story and how good it was back then, or how good it is still, and you're kind of hoping for the same in Enfield, sorry. You should just probably ignore the fact that Enfield exists. Hey, didn't Tabaro mention something about not playing the game? Right here?
Don't play it.
Yeah, Tabaro. If you want to play Enfield for the story, then I got some words for you.
An easy solution.
Yeah, like you said, there's an easy solution. It's this.
Don't play it.
Expect to see some more. Yeah, you know that's gonna happen. I'm sure there are people who are trying to fucking look out for Saint Tontus with another one of his dog shit rat slop videos, telling people Wuwa's live stream is gonna be so much better than Genshin's. Fucking retard. Pretty confident in saying that Enfield wants to go mainstream. Why would it want to have an open world like the big ones out there? Yeah, obviously it wants to have a mainstream audience, but, you know, clearly it's trying to also do its own thing at the same time. Like, how well that'll go? I'm not sure. I want it to succeed. I want it to hit mainstream popularity, but just by nature, I'm actually not sure how well it would succeed. But who knows? We'll find out when the day gets here. Or we'll find out once it launches fully. Not a fan of his just don't play it saying just because you don't like one thing. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. I don't know if you were here when I was giving him shit over it, when he was saying the whole fucking
an easy solution.
You know, the whole don't play it part.
Don't play it.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't a fan. I'm not a fan of that either. Like, holy fucking elitist autism, Batman. It's like, great start to the fucking video. No wonder your video got so much fucking hate from the Chinese. You know, talk shit, get hit. Hey, I found that out in some of my videos. I learned my lesson. It's time for Tabaro to learn his. He thinks Enfield being a niche game will probably carve a new mainstream. That's not how it works, but okay. But I don't know if he actually said that or not. We'll find out later when I continue watching the video. Oh, we're finally at 100. Cool. Level 12. Hold up. Could I... see, auto select Bang Boo. See. Scrolls of Discovery. I'll just set the shit for 20 minutes. Let's see. Oh, maximum squad's already out and about. I'll just wait for this squad to come back. Hey Kenzel, welcome back, man. How you doing? One less gacha is good. Way too many. Personally, I don't think there can be way too many gachas. I mean, having more options is never a bad thing unless you're the type to fall under choice paralysis very easily. I say the more gacha games, the better, because that way you might find you have a better chance of finding a gacha game that you really like. And hey, if I can play 15 different gacha games, you can too. You just have to be autistic enough. Am I mad? No, not really. I'm just reacting to a video right now. Haven't seen a job shiller in weeks. Oh, did we have one? Oh, that guy. Skibbity Bailey. I can tell he's only fucking 14 years old. Watches Tectone and St. Tontus on his phone while at school. What does a little kid like him know about having a job? It's more of a storage problem for you. Well, that's an actual legitimate excuse. Yeah, storage is always kind of an issue, and you can't just tell people to go just buy a new phone or something. Oh, do it on 15 minutes. Yeah, let's see how much shit that gets me. Okay, on to the next segment.
Is negligible compared to the #1 issue I have with Arknight's Enfield in its beta state, because it is not fixable once it is released. In order to get there, we first need to talk about combat. Combat in Enfield for the most part revolves around skills and skill points. Use a shared SP bar to trigger a battle skill, which in theory triggers a combo skill, which triggers even more of them, and so on. Combo skills are essentially just QTEs with extra steps that deal damage. You press E when the prompt shows up and it gets the neurons going. Basic attack strings essentially serve as the cost of getting a final strike, which is the last hit in the sequence. Final strikes restore SP, so for the most part you really want to be getting the full sequence of basic attacks to that end. That logic generally applies to the combat as a whole. Given the importance of skills, you want to be maximizing SP restoration, hence the prevalence of Arclight in nearly every team composition. Her individual damage may not be anything noteworthy, but her ability to generate SP is excellent, and more SP means more damage. I'm honestly kinda surprised she isn't a 6-star. Now, the beta also adds the ability to dodge.
Tabaro is surprised that she's not a 6-star, and yet in Arknights we have characters like Myrtle who's considered the best fucking Vanguard in the game, and yet she's a fucking 4-star. Why is he surprised by this? I'm surprised that he's surprised by that. Excuse me? This isn't the first time Hypergriff has made a fucking lower rarity character fucking top tier. Dare I ask, does Tabaro even play Arknights? Your units ain't gonna pay for themselves, little bro. I mean, your education won't pay for itself either because your parents pay for it. But clearly you're wasting their fucking money. Go back to school, kid. Get off your phone while you're in class.
Due to the nature of final strikes being your primary way of restoring SP, you need to commit to the full sequence of basic attacks to get it, which means currently there is still very much a choice every time an enemy attacks you of either dodging or taking the hit, and the dodge is often not the best move. But it still gives me cause for concern. Future 6-stars are inevitably going to be designed to take advantage of more and more gameplay mechanics. Right now, the dodge...
Hold up, let me rewind and start watching from the part he talks about dodging.
Beta also adds the ability you need to commit. Due to the Now, the beta also adds the ability to dodge. Due to the nature of final strikes being your primary way of restoring SP, you need to commit to the full sequence of basic attacks to get it, which means currently there is still very much a choice every time an enemy attacks you of either dodging or taking the hit, and the dodge is often not the best move. But it still gives me cause for concern. Future 6-stars are inevitably going to be designed to take advantage of more and more gameplay mechanics. Right now, the dodge only exists as a means of survival rather than facilitating damage. But if a dodge exists in any capacity, there is a very real danger of them leaning much further into it by, say, having a 6-star with a combo skill triggered by a dodge, and then more units with kits centered around dodging who synergize with that 6-star, and a new 6-star whose basic attacks don't get interrupted by the dodge, and before long you'll end up with a player base wanting more and more action, understandably seeking to flex their ADHD action gamer reflexes as their expression of skill. But with Enfield's base building being the way it is, and with the fact that they didn't dumb down the actual substance of the base building at all since the alpha, the vision the Enfield team had was clearly aimed at the kind of player who likes to obsess over details, who may not necessarily want something based on reflexes, but instead something more strategic, controlled and precise. The base obviously appeals to this kind of player, while the combat has ended up with a sort of identity crisis. Unsure of what it really wants to look like, trying to be a bit of everything while never actually excelling at any of them. Most of the strategy comes from the team comps rather than the execution. The actual process of triggering combos and doing damage and so on, while satisfying for a while, is very easy. Use a battle skill or two, do your basic attack string, face tank smaller hits, use combo skills on cooldown, and repeat. I quickly exhausted every single possibility for improvement, and even self-limiting clears like duos and solos are not at all challenging. I died more often to platforming than to enemies. This is mostly due to the current cast of enemies lacking any real variety or complexity. Sure, it will improve with time, but the state of the game at launch has real implications for the future of the game. Hypergriff has been through these motions before. Today, more than 5 years after its launch, Arknights is known for its meaningfully challenging endgame modes to the point of Chinese universities hosting nationwide Arknights tournaments, with thousands of dollars in prize money. I've kept playing for all these years because Arknights has such a rich endgame and high skill ceiling, but for a long time it didn't. When it first launched, the most interesting gameplay it had to offer was Chapter 4. It took them years to make integrated strategies a permanent game mode. But the difference is Arknights didn't offer anything else in terms of gameplay. There was nothing else to play the game for. With Enfield, Hypergriff seems to have regressed into doing the same thing by making it frustratingly shallow in its launch state. But doing so this time is a critical mistake. Those who are looking for strategic depth will not find it. It is pathetically easy, and it will remain that way for at least the first 6 months or so. Which means once those players have completed their bases, which really doesn't take that much time, they may not stick around for that long. But those who are looking for action will get plenty of it from daily and weekly gameplay, regardless of the difficulty. The ability to dodge not only gives those action-seeking players their daily dose of dopamine, but also significantly diminishes the need for healing. If their overworld healing needs can be met with items you can craft directly from the backpack, and a 4-star like Snowshine can provide literally all my healing needs with room to spare anyway, what reason does the action-seeking player have to engage with the base at all? The outposts are optional. All they need at that point is some components to make gear. This, combined with the lack of strategic depth in its launch state, creates a serious risk of cultivating a majority of players who are exclusively invested in the action gameplay. Now, this will be a controversial take, but I would not be making this video were I not willing to defend it. I think the best decision Enfield could possibly make after the beta is to remove the dodge entirely. Hypergriff's development decisions will be driven by what players want, and if the vast majority of players aren't engaging with the base, the game's evolution will reflect that. This is my #1 issue with the game. They are creating a precarious combination of action gameplay in the combat alongside the slower gameplay of the base. We already have an example of such a precarious combination in a gacha game failing to hold in Zenless Zone Zero's TV mode. It is an action game, it was advertised as an action game. Lo and behold, the action gamers didn't like the TV mode, and Hoyoverse decided to all but kill the TV mode entirely. The difference, though, is that Zenless Zone Zero was built from the ground up around its dodge and parry mechanics. It is fundamentally an action game, that is where its strengths lie, and that decision was an act of leaning further into those strengths. Enfield, on the other hand, has been built from the ground up around the base, yet it is taking clear steps towards action gameplay. Obviously they aren't going to kill off the base entirely, you might as well announce end of service at that point, but I am convinced Enfield is sleepwalking into doing something not all that far removed. If the game cultivates a player base who are seeking action, then as more and more regions are introduced, each one asking the player to build a new base from scratch, those action-seeking players will complain, and being the majority of the player base, there is a serious danger of Hypergriff pivoting to action gameplay for that reason. And we have already seen that Hypergriff is perfectly willing to let you sidestep most of the strategy in their strategy game, so long as you pay up. But for the same reason Hoyoverse's attempts at strategy have been absolute dogshit, Hypergriff would not even hold a candle to developers with mature and polished action gameplay systems. Removing the dodge and doubling down on strategic gameplay solves this problem and gives them the space to build on Enfield's strengths and create something truly phenomenal. It is by far the best decision they can make for the longevity of the game. Instead, they are trying to steer it in two different directions simultaneously. One towards that vision they so clearly had a year ago, and one towards appealing to a wider, more general audience. If we're being honest with ourselves though, we all know what general audience really means. In order...
Alright, oh boy, where do I start?
For the most part, you really want to be getting the full sequence of basic attacks to that end.
Alright, I need people who have played both the alpha and beta to explain one thing to me. So, in the alpha, he showed some alpha gameplay towards the end, I believe, right here.
Strategic gameplay solves this problem and gives them the... And doubling down on strategic gameplay solves this problem and...
Right here. So, I explicitly remember from alpha gameplay, what, a year ago, 2 years ago, whenever they had their alpha, their closed alpha. There was a gameplay mechanic in this game where you could, like, enter bullet time with your characters. Like, you did something with your characters, they would have some sort of directional input. I'm assuming it was associated with a skill. And it would slow the game down, so it gave you time to, like, decide, okay, how do I want to use a skill? Who do I want to use it on? And, you know, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But I didn't see any of that in the current beta, in the beta gameplay. So from earlier this year.
To trigger a battle skill, which in theory triggers a combo skill.
So, did they get rid of that? Oh, is that retard still going on in chat? Man, he made his account back in 2018. He ain't a kid. Well, that's even sadder. Why does he have the fucking mental development of a fucking 14-year-old? Well, he can go back to St. Thomas and keep sucking his dick. Or Tectone, or whichever, you know, dick of a rat he likes sucking on most. You were watching Tabaro's stream yesterday. He said he was watching a Genshin-related video, and there CC said no opinion is wrong opinion. And Tobo said, no, don't do that. Offend somebody. So you countering Tobo and everything you say, don't think will offend him. I'm not trying to offend him. I'm just saying what I'm saying. If he gets offended or not, that's that's not my fucking problem. But if that's really what he said on stream, I kind of find it deeply ironic that he doesn't want Enfield to target a general audience, or he seems to be against that, and yet he's acting like your average fucking Twitter retard. Offend somebody. All right, calm down there, fucking Aussie Saint Tontus. Assuming that's true, what he said, of course. If not, then, you know, ignore that part. They did get rid of the bullet time mechanic. It's not in the beta. Well, shit. I think Tabaro should have at least mentioned that, because if I had never paid attention to the closed beta gameplay, I would have never thought to bring that up. I don't know how likely it would have been for me when I watched the alpha footage gameplay, where I was like, hey, wait a minute. It looks like you have bullet time in this back in the alpha gameplay. Matter of fact, I don't even know if I would have caught that this was alpha gameplay if I didn't notice the big ass alpha gameplay caption down on the bottom left. So I think the first criticism I have is that he should have elaborated on the whole yeah, for example, in the alpha gameplay, or in Enfield's alpha test, certain mechanics such as you getting bullet time whenever you had a character use a skill was a thing, but now it's not in the closed beta. That would have given this segment here a little bit more context at the very least, because now it's starting to make more sense. I'm slowly starting to piece together what Tabaro's trying to go after here. The whole, like, he prefers the whole, like, slower, more deliberate strategic shit or whatever. I think he should have mentioned that to give his argument a little bit more strength, I guess. 'Cause yeah, like, I kind of liked that in the first game, but then I don't see any of it in the beta. So yeah, where did that go? I was kind of digging that. But if we don't have that anymore, well, that's a shame. Probably a techie watcher? Yeah, probably. Oh, well. He's gone now, so. He can go be a retard in somebody else's chat. Bullet time might not return because they added auto-targeting. Ugh. I'm actually not a big fan of auto-targeting in Enfield, actually. Normally, I wouldn't care. Like in Zenless, for example, with Haramasa auto-aiming his charge arrows, I don't really care about that. Because Zenless is supposed to be, well, it's a Hoyo game for one, and two, it's supposed to be a high-octane action RPG game. So being able to auto-aim his arrows isn't that big of a deal. But I think in Enfield, it would auto-targeting, it doesn't really fit this game as much. But I'm just going off purely I'm going purely off vibes here, because obviously I never played either the alpha or the beta, so I can only speculate. But I would have to agree with Tabaro in the sense that, like, the Enfield's alpha gameplay would have, I don't know if it looks better. In all honesty, probably the beta gameplay looks better in terms of like an actiony respect, maybe. but playing it, I feel like maybe the alpha gameplay would have been more fun. Simply because of the whole bullet time you get for trying to whenever you pop skills. And so you have to be deliberate with that and be like, okay, now you have to kind of skill shot your way to, you know, beating the fuck out of enemies. Just, you know, all your characters fucking auto-targeting everything. So that's my first problem with this segment, is that he should have mentioned something like that, or he should have gone into the detail, he should have gone into more detail about the differences in the gameplay mechanics specifically. But he didn't do that. I would have to re-listen to this segment again. I'm gonna have to anyway, just so I remember what I wanted to say about the other things I wanted to say about this segment. But I don't remember him like going into much detail about like the differences between alpha combat and beta combat. Because, like, if I had to fucking point out that, or if I had to fucking ask you guys, hey, didn't they, it seems like they fucking, you know, skipped out on, or they just removed the fucking, what is it? They just removed the fucking bullet time that you get. If I had to be the one to mention that, then what the fuck else was Tabaro gonna mention? You know? Hold up. Getting some, what is it? Getting some, temple gameplay shit done. What is this, task that I have to get done now? Just 7 neighborhood wish orders, just any of them? Oh. What do I have to do for this again? Excuse me. Oh, just need to make 10. I guess I'll wait for them to make them. Did he get smitten? Yeah, I fucking shot him where he stood. Old beta was way too slow and felt clanky. All your damage came from your skills, which have long cooldowns. So after you use your skills, you just kind of ran around until they came off cooldown. Oh, is that what happened? Oh, I see. Then yeah, clearly Tabaro didn't mention that part. So clearly he's painting he's trying to paint a one-sided narrative here. Hey, didn't I mention something about St. Tontus before? And they also had some RNG with skills dropping balls that deal elemental reaction damage? Balls. You mean like orbs? Or some shit like that? He prefers the very first iteration of the combat system. If you recall correctly, like one that was even before the closed alpha. Even with the SP system and team combos, you still wanted your ultimates with the bullet time. That would have been very unique. Yeah, I think just the vibes I'm getting is that maybe Hypergriff should combine both the alpha and the beta gameplay, the alpha and the beta gameplay, because clearly there are problems with both. So why not just combine them? Balls. That's why Arknight's community was against the implementation of dodge even back during the alpha test. Oh, so I don't know if you guys remember. Some of you guys may, but I mentioned earlier this year when I put out my top 5 gachas I'm looking forward to for this year of year 2025. When I was talking about Enfield, one of my concerns was like I mentioned how I was watching closed alpha gameplay, and I was like, so how do you dodge? Like what are you supposed to do in a situation where, because you're supposed to be controlling your entire team at once, obviously not all 4 characters, but just one at a time, but your entire team is out on the field at the same time, right? So what are you supposed to do when enemies like target a character you're not controlling, and so they can't get out of the way of an incoming attack? Like, what are you supposed to do then? Are you just supposed to let them just take the fucking attack to the face? And just say, oh well, sucks to be them, and just keep fucking beating the shit out of enemies or something, or what? Or it's just like one of those things where, oh, just don't be in that position to begin with. But I guess with what Dark Black White Wolf is saying in chat, I'm assuming the answer is the latter, where it's like, oh yeah, just don't be in that position in the first place. You move out of the way from the threat radius, how you dodge. All attacks have an AoE warning where attacks would land. Yeah, but then the concern becomes, well, all you would need to do, all Hypergriff would need to do to make that sort of gameplay fucking miserable is just start giving bosses, especially, or just enemies in general, attacks that just land too fast, or that just come out too fast, right? If you don't have a dodge, then that means by default enemies must have very slow attacks that have long wind-up times, so it gives you time to react and get your characters out of the way. So what happens when they start throwing enemies at you where they have attacks that just come out way too fast? What then? Well, and assuming that Tabaro gets his way and they get rid of the dodge in during full launch, right? Okay, well, what then? What happens when, even if your positioning was actually good, what happens when you face off against a boss where, you know, they have fast enough attacks where, you know, that doesn't give a fuck about your positioning? It just pulls up on you and is like, hey bitch, and punches one of your characters in the face. Alright, then what? What do you do then? What are you supposed to do? Then that would also mean that defenders and supports will not have a key role during fights. In my opinion, I think that, because personally I love fucking dodging shit in action RPG games, like dodging or parrying or like blocking an incoming attack, like just defending even. I think that shit is fucking hype. Unlike Tabaro, who clearly has a different opinion. But I think defensive plays such as dodging, just defending, parrying, countering, whatever that happens to, whatever form that happens to take, I really like that shit because it just makes you feel like a fucking badass, and it looks cool too. Just look at how Zenless does it. Like, I understand where Tabaro's coming from, where it's like he wants the gameplay to be slower and more deliberate, more methodical, more strategic, right? And I don't disagree, because like I said earlier, I like the whole like bullet time aspect where you hold down a skill and the game slows down and gives you like a directional indicator, so you have to, like, you know, it becomes a skill shot basically, right? But it also gives you time to place your shots deliberately, or, you know, use your skills deliberately, stuff like that. But I also don't want them to get rid of the dodge either. I disagree with Tabaro in that respect. I don't think they should get rid of the dodge. I think that dodging in and of itself shouldn't be a bad thing. But obviously, as you pointed out, Totori, if there's like a dodge and shit in this game, then obviously, then you know, what's the point of a defender, right? If all your characters can just dodge shit, then why does the defender class even exist in the first place? Then in that case, I would propose boss enemies in particular, I guess some certain you know, lower enemies as well, but boss enemies especially, to have certain attacks that you cannot dodge. Right? So you can dodge either most or maybe like half of their attacks, but they have some attacks that have some very, very obvious indicators that you cannot dodge this. You can't dodge this. I hope you have a fucking defender. And so that's where defenders still comes into play. Right? Make it so that enemies have attacks that either are very hard to dodge or just straight up undodgeable. Right? So, like, you know, in fighting game terms, like, make it so that there's a fucking 2 or even a 1 frame window to dodge something. Like, maybe 3 frame at most. Like, you have a 3 frame window to either parry, dodge, or whatever the fuck. Just make it either make it really fucking hard to dodge something, or a particular attack, or just straight up make it undodgeable. And make it so if you try dodging it, your character's just gonna get hit. And fuck you. That's where, that makes it so that defender characters, or, you know, operators of the defender class or other more defensive classes can still come to play, be like, okay, they're still useful. Because against those attacks, then obviously you want your defenders to come in and take the hit. Either taunt them or do whatever, right? Supporters can give your characters a shield where they can tank it, so tank an incoming attack that can't be dodged. There you go. Now, my suggestion is obviously not it doesn't have to be the only suggestion. There's a lot of ways that you can go about solving this issue. My suggestion is just one of many, I'm sure. I'm sure Hypergriff can sit down and really think about what they really want to do in terms of like how to address this combat like pacing issue. But I would say, just as a preliminary suggestion, because I'm not a game dev, but you know, this is what I would do if I were. Combine the two aspects. Give dodge a role where, you know, most of the time you're good. You're good. You can get away with just dodging stuff with any character, even defenders too. Hilariously enough, because I mean, hey, that's what defenders do in Zenless, right? Look at fucking Zenless. I mean, Tabaro brought up Zenless a few times throughout this video so far already, I think. You know, defenders still have a role in that game. You know, they still manage to be useful. In a game where, theoretically, as long as you're good at dodging, you can just dodge everything. You can just dodge your way to victory. So why even bother using why did they even bother putting out defender characters, right? Well, when you go into high enough of a floor and tower, if you make one mistake, you're fucking dead. I hope you have Caesar or a shield, otherwise your ass is getting smoked the first time you get hit by a fucking boss. So yeah, that would be my suggestion. That's not why he wants dodge to be removed. Did I say that? I don't think that was trying to go for. I think I just mentioned that I know that I'm aware that Tabaro wants it to be removed, but everything I was saying I wasn't trying to say that to suggest that what I was talking about was the reason why Tabaro wants the dodge to be removed. I'm pretty sure the reason why he wants dodge to be removed, if I remember correctly, if I have good enough listening comprehension, is that he doesn't like it because of the role it has in the beta's current gameplay loop. I think something in regards to that. Yeah, it doesn't. The reason why he wants dodge to be removed, it technically doesn't really have much to do with what I was talking about. I was just saying, well, I don't want it to be removed because I think dodging still has a place. Like, there's nothing that says that you can't have both a deliberate, slower but deliberate and more tactical / strategic action game, but still have its like like fast-paced, high adrenaline moments too. I don't see why it has to be just one or the other. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Obviously, that's not what Tabaro was talking about, but this came from my observation that the beta gameplay had this whole fucking skill this whole fucking skill like bullet time thing, where in the alpha gameplay, I'm trying to find a good clip of this right here, right there.
Removing the dodge and doubling down.
Yeah. So in the alpha gameplay, you had this. I'm saying, like, why isn't this, like, did they get rid of it from the the closed beta? And apparently they did, because instead of instead of a manual cast, now it's just all auto target, and I don't agree with that. Auto targeting works for other games like Zenless, but for Enfield, no, I don't really like this. Like, I'm saying that they should bring this back, but also not get rid of the dodge either. I think there's a place for both. Wherever he starts talking about dodging, probably right here somewhere. But I understand why he doesn't want to get rid of. He's saying that he's not saying he wants to get rid of dodge because of what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is technically something different. He said remove the dodge in the form of a big ass to spark a discussion. Well, if you want a discussion is what he'll get. And my response is no, you don't have to remove the dodge. Also, on a more conceptual level, if Tabaro wants to have a discussion, then why is Tabaro's first suggestion is to look at a mechanic that he doesn't like and say get rid of it? Like, what kind of a fucking discussion is that, bruh? Like, that's not a discussion. That to me that sounds more like a fucking order. Like, did it not cross Tabaro's mind that, you know, maybe you should try to, like, at least, if there's a mechanic that you think is problematic, maybe you should take some time to, like, you know, see what you can do to make it work, like, integrate it into the game where it's maybe still not what you'd like to see, but you can at least work with it. Like, you don't have the same, your problems with it aren't as big as they were before, right? Well, like, having a discussion would probably imply something like that, right? So if he's trying to have a discussion, if what you're saying is true, that he's suggesting getting rid of the dodge function to spark discussion, then I don't know, man. Suggesting to get rid of a whole ass fucking mechanic doesn't sound like much of a discussion to me. And even if it is, well, here's a better discussion. How about we talk about how to make the dodge make more sense? Why is your first reaction to why is your first reaction to suggest that, oh, get rid of it? Excuse me? Most of the typical ARPG CCs who made reaction videos to Tabaro didn't know about Defenders. Well, I do, so perhaps I'm a little different in that respect. More temple shit. Let's see, complete orders. We can get that done. Craft 2 purifying flasks. Start 1 adventure production area 3-1. Ah, right here. Okay. Please set a time. Just 15 minutes. There we go. Off you go. And then next target is craft 2 purifying flasks. Okay. We'll craft like, I don't know, 20 of them. Or 50 of them just in case. There we go. For them, you shouldn't get hit in an ARPG, so for them, Tabaro's suggestion, yeah, I get that. I get that. But I'm not your typical ARPG gacha content creator, so obviously I don't think like them. Like, you should have been able to tell just from my suggestion about how I would, you know, quote unquote fix Tabaro's issue with dodging. Well, again, I think I already mentioned that. I know that that's not the reason why he wants dodge to be removed. But so I guess we'll just leave Tabaro out of this for now. Like, you should be able to tell from my suggestion of, like, keeping the dodge mechanic in Enfield, but also, like, bring back the more tactical, strategic elements of alpha gameplay, right? For example, you know, dodge should still be in the game, but, you know, give defenders a bigger role by making it so that there are some attacks in, you know, Enfield where you just simply cannot dodge them, or if you can, they're going to be extremely hard to do so. Like, you only have like a 1 to a 3 frame window to be able to dodge it, and if you can't dodge it, then well, you're just gonna get hit. So either you're gonna have to cope with that either with a defender who can taunt, or like, I don't know, like take the hit somehow, or with a supporter or like another buffer on the field who can give your team shield, so that way they can like a one-time shield where they can tank the hit. The shield will tank the hit for your character, and once they get hit, obviously shield breaks or something, or at least loses a lot of its HP or something. Hey, you'll be all right. Welcome back, man.
The best move, but it's.
Anyways, I need to remember what I had, my other thoughts that I had about this segment, because I know I had some, but I have to rewatch the segment again to remember what they were.
Still gives me cause for concern. Future 6-stars are inevitably going to be designed to take advantage of more and more gameplay mechanics. Right now, the dodge only exists as a means of survival rather than facilitating damage. But if a dodge exists in any capacity, there is a very real danger of them leaning much further into it by, say, having a 6-star with a combo skill triggered by a dodge, and then more units with kits centered around dodging who synergize with that 6-star, and a new 6-star whose basic attacks don't get interrupted by the dodge, and before long you'll end up with a player base wanting more and more action, understandably seeking to flex their ADHD action gamer reflexes as their expression of skill. But with Enfield's...
Yeah, Tabaro really needs to work on his fucking wording. I mean, the fact that if what somebody said, and I think YouTube chat was true, or was it YouTube chat? I think it was Twitch chat actually, where whoever said that in chat went into his stream, caught one of his streams, and he said that Tabaro said something along the lines of, "No, you have to offend somebody." That sort of explains his fucking wording. Like, I don't claim to be like a really good ARPG player. I'm like mid at best. And you know, sometimes I don't know what I look like I don't know what I'm fucking doing on my worst days. But like, what do you call them?
Seeking to flex their ADHD action gamer reflexes as their expression of skill.
I mean, I play first-person shooter games. It must be super easy just to, you know, scroll your mouse over and left-click people in the head, right? Surely that must be easy, right? You know? Why do people even play fucking Counter-Strike? You know, why are people so amazed by people playing professional Counter-Strike? Oh, they just click heads good. You know, kids running around, fucking, you know, mouse sensitivity on fucking 2000 DPI, toiling around like they got fucking spin bot, you know? As soon as they see an enemy player on their screen, immediately fucking, you know, swipe their mouse across their entire fucking mouse pad, you know? Just to press left click as soon as their cursor goes over the head. Yeah, that you know, fucking ADHD kids, right? Am I right? It's like, I get that Tabaro may not really like action RPG games. Like, if you don't like them, just say so, buddy. Or like, are you did you say that because you wish that you could play like them and so you're just jealous? Either way, personally, I think that watching people who are really good at action RPG games is really fucking fun, actually. Skill is skill no matter what form it takes in. Maybe some skill is more impressive than others, but, you know, clearly unlike what Tabaro sounds like here, I can appreciate skill for what it is, at least I try to. I don't know, man. Saying that shit and you wonder why people get fucking pissed off at you, it's like, Alright. You know he plays Zenless? Yeah, but how seriously does he take it? I fucking hope he takes it more seriously than Saint Tontus does. Just because he plays, like, Saint Tontus is the perfect example of just because you play a game doesn't mean you know what the fuck you're doing. Now, Tabaro may be very good at Arknights, but Zenless Zone Zero is not Arknights. So, just because you're good at one game does not mean you're good at another. I mean, whether or not you're good is kind of besides the point. Like, do you know what the fuck you're doing? Would be the bigger question. I would trust that Tabaro at least has the basic skill to know to have a general idea what's going on in Zenless. He may even know how to play that game better than me. But like, if that's the case, then what the fuck is his problem? Like, it'd be one thing if he never played Zenless, but he also plays Zenless too, so why is he calling himself a fucking ADHD Zoomer retard as well? Like, I don't know if that was called for, but sure, okay. I mean, he's the same dude who goes around saying you should offend people, so, alright. Fair enough, I guess. He says he only logs into Zenless and logs off right away. Who? Saint Tontus or Tabaro? Because, like, Saint Tontus has admitted himself that he only logs onto Zenless, like, once a fucking month or something, and, like, doesn't play the game otherwise. So I assume you mean Tabaro. If that's the case, then that's pathetic. He does play in like ARPGs. You'll see him play Elden Ring and beat Melina in his second video. Well, Elden Ring is Elden Ring. That and Elden Ring is more of the slow and more deliberate action RPG genre that he likes to suck dick on so much. And besides, you know, if you want me to be a little bit more impressed, he should have shown himself playing Dark Souls 1 or hell, Dark Souls 2. Like, saying that you played Elden Ring is like, well, you know, It's not quite as bad as saying you've played Genshin Impact, but, you know. Like, don't get me wrong, I respect you if you've, like fully cleared, like, Elden Ring or something, but, like, in the context of, like, talking about, like, game design or whatever, it's like, well, either game design or, like, how much of a god gamer you are. Not even a god gamer, we don't have to go that far. How much more you prefer certain genres of video games over others is like, well, Elden Ring is not exactly like a high bar to clear. At least that's the impression that I get. But then again, I've never played Elden Ring, so don't let me tell you what to think. Tabaro, yeah. If he only put if he says by his own admission that he only ever logs on to Zenless and then logs immediately off, back off again, then I don't even know why he's even fucking bringing up Zenless then. Dare I say, he's part of the main audience that he's fucking trying to roast himself. Fuck's a dude like him playing Zenless for then? Because he's a tourist? If he admits that he's a tourist, then that's one thing, I suppose. For you, fighting games are up there for being impressive and hype for you at a very high level. Yeah, exactly. They're both fighting games are both of those things at the same time. Like even for casuals, like high level play, even if they don't understand everything that's going on, obviously they're not going to. Even I don't, and I've been watching fighting games for like what, a decade now, more than that even. And I still, because I never play fighting games myself, so I know that there's always going to be certain things I'm not going to understand because I've never played fighting games before. Well, I've dabbled in them a little bit, but obviously nowhere near to like, you know, actually play them on a regular basis. But yeah, like fighting games at a high level, under the right conditions at least, are really entertaining to watch. No matter what kind of a viewer you are. Most complaints come from modern gacha players. Well, yeah, naturally. That's kind of what you sort of have to expect. Again, gacha games have become modern gacha players are spoiled. They're spoiled as fuck. So naturally, they're the ones who are going to complain the most. Now that I've said that, with that context, it's kind of disappointing to hear somebody like Tabaro bitch this much. About Enfield, considering that it seems like he's played Arknights ever since the beginning, ever since Arknights at least Global came out. Because he showed some gameplay of well, actually I don't know when Tabaro started playing Arknights actually. Maybe he was there from the beginning. Maybe he only started making content like a few years in or something. I don't know. But assuming for the moment that he was there since the beginning, it's kind of disappointing to hear an old school gacha player such as him bitch as much as as a new age gacha player. Kind of disappointing. I figure he'd be better than that. Especially Tekken, yeah. Excuse me. See the crazy shit Sweetie does in Wuwa. I've seen some of it. I've seen her do it live on stream as well. So yes, I'm very much so aware of how good Sweetie is at that game. Though I'm also aware that I think if you do solos in Wuwa, it's not as impressive just because I think the boss scales with how many characters your team has. I think solos in Wuwa would be much more impressive if the bosses did not scale. But then again, you know, 5-minute timer. If the timer goes down below 2 minutes, then you know you start taking fucking DOT damage as well. But not trying to take anything away from her. I'm just kind of thinking out loud. Holograms don't scale with how many in your party? Really? Something doesn't sound right with that. I'm not gonna lie. Because I've actually tried fighting several of the tech hologram bosses with a solo character. They seem to do much more damage than if they were in a team. So I don't know what's going on there. Scales of number of characters. That's what I think. I got somebody in my Twitch chat saying that that's not the case, but I don't know. If that's not how it works, then clearly there's something going on. But I wouldn't know exactly what. Tabaro started with the Surtur banner for global. Oh, so he's not even a day one then. Oh, well, that makes more sense then, because if he bitches as much as a new age gacha player. Oh, okay, makes sense. Because Surtur came out what, 2021? I don't think she came out in 2022. Maybe I'm sure she came out during like 2021 or something.
But with Enfield.
Oh, I gotta check. Gotta check this. Craft 2 of these things. Complete 1 adventure. Oh, right. I gotta wait for the fucking. Gotta wait for this thing. Oh, it's back already. Cool. Shit. Discovery. Yeah, Snowbud Bowl. Gotta get that. Okay. Go to craft some of that shit. Let's do like 50 of them. Complete 9 orders. Submit this. Okay. Let's see. Start 1 adventure of production 3-2. Okay. Alright, off you go.
Base building being the way it is, and with the fact that they didn't dumb down the actual.
You get conditional attack bonuses from higher level holograms, which might make it feel like it scales, but it's likely just that. Either way, if that's the reason, well, you know, whatever the reason is, to me anyway, it feels like having only one character makes your character do more damage to the boss. Whether it's because the boss itself scales with their HP scales with how many characters your team have, or how many characters your team has, or because the character itself does more damage if they're by themselves or something. Like either way, it's like more or less the same outcome. Yeah, she did come out in 2021. Yeah, so. Makes perfect sense.
Substance of the base building at all since the alpha? The vision the Enfield team had was clearly aimed at the kind of player who likes to obsess over details, who may not necessarily want something based on reflexes, but instead something more strategic, controlled and precise. The base obviously appeals to this kind of player, while the combat has ended up with a sort of identity crisis. Unsure of what it really wants to look like, trying to be a bit at everything while never actually excelling at any of them. Most of the strategy comes.
I don't think Tabaro has considered that because this is a closed beta. Maybe, here's the thing. Maybe Tabaro made this video because I was under the same impression too. So I'd have to give him the same. I'd have to extend him the same sentiment as well. Maybe Tabaro made this video because back then, at the very least, a lot of us, I'm assuming Tabaro himself here too, at least the way he sounds in this video, we thought that Enfield would come out, would launch fully after this this closed beta test, right? Clearly, right now, we don't know if that's going to be the case. Like, I think I've been hearing stuff from chat that, oh, they might do, like, one more really short, like, open beta or something before they fully launch the game or something like that. Either way, right? The closed beta for Enfield was what, earlier this year, right? I think it started like last year during December or some shit, and then it lasted until like January this year, maybe February. I forgot. I don't remember how long it ran for. Either way, though, it's been like what, fucking 6 months or so, 5, 6 months till then, and we most likely still have a few more months to go, at minimum, before Enfield launches fully. So it's like, this is me talking in hindsight, of course. So at the time, I'm sure, you know, Tabaro was under the assumption that, you know, oh, Enfield's gonna come out soon, so this is what I have to, this is what I feel like I have to say. But even with that in mind, it's like, did he not perhaps consider that this is still a closed beta and that things could change? Now, to be fair, when a game puts out a beta, right, even if it's a closed beta, usually that means that a game is really close to release, right? Usually, especially for gacha games, usually whenever gacha games start doing beta tests, like the core elements of the game, like combat mechanics and like gacha game infrastructure and stuff like that, those are usually set in stone. So it's like, well, yeah, like maybe they can't really change much of it, but like they're still betas, right? They're still betas, so you kind of have to assume that everything you see in a beta, like, not all of it's going to be the same, come, like, even between betas, right? Even between betas, especially not for final release, right? I mean, hell, you even saw in fucking, what, Wuwa, right? Where, they had to fucking rewrite their fucking whole-ass story. Well, they say they did, but they didn't really do that much, to be honest. But still, they, on the books at least, they say that they've fucking rewritten the whole story, and they only had like 6 months to do it or some shit, right? So Chinese devs, especially Chinese devs, are very much so willing to just overhaul their entire fucking game in an unbelievably short time period, right? In an unbelievably short turnover period. If that's even the right phrase to use here. I'm probably not using that phrase correctly. But, like, they can do it. Like, other Chinese devs have done it before. I'm sure Hypergriff could do the same if they really so chose to. So, like, it's like, I still think that Enfield's gameplay, at least I also want Enfield's gameplay to not remain quite the same as, again, my idea would be to combine both alpha and beta gameplay. But if it turns out that this is what we got to deal with, then I'll figure out a way to deal with it. Let me re-listen to Tabaro's shit here just to make sure I'm not letting myself swerve out of context anymore.
The base obviously appeals to this kind of player, while the combat has ended up with a sort of identity crisis. Unsure of what it really wants to look like. Trying to...
Yeah, so that's what he said. Okay. His whole thing about the combat not having a sort of like identity crisis, even if he is right about that, I would still like to have faith in Hypergriff that they can still figure something out, right? Because there's a good like Chinese devs aren't fucking stupid, right? If Tabaro feels that way, then there's a good chance that the Enfield devs also have an idea about that as well. My take on this, just looking at the alpha gameplay and the beta gameplay, or at least, you know, this is what I would like to think is going on, is that Hypergriff is experimenting, more or less, right? They used alpha gameplay, or they used their closed alpha to experiment with, okay, so what would our game look like if the gameplay was slower and more tactical and more deliberate, right? And let's see what our players, you know, feel about that, right? And then the beta, they change a lot of things. Some better, some for the better, some for the worse, right? And so now we have this gameplay beta footage, as you can see here as I mute Tabaro. And now gameplay looks something like this, right? And now Hypergriff is trying to be like is trying to see what the gameplay of this game would look like if it's more if they like crank things up a little bit, right? Added dodging, and more made the gameplay itself more high octane. Because as somebody in chat said earlier, right, beta gameplay wasn't exactly perfect either. If what he said was true, if what that one chatter said was true, that beta gameplay was basically just wait for your skills, spam your skills, and wait for them to come back off cooldown again. Just run circles around your enemies, waiting for your skills to come back again. If that's true, then obviously they had to change that shit too. You know, like, I don't exactly think that, you know, that sort of gameplay where all you do is rely on your skills and you just run circles around enemies, waiting for your skills to come back, is exactly supposed to be, you know, deliberate and tactical. So rather than, like, I sort of get where Tabaro's coming at this when he says he thinks that Enfield's gameplay has, like, a fucking identity crisis. But me personally, I'm not, surprisingly, even though I'm a pretty cynical person just personally, I don't want to look at it like that. I think that's a pretty fucking cynical view of what Enfield's gameplay is going through. Personally, I would rather look at it as a sign that Hypergriff is trying to experiment and see where a good middle ground is for their gameplay, right? Maybe the alpha gameplay was a little too slow, a little too deliberate and tactical, and now maybe the current beta gameplay is too ADHD zoomer, fucking, you know, mash your shift button into oblivion until you get sticky keys or some shit. Right? Maybe it's too ADHD zoomer pilled fucking, you know, skibbity riz. So in that case, you know, I would like to think that Hypergriff is using these two as, like, the two polar opposites of what their gameplay final version could potentially look like. And now they've spent the last, you know, however many months since closed beta, to figure out where in the middle they want to make the game. At least I certainly hope they do that. Obviously, to Tabaro's credit, I wouldn't be very happy if the game's gameplay were to look exactly like what it does in the fucking beta. I certainly hope that they bring back some of the more tactical elements, some of the more slower and deliberate and more tactical elements of the alpha back into the beta. Again, some hybrid of the two, right? Some happy as good of a middle ground as you can get between those two. But to say that Enfield's gameplay has a fucking identity crisis? Technically, most gacha games out there, most is a generalization, a lot of gacha games out there, when they first come out, their gameplay has a fucking identity crisis in and of itself. FGO's first several years of its gameplay, at least its first year for sure, the devs didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Like, they themselves didn't understand half their own fucking mechanics. Genshin 2 was kind of like, what the the first year of Genshin 2, even Hoyo was like we don't really know what to do with our elements here. Like, it took them until fucking Hu Tao's banner, I almost said Huohuo. It took them until fucking Hu Tao's banner to figure out, oh, maybe we should do a character banner and a weapon banner at the same fucking time. Unfortunately. So it's like, even gacha games that fully release have gameplay issues too. Maybe not to the same extent as whatever the fuck Tabaro was talking about here, where it's like, oh, Enfield has a fucking identity crisis. Maybe quite not that bad, but like, even if Enfield does release like this, because I think this is the biggest problem that I have, is what he says at the beginning, right? Right before he starts the segment, he says some shit about like how, oh, if they don't change this now, then it'll be too late. It can't ever change ever again. Hell no. Like, Tabaro can go fuck himself on that. Actually, let me replay that shit just to make sure I'm not like taking his words out of context. Let's see.
I have with Arknight's Enfield in its beta state, because it is not fixable once it is released.
Yeah. Verbatim, not fixable once it's released. The fuck? Like, I'm sorry? Excuse me? This is one of is good. Is this what his next delusional gacha video is gonna be about? It won't be a delusional gacha tics video. Technically nothing that yeah, technically most of the shit that Tabaro is saying here is not delusional. It's just the way he says it. I have a bigger problem with his wording, but the core things that he wants to say so far, I don't really have a problem with. But it's just that the way he talks, the way he words his arguments is very jarring. It's like, no, games can change. Like, I mean, somebody in chat already said that Tabaro only ever logs into Zenless and then logs immediately back off again. So I guess I understand why he wouldn't know this. But, like, Zenless did a soft relaunch with 1.4, and they changed a lot of the shit that people had a problem with. I mean, he even mentions that shit himself. Back when he talked about, I don't know where exactly it was, maybe it was sometime, I think it was here actually, yeah, right here. Where he goes on about how they got rid of the fucking TV gameplay shit because people fucking hated that shit. He uses this as an example. So why the fuck does he say in the beginning here this fucking shit like this?
One issue I have with Arknight's Enfield in its beta state, because it is not fixable once it is released.
No, it is, you bitch. You fucking clueless retard. It is fixable. It's not the end of the world, even if Arknight's Enfield releases its exact fucking... It releases an exact carbon copy of its fucking beta gameplay. It is fixable. You even proved it yourself with this Zenless clip. What the fuck is this dude on about? Look at what Zenless did, bro. People didn't like the shit, some of the shit that they did at launch during 1.0 last year. All right, give them a couple months, and they decide, all right, we're just gonna get rid of the TV gameplay shit because y'all didn't like it. Personally, I disagree heavily with that decision. I thought that the TV gameplay gave Zenless a lot of what its original identity was supposed to be about. Hey, doesn't Tabaro want to talk about identity? And now it's fucking gone, just entirely. And then Tabaro has the fucking gall to use a clip out of Zenless and use this exact same example, and he has the fucking gall to say this shit?
Issue I have with Arknight's Enfield in its beta state, because it is not fixable once it is released.
I mean, at this point, he might as well just quit Zenless Zone Zero and pretend Bernice doesn't exist. So yeah, that's a really bad look.
Dodging, who synergized with that 6-star and a new...
Okay, what else did I want to talk about?
...of Identity Crisis.
So yeah, I already covered the Identity Crisis part.
Unsure of what it really wants to look like, trying to be a bit of everything while never actually excelling at any of them.
Oh, also need to take care of my fucking temple shit. Alright, start 3-3. Dew elixirs. Ah, I have to fucking discover it first. Go to craft, and then we can make like another 50 of these. Okay. 3, and then complete more orders. Submit that. Thank you. And just wait for the bang boost to come back from the commission.
Most of the strat.
You don't like Tabaro having this very looking down attitude? Yeah, I'm starting to feel, well, I mean, not starting to feel. He definitely gives off a very elitist tone. Yeah. And that's a damn shame. Like, there's a way to get your point across without coming off as a fucking, without sounding like you have a stick up your ass. Sounds very Doom Posty as well. Yeah, that too. But hey, as a gacha player, especially as an FGO player, I'm not exactly, you know, a newcomer to people Doom posting about a gacha game that I play. So I'm pretty desensitized to that, to be fair. That's one of the advantages of live service games, that they really change, that they can change over time. True, but that can easily go in either direction, though. It's kind of a toss-up. You kind of have to pray that the developers are actually like cognizant enough to want to like improve the game. Now, for gacha games, usually you can expect them to do that, but in certain cases, like for example, Japanese gacha games, oh god, they take forever to improve. Like, I'm looking at you, FGO. For other games like Chinese and Korean gacha games, yeah, sure, they usually have a faster response time. They're usually more sensitive to player feedback, right? Unless your name is Genshin Impact, in which case, well, you can go fuck yourself. Genshin may as well be a fucking Japanese game with the way, or with the amount of quality of life shit that they give us on a yearly fucking basis. But besides them, but yeah, in a sense, yes, you're not wrong, Fahim. Yeah, that is potentially an advantage that gacha games have. And to be fair, the more gacha games come out, right? The more big production gacha games come out, the more sensitive they have to be to player feedback. Otherwise, they risk losing their players to like other gacha games that are either already out or are gonna come out later, right? Because if you have a gacha game these days, especially if it's like bigger production that doesn't listen to their players, unless your name is motherfucking Genshin Impact, you're probably gonna lose a lot of your players. Just look at Girls Frontline 2. Ask the Chinese players. Keck W. But yeah, definitely a double-sided, like a double-edged sword. I think that's the proper term. But to be fair, it becomes more and more of an advantage, a straight advantage for gacha games as more of them come out. To be fair. Also, I think I have to fucking. Give me 1 second. There we go. It makes you have the feeling that he doesn't have much faith in the devs, as if they were some child that mindlessly follows follows mainstream feedback. Like, I understand his sentiment. I get why he's so concerned. Even after all of his fucking elitist tones and his bizarre fucking wording, which I could kind of understand why he's wording it, why he's talking like this, because, you know, if he's the kind of guy that says who says offend everybody, then well, he's kind of a bitch then. But even through all that, I still understand where he's coming from, because at the end of the day, he truly cares. Well, I don't know if he truly cares about Arknights, but at least he gives off the impression that he does. And as somebody who glazes Arknights as the best gacha game out there right now, I want to give him that benefit of the doubt. So I want to trust him on the possibility that he really enjoys Arknights and he really truly does want nothing but the best for Enfield, but like this ain't it. You know? At least not the attitude. Maybe the feedback, sure, but the attitude ain't it. You should make this reaction into a video. I'll make my own standalone video. I think that's what I'll do. I found that trying to make like React Andy videos, like what all the other slop tubers do, where they just react to something and then you know, they have their editors just fucking cut that shit out of their streams and just fucking piss it out onto their YouTube channels as YouTube content. It doesn't work for me because I take my sweet ass time reacting to shit. Because I want to be deliberate. I want to be, I want to take my time and really break things down. And I don't want to come off as a fucking one-sided fucking narcissist. I mean, to some people, I'm already enough of a narcissist already, with me going around calling myself the fucking god of gacha. But, like, I really want to take my time and fucking get my point across. Like, really elaborate on my arguments. You can't do that if I can't do that if I just pull a fucking St. Tontus or a Tectone where I just watch a fucking video, say some slurs, or say some fucking random-ass bizarre fucking ad hominem shit, if I can speak English correctly, and call it a fucking day. So I found out that I can't exactly do that. But what I can do is make like a standalone, like an actual edited video that, you know, where I actually make my own script for it and, you know, record voice lines and then do some editing and then put it up on YouTube. That I will do. React videos be literal hours long. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, most ADHD Zoomer kids these days don't really want to watch videos like that. But, you know, I say that, but I make like 30 plus minute videos anyway, so. Fuck me, I guess. Actual value input. I mean, I'm glad you see it for, I'm glad you, that's how you see my input, King of Gacha. Because that's exactly what I'm trying to go for. Because in this day and age where nuance and detail is needed more than ever, people don't want to do it. So, and somebody has to. Otherwise, you know, you end up with the fucking current American government. And if our government can become retarded, then, you know, what is safe, you know? Nothing. Nothing's safe.
Strategy comes from the team comps rather than the execution. The actual process of triggering combos and doing damage and so on, while satisfying for a while, is very easy. Use a battle skill or two, do your basic attack string, face tank smaller hits, use combo skills on cooldown, and repeat. I quickly exhausted every single possibility for improvement, and even self-limiting clears like duos and solos are not at all challenging. I died more often to platforming than to enemies. This is
skill issue.
Mostly due to the current cast of enemies lacking any real variety or complexity. Sure, it will improve with time, but the state of the game at launch has real implications for the future of the game. Hypergriff has been through these motions before. Today, more than 5 years after its launch, Arknights is known for its meaningfully challenging
yeah,
modes.
I remember what he mentioned here. I remember what I wanted to talk about here.
In price, there was nothing else to play the game for, and it will remain in its launch play. There was nothing else to play the game for. With Enfield, Hypergriff seems to have regressed into doing the same thing by making it frustratingly shallow in its launch state, but doing.
So this is the other thing I wanted to comment on in this segment. So his complaint here, the thing that he's complaining about here, is that Hypergriff is making the same mistake as they did in the beginning of OG Arknights. Because at the beginning of OG Arknights, this is something I talked about myself various times before, where at the start of OG Arknights, like the first year or so, or maybe even a few, there was like basically nothing to do, right? Even Tectone bitch about that for all the dog shit takes that he has, you know. Blind rats are right twice a day at least, I guess. So like I get that, right? But then as time went on, Arknights significantly improved. It significantly expanded on their gameplay. So now, 5-6 years in, Arknights actually has some of the most amount of gameplay, actually the most amount of gameplay out of any gacha game out there, and it's great to see. You love to see it. But now with Enfield, Tabaro has a problem with it regressing. Or in his word, in what he thinks is regressing back to the state of, oh, the game has no gameplay, or it's like they're going back, they're regressing on what they learned over the years. Here's the thing. Again, I understand where he's coming from, because yeah, if you look at it from a normal perspective, yes, that should be the conclusion you come to, right? Why is a very experienced, very decorated, I don't know if decorated is the right word to use here, but like a developer studio that's held in high regard, right, myself included, why, when they're making a new game, why does it seem like they've learned nothing from the past 5 years of them making their previous game? Well, the reason is twofold. One, I'll start with the simpler reason, is simply because this is most likely a different team. Again, just look at all the fucking Hoyo games. Every single game that Hoyo manages, develops, publishes, and manages, right? Whether it's one of their fucking older games like Impact or even Tears of Themis, or any of the newer games, right? Any of their big title, their big flagship titles like Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless. All those games are managed by different teams. And while they will do a lot of things very similarly, they're still different teams at the end of the day, and so therefore they will do some things different. Obviously, their Zenless team does things the most differently out of the three, while the Genshin team and the Star Rail team are, they usually do most things pretty similarly, but obviously the Star Rail team has branched off and, done their own thing, even from the very start. So it's like, well, remember, for Enfield, because OG Arknights is still going, right? It hasn't EOS'd yet. The team that is in charge of Arknights OG is not likely the same team that's in charge of Enfield. The team that is in charge of Enfield is most likely a brand new, fresh team. Or at least a lot of the members should be. A lot of the devs that are working on Enfield should be fresh recruits that Hypergriff hired to bring on board to the team to help work on Enfield, to help develop it, right? I would go so far as to suggest that maybe the person who's in charge of Enfield, the director or whoever has like the leadership position within Enfield's team, whoever that may be, is probably a new member too. And that would very clearly explain why, going from alpha to beta gameplay, the beta gameplay for Enfield has sped up quite a bit, right? To fall more in line with your Genshins or your Wuwas or your fucking your Genshins or your Wuwas or your Star Rails. Right, to cater to a more mainstream audience. So these are different teams. Just because they have the same company name does not mean these are the same people working on it. Some of them for sure, maybe, but not their entire teams. So that's the easier part. The easier part of that whole discussion. The second part is a little bit harder to explain. Actually, I think I already kind of went over this before, but I guess I'll just repeat myself again. Gacha games, when you make a brand new gacha game, even if it's by the same fucking developer, right? You're not gonna get everything right the first time. Like, maybe you can expect like a degree of competency or like some of their skills to translate over from their first game, but it's still a brand new game, even if it is a sequel. again, I don't fault Tabaro for having this sort of feeling or making this sort of like statement that it feels like Hypergriff has like regressed and completely tossed everything they learned about developing a gacha game for Arknights anyway, like out the fucking window. But you have to understand, it's not that simple. It just isn't. Like, maybe that argument would hold more water if, for example, Enfield were also a tower defense game just like OG Arknights. Like, imagine if Enfield also was also a tower defense game, but instead of like using 2D sprites, right? Like 2D chibi model sprites like Arknights does, they just use full-ass 3D models. Then in which case, yeah, sure, okay. Then yeah, like, the fact that Enfield has regressed to this degree is kind of concerning. Like, that would be a much stronger argument in that case. But Enfield is not a fucking tower defense game anymore. Well, maybe it might have some tower defense, like, mini games just to be cute, but clearly that's not the main game anymore. So it's like, I don't know. Well, it's not that I don't know. I get that Tabaro's concerned that, you know, it feels like Hypergriff has like turned back the clock and now they're acting like fucking 2020 Hypergriff all over again. But again, it's not that simple. Whether or not Tabaro understands that and he says it anyway is another question entirely, though. Respect Cronest's wishes? Why? What's Twitch chat getting into? Let's see. I think it started with the KS Lord. New gacha players be like, I want a game to be a Genshin like, but not Genshin. Azure Lane GFA 1 wouldn't exist if Kantai kept their didn't keep the region lock. I think that's what you meant to say. And then Cronus said, I'm not an older gacha player, neither a new one, but you want a game with some elements that Genshin has. If that goes on, if that means wanting to have a Genshin-like game, then it is what it is. And then Dark Black White Wolf says, problem is, if you aren't well informed, there's so many open world games coming, it's not even a joke how many players play those open world games. We have Enfield and Duet Night Abyss come out this year, and then NT and Anta, Azure Parmelia, Silver Palace, and Rewind and Cadence. So the question remains, how many Genshins do we need in our life? Personally, I don't see the problem with all these Genshin clones coming out. Dark Black White Wolf. Maybe you won't. Maybe that's not a stance that you don't share with me. But remember, I've made this very clear before. Whenever I call a gacha game a Genshin clone, I don't actually use that as a term to insult them, because Genshin is an excellent game. Genshin is extremely high production. So if your game is worthy of being a clone to Genshin, you yourself are probably a pretty good game too. And again, I've explained before that even though I consider Wuthering Waves to be a Genshin clone, even then, right, I still consider mentally Wuwa to be a different enough game where it is still its own game. While it is a Genshin clone, it's still Wuthering Waves. It does enough things differently where I still have my reasons to play Wuthering Waves, and I still, while also playing Genshin Impact. So yes, while they are both open world games, you know, to me, they're different enough where I still have reason to play both of them. And if I have a good enough reason to play both Genshin and Wuwa at the same time, then that means I can play any other Genshin clone for the same reasons too, or you know, along a similar train of thought, I suppose. Again, if you don't agree with that, that's fine. I'm just trying to explain to you where I'm coming from, and I'm just trying to say that, you know, there are some people out there like Cronus too, you know. Maybe what they are looking for is like basically Genshin, but it does things a little bit differently. If that's what they want, that should be fine. That you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Or at least I don't think there should be. And besides, for gacha games to evolve in a meaningful way, sometimes you do have to go through these phases where you have a lot of these clones come out in quick succession. Right? I mean, I mentioned that I play a lot of first-person shooters. I can give you FPSs as an example, right? Back when fucking, Doom first came out, like the OG fucking Doom on like Linux or some shit. Did it come out on Linux back then? I don't know. I don't remember. Right? Like, if you know your FPS history, your first-person shooter history, right? After Doom came out, all these people, everybody started coming out with their own fucking Doom clones, right? Because they wanted to be the next Doom because of how fucking successful Doom was. Everybody fucking loved Doom. So therefore, would it surprise you to know that a lot of other people looked at Doom was like, hey, we can make our own Doom, and they did. But they just made it a little bit different every single time, so that way, while they may be clones, it's still their own game. They do at least a couple things, at least a little bit differently, to the point where it can still be considered its own game. Even though, very obviously, it ripped off Doom. Either ripped off Doom or took, heavy inspiration from them. Like, sometimes sometimes that's what, like, evolution in, like, the video game industry has to look like. Well, maybe it doesn't have to look like that, but sometimes that's the form that it takes. And seeing it happen here in the gacha space too, I'm not surprised. Nothing about this is a surprise. That, you have Genshin Impact come out, and it's like a legitimate revolutionary fucking gacha game, and now, because of how goddamn successful it is, now, 4 years later, we're finally starting to see like a surge of Genshin clones start to come out. Because, it took the Chinese devs, all those Chinese devs, the last 4 or 5 years, as soon as they saw Genshin pop the fuck off, they were like, oh, we can do that too. We can make our own Genshin, and so they did. And now, 4 or 5 years later, they're almost ready to go. Either soon or, somewhat soon. Like, that's what happens sometimes. And like it or not, that's what we're gonna have to deal with. In my opinion, I share Cronus' view, or at least a bit of it, where, like, I don't mind if a ton of Genshin clones come out. Because if nothing else, at the very least, what that will do is that will show us what Genshin could have been. Or that gives us ideas on how we want Genshin to be, too. Because all these other Genshin clones will start doing their own thing, right? But not only that, but it'll also improve upon the Genshin formula. They'll start doing what Genshin does, but a little bit better in some respects. Maybe not all of them, but some of them at a time. And so with all these clones together, you have one Genshin clone, like, let's say, for example, Wuthering Waves, do, for example, combat a little bit better, right? Their combat is more... how should I say, it's more engaging, it's more impactful, like it's more fun, right? Because it's more high octane, you got dodges and shit, and you can parry enemies too. That shit is cool, right? Maybe a lot of people prefer that over whatever the fuck Genshin's is, where it's more like, it's more about team building and elemental reactions and shit like that. You have other games like, NTE coming out, where, it's Genshin, but it's set in an urban setting, and it's got GTA elements, right, where you get to drive around in a car, you get to fucking, hijack other people's fucking vehicles, and if you fucking run over a pedestrian, or technically you can't, but, if you phase through one, or if you do some other bad shit, you start getting fucking star ratings like it's fucking anime GTA, and, you got the fucking popo on your ass, right? That's just kind of cool. At least I think so, maybe you don't. And the list goes on. So, yeah, like... Again, just because Genshin clones exist does not mean they're a bad thing. And whether or not you think they're bad, or whether or not you think they're bad, they're going to exist anyway. Like, you can't stop them. They're on their way. So, like, best for you to get used to them, I guess. If you don't want to, then you just ignore them. That's fine. As Tabaro said, they take it from this dude.
Fear not. there is actually...
Oh, not this part.
Don't play it.
But yeah, hopefully I was able to smooth over that conversation. It was still important. It was still an important tangent though, but will and Genshin give you much different experience? Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel. Yeah. Yeah, that's like saying, oh, just because Dark Souls exists, that means that we shouldn't get all these other Soulsborne games too, or all these Souls-like games. That's an entire fucking genre now, isn't it? Right? Isn't it? Oh, we have Dark Souls 3 already. Why did they feel the need to make fucking Lies of P? You know, why did they bother making Black Myth Wukong? Like, having more options is not always, but almost always a good thing. The only reason why you would think it's bad, well, the only two reasons that I can think of why you would think having more options is bad is, one, you are very susceptible to like choice paralysis, where you have a hard time deciding on what you want to pick and choose. So having less options is better for you, so that way you can better focus on what you're already playing. Or two, your name is fucking Saint Tondas, and all you want to do is just push a fucking agenda. Like the fucking retard you are. But anyways, that's just what I wanted to say to that conversation. Oh, nice. The temple's upgraded. It was bound to happen in the gacha space. I still think that a gacha game like Genshin Impact would have come out eventually. Something that would really wow the mainstream audience into playing it and getting into, like, introducing, like, the whole concept, the genre of gacha games to them at large. Maybe if we didn't have Genshin, or maybe if we didn't have the pandemic, we wouldn't have had, like, our current timeline's version of, like, Genshin's sheer success, maybe. Perhaps not, but I think something like that would have happened anyway. Some form of it. We would have gotten a Chinese studio who would have made a game like Genshin that's open world, very high production quality, and has a PC client, and that would have taken the West by storm. Or just globally, it would have taken the whole world by storm, not just the West. Yeah, I think it would have happened eventually in one form or another. But again, without the pandemic, maybe not, obviously not to the same degree, maybe. But that's neither here nor there. When are we gonna get 3D FGO? Well, ask Aniplex. Los Angeles can't be the one developing it though. Gotta go to sleep. All right, thanks Fahim. Thanks for hanging out, man. Catch you next time. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Let's see, higher, sure. Oh, that's cute. We have a whole ass animation. Rise and shine, Mr. What's his name again? Magnetaboo. Yeah. Rise and shine, Mr. Magnetaboo. Time to smell the ashes. Herbal selling, well, that's cool. No, I don't really give a shit. How can I increase my fucking shit? We need to obtain 25k Cloud Crest through selling. But I already have fucking 71k. Fuck you. Fucking bitches. Why ain't that shit, retroactive? Fuck you. Video still in the middle of the screen. I'm aware. I'm just trying to get past this temple gameplay. I mean, it's just temple gameplay. You're not, it's not really showing much. Does Jufufu have a fucking side objective for me? I think she does. But yeah, don't worry about it. I know that the fucking video is still up on screen. Okay, now we can continue working on the temple levels. Alrighty, what do we got here? Gotta sell coin. Gotta sell shit to obtain the coins. Craft 2 dongyao patches. Okay. Discover this shit. Okay. Go to craft. And then we'll do that. All right. Got that going. What else I got? Own 10. You have to own fucking Bangbus? Well, at least they're A ranks, so it shouldn't be that bad. Former community 1-1 score reaches 100. What the f? Oh, it's another. It's a separate logistics place. Ah, I see. Oh god, now we gotta wait for an hour. Ah, fuck. Now the Bangbus are gonna be out for a whole ass hour. God damn it. Oh well, at least we have some time to kill. Ah, fuck. Okay, now we just gotta sell some shit. Now we must sell. We need to sell spirit cleansing pouches. I think we have to go craft some of those. Spirit cleansing pouches. Yeah, let's go make like, oh, excuse me, 50 of them maybe. Hopefully that's good. Okay, we'll check back on this later. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. BRB. Alright, I'm back. Not a fan of the temple stuff? Yeah, it's a lot of busy work. I'm not a fan of it either, but it is what it is. Bob Bangbu is like, boss, for this one, need some time, yeah. Clearly. Well, the Bangboos are just trying to, you know, get their job done. Tabaro also doesn't like techie. Well, yeah, nobody should, but nobody should, so that shouldn't be that's not exactly a surprise, but well, at least I know for sure. Well, I certainly hope that's true. Hey, yo, Buckethead. Looks like you stopped by when I was doing my little, when I was like rambling about something. Wonder what the next revolution will be. Yeah, not sure. One of those things where it's like, usually a lot of the time, like revolutionary stuff has to be something that nobody's seen coming, right? Because for something to be revolutionary, somebody's got to think of something that nobody else has ever thought of before, right? Or at least, you know, execute it in a way that nobody else has envisioned it before. So just by that nature, a lot of the time, revolutionary stuff are things that, you know, nobody else is able to see coming. So we'll only see it, we'll only know when it gets here. Yeah, maybe VR stuff. Who knows? Just came back, so you thought we went back into nah. I'm still reacting to Tabaro's video. You know how long it takes me to fucking react to a video, especially one that's like fucking 30 minutes long. So.
If their overworld healing needs can be met with items you can craft directly from the backpack, and a 4-star like Snowshine can provide literally all my healing needs with room to spare anyway, what reason does the action-seeking player have to engage with the base at all? The outposts are optional. All they need at that point is some components to make gear. This, combined with the lack of strategic depth in its launch state, creates a serious risk of cultivating a majority of players who are exclusively invested in the action gameplay. Now, this will be a controversial take, but I would not be making this video were I not willing to defend it. I think the best decision Enfield could possibly make after the beta is to remove the dodge entirely. Hypogryph's development decisions will be driven.
And yeah, that I already went over why I disagree with that, and I don't think dodge has to be removed entirely. Even though, to be fair, I explained it in kind of a different direction than he did. Either way, what's important is that no, you don't have to remove the dodge. Again, throughout this video, or not throughout, well, I guess technically throughout the video, but in this segment specifically, throughout the combat stuff, he gives a lot of criticism, but he doesn't give any suggestions on how to improve it. Literally, the only thing that he does is his suggestion of removing an entire fucking mechanic, which I don't consider that to be like, I don't consider this to be feedback. This is just a knee-jerk reaction is all it is. Is the video a bit quiet, or is just you? It shouldn't be. I can crank up the desktop volume on my end, but it should be pretty good for you guys. Does anybody else have that problem where the video audio is kind of low? If it is, I can just crank up my desktop audio from my end. Snowshine, what? Who? Aurora is busted because she can heal, parry, and break. You don't have that problem? Okay, well, for now, Warwick, it might just be on your end. Hey yo, Area, welcome back. What's happening here? I'm getting some Zenless Temple stuff done, but in the meantime, I'm reacting to Tabaro's Enfield videos. This is the first one. We're like halfway through it right now, and it is actually kind of low. Okay, in that case, then well, I'll just crank up the audio on my end then. On the other hand, though, let me go ahead and mute Zenless because the ambient noise from Zenless might also get a little bit loud, too. Actually, matter of fact, I'll just fucking mute the game. Not like we care about listening to Zenless right now. Okay, well, hopefully that's better because my my video audio, like on my YouTube browser itself, is already at max, as you can see here. So it's not that can't be the reason. But yeah, hopefully by cranking up the desktop volume toggle on my OBS, it's a little better now.
Dodge entirely. Hypergriff's development decisions will be driven by what players want, and if the vast majority of players aren't engaging with the base, the game's evolution will reflect that. This is my #1 issue with the game. They are creating a precarious combination of action gameplay in the combat alongside the slower gameplay of the base. We already have an example of such a precarious combination in a gacha game failing to hold in Zenless Zone Zero's TV mode. It is an action game, it was advertised as an action game. Lo and behold, the action gamers didn't like the TV mode, and Hoyoverse decided to all but kill the TV mode entirely. The difference, though, is that Zenless Zone Zero was built from the ground up around its dodge and parry mechanics. It is fundamentally an action game, that is where its strengths lie, and that decision was an act of leaning further into those strengths. Enfield, on the other hand, has been built from the ground up around the base, yet it is taking clear steps towards action gameplay. Obviously they aren't going to kill off the base entirely, you might as well announce end of service at that point, but I am convinced Enfield is sleepwalking into doing something not all that far removed. If the game cultivates a player base who are seeking action, then as more and more regions are introduced, each one asking the player to build a new base from scratch, those action-seeking players will complain, and being the majority of the player base, there is a serious danger of Hypergriff pivoting to action gameplay for that reason. And we have already seen that Hypergriff is perfectly willing to let you sidestep most of the strategy in their strategy game, so long as you pay up.
But you can get it for free, though, if you play the game. And if you're a global player, you should have seen this bitch coming, so what's your excuse? And besides, you don't even need the fucking cockroach. You can clear all the content even without her. So, again, what the fuck is this dude's point? This segment from, like, as soon as he starts explaining, going about his fucking Zenless tangent up until, like, wherever I pause it, right here, this basically feels like a very, very disguised way of him bitching about how he doesn't like what Enfield, what direction Enfield is taking. You can even use the support one too if you didn't get her. Well, to be fair, if you use the support, then you can't get a 3-star for a lot of maps. So if you're gonna use her, then ideally, you know, it should be your own. It should be your own. But some event game modes, yeah, you can take supports without, you know, worrying about not getting a 3-star or whatever. It's fine now. Okay. Good. What are your thoughts on MC and Zenless being less of a proxy due to toning down of the TV system. I mean, for one, Madao, the TV gameplay got fucking axed entirely. We haven't gotten new TV gameplay since last year. The last time we got TV gameplay was in the form of like a sort of like a roguelike event mode-ish thing. And that event apparently was meant to be like a send-off to that game mode, as like a final hurrah, because the devs were no longer going to develop content like that ever again. So there are a couple layers to that, just to answer your question. What is it? One, I guess answering your question directly for now is that I don't personally mind, or at least the first half of your question, I don't mind proxy being less of a proxy if that's really where they want to take the fucking story. Personally, I would prefer them to keep proxy as like somebody who helps your playable characters in the background. I prefer that sort of story dynamic much more, because if I wanted to have a main character who went out there and fucking kicked ass in person, then I can just go play, Genshin. I can just go read Genshin or fucking Star Rail story, or hell, God forbid, Wuthering Waves. So the fact that Zenless' MC was not, just a gung-ho fucking, unga bunga protag who fucking goes around shoving their sword up, enemies' buttholes, and shoving their other sword up the girls' other holes. The fact that they were a little bit different was at least a little bit refreshing, at least from a story dynamic. Once again, but if that's the direction they want to take, then I'm not the boss of them. I'm not the director or anything. It would still be an interesting plotline anyway, because at the very least, even if the proxies do eventually become like quote-unquote playable characters in their own right, it would be very interesting to see how they would take it, simply because this will be the first gacha game where the main characters did not start as playable characters, but then later they were added as playable, or they gained fucking enough, they became strong enough personally where now they are actual fucking in-person combatants, and like you can actually control them yourself. That's actually kind of cool, actually. How many times can I say we're actually in the same sentence? But I would say at the very least, if they plan on doing that, they should give it a couple years. Let's say make it so that the first 3-4 years of Zenless's life cycle keeps the proxies as like side characters in the middle of combat. And then maybe, after enough story passes, and there's enough build-up in the story that can justify, at least somewhat adequately, why the proxies are going around fucking throwing hands with all the other characters, and sure. But it depends. I guess for me, for right now, it depends on like how quickly they advance the plotline, or how quickly they advance the storyline on that. As for the second half of your question of how it's due to the toning down of TV system, I've explained before that I don't like the fact that they've gotten rid of the TV gameplay system at all entirely. The TV shit was what in my opinion gave Zenless a lot of its identity, which is something that Tabaro apparently is trying to talk about here in this fucking video. So the fact that Zenless got rid of it because enough people fucking bitched about it is kind of a fucking tragedy, to be honest. Right? Now, when it comes to story, even though it is easier to just visually follow along because you actually can see your characters in person, right? At least they're models, and you get to see them run around in person in an actual physical location rather than see them run around on a fucking TV screen. Like, I understand, I see the improvement there. I'm not saying it's bad, but we definitely lost something from the original vibe of Zenless from last year, right? Compared to what Zenless is now. Because now that there's no TV gameplay, it's like, well, now we don't really get the sense that we are a proxy looking at a fucking computer screen, tracking the progress of our Bangboos, guiding our characters, our playable characters, through a holo. I think, in my personal opinion, I think some sort of hybrid would have been the best way to go, but I guess I understand if they decided like maybe we could do that, but like that would just be way too much on us. We can't do that right now. So our only option is to either go all in on one thing or another, and people don't like the TV gameplay thing, so I mean, you know, TV's got to go. So like I'm sure it was a hard decision. But even still, that doesn't, you know, get rid of the fact that, you know, the TV gameplay, us losing the TV gameplay, also meant that we lost a pretty big portion of what Zenless's vibes were like back in the day, back during the first couple of months of the game until 1.4. Excuse me. Is this character like a cheat code? It's the closest thing we have to a cheat code. She's extremely strong. She's probably the single strongest character in the game right now. Unless, of course, CN has other operators who are even more busted. But this girl, her actual name is Weezadel. I call her Walter because of a meme. And everybody loves, you know, Breaking Bad memes. But Walter is extremely strong, broken even. That's why. Without getting into like super nerdy details. He dislikes how newer Arknights players are encouraged to brute force with OP supports for early game, not learn the fundamentals of the game. Well, unfortunately, I'm not exactly with him on that one. Like, once again, I get where he's coming from with that, but remember, Arknights at the end of the day is a gacha game. A lot of people who play this game are casual as fuck. A lot of people aren't interested in like learning how to fucking play the game properly. I mean, apparently Tabaro's played Elden Ring, right? Aren't there people out there who think that if you just spam magic through the entire fucking game and you beat the game with nothing but magic, you didn't play the game right? Optional TV game mode would have been the best. Yeah, but that would have still meant that they would have to still develop two different like versions for the same content, and from a development standpoint, obviously that's pretty fucking shitty to do. So like I get where they're coming from, but yeah, it's still shitty that we lost you know, the TV gameplay stuff, because that, you know, that was what provided Zenless a lot of its vibes, but now it's just like, you know, Zenless just feels like basically a glorified Genshin Impact or a glorified Star Rail at this point, without the TV shit. Like, don't get me wrong, the TV stuff did have its problems. I think their critical mistake was they focused too much on it too early on in the game, because most of your early game experience in Zenless was like 70 to like 80% TV shit, I think, if I recall correctly anyway. So like, yeah, no wonder a lot of players back then last year were like, bro, this TV gameplay shit is whack. Not only that, but it took a little too long to go through all the TV shit too. So it's like, yeah, of course people were not gonna like this. Zenless's combat already has its own identity. It does, but what I'm saying, King of Gacha, is that the TV gameplay gave it its own. It added to the vibes. It added to Zenless's identity. So without that, I definitely feel it. Like, Zenless is obviously still its own game. It's still very different from Genshin or fucking Wuwa, but like, having more ways to differentiate yourself is never a bad thing. Or having more ways to help solidify your identity, other than just being yet another fucking, you know, big AAA quality action RPG gacha. would be nice. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Magic is a cheese way, but to dictate how people play their games is not cheating. That's not cool. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's fine if you think that, oh, if you do nothing but spam fucking magic in a Souls-like game, and that's how you beat the game. Like, you know, maybe you wouldn't do that yourself, obviously. But to say that people shouldn't do that is like, yeah, no. Like, people can play video games however they want. Like, if people want to fucking brag about, oh my god, I beat Elden Ring with nothing but magic, I'm so good at the game, guys, then yeah, like, obviously at that point you can fucking give them shit. But if someone's like, oh yeah, I just beat, I beat Elden Ring with magic, and they're not trying to be a fucking asshole about it, then yeah, it's like, okay, cool. Like, maybe try to play the game again with like fucking, quote unquote real weapons next time, but they still beat the game. Because it's less meaningful that way, but at the end of the day, playing video games, there's not really much meaning in playing video games, to be honest with you. So how you decide to play them, to me anyway, ultimately doesn't fucking matter, as long as you're not fucking cheating, or like you're not trying to like make yourself look good like a fucking badass for playing a video game in a certain way, in a certain retarded way that nobody gives a shit about. Like, if you want to play a gacha game and, like, take it super seriously, then that's cool. I respect that. If you want to really sit down and fucking, learn the ins and outs of a mechanic learn the ins and outs of the mechanics of a gacha game, such as FGO or Arknights, then yeah, cool, that's cool. You do you. More power to you, man. And if you do that, if you do take the time to do that, then obviously you do deserve more respect as an actual player. But if people just want to slam the fucking cockroach into every single fucking map and just get over the go through the game that way, I don't give a shit either. It's a fucking gacha game, man. Like, I get that, you'd like for people to, like, learn how to play the game properly, but these are gacha games, bro. Gacha games are fucking casual as fuck. Like, the game itself gives you ways to just not give a shit about the mechanics if you don't want to fucking give a shit about them. So, at that point, for me personally, why the fuck do I care? Why the fuck should I care if people just want to play if people want to play the game, their gacha games, one way or another? Doesn't fucking matter to me. I don't give a shit if you fucking zero cycle and zero cycle MOC12 in Star Rail. Like, that's cool. I'm glad that you did it. But me personally, I don't give a fuck. Cause let me know if there's an achievement for fucking zero cycling in Star Rail. I don't think there is. Last I checked, the game still gives you all 800 Stellar Jades as long as you get MOC12 done and all the other stages done within 10 fucking turns. So, I don't give a fuck if you zero cycle the game. There is. It's in the achievements. Oh, I guess that's an achievement I'm never gonna see then. And nothing of value was lost. Except for like 5 fucking Stellar Jades, I guess. Red Flame made a pretty good video. It's the one that has like 200k views, right? I've had that video pop up on my recommended from time to time. Maybe I should go watch that one too. It's 20 Jades. Oh, 20 Jades. Oh, what am I going to do without those 20 Jades? He doesn't mind blueprints being added, but not during the release phase. I don't mind what they decide to do with like potential base blueprints. If they want to add them, if they want to include them at the beginning of the game, so be it. Cool. I don't care. If they want to keep them for later and I have to figure out how to build my own fucking base, then yeah, that's cool too. I'm pretty neutral on that personally. Yeah, Fade Echo, we're talking about Enfield. You don't feel people saying just don't play Enfield if you don't like the base building. I do get your point, but the base building aspect seems to be pretty it feels like it's going to be pretty polarizing, or at the very least it's probably going to be a big part of the game. So if you don't like base building, then like I don't want you to fucking suffer through a game where a lot of it is basically just staring at your base grow. So I think in that case, it's like, well, like, unless Hypergriff decides to pull a fucking Hoyo and completely get rid of the fucking base building, but yeah, like base building seems to be it seems like it's gonna be a pretty core aspect of the game. And again, if you don't like it, or you're not really feeling it, and you're starting to feel like it's like affecting your enjoyment of the game, it's like, well, like, I hate to sound like Tabaro as well, but yeah, perhaps you should reconsider like why you're spending your time on this game in the first place. People are bitching about Kelston doing low-cost shit with the Walter for a newbie. If he's taking support Walter, then that's one thing. If he's using his own Walter, then yeah, that's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie, that's a little bit weird. But if he's taking a support Walter, then like, what are people fucking bitching about? Pulls, bro? Yeah, what 20 J's isn't even a fuck. It is only an eighth of a pull, bro. Want to do my thoughts about recent changes to its gameplay? I don't know if you already talked about it, but friend said he changed the stuff and became Genshin-like comp. You mean if you're talking about I'm assuming you must mean that in the Enfield context. I never played either of its betas, either the closed alpha or the beta. So I can't tell you with personal experience what the gameplay was like. However, that's kind of the sense that I'm getting, where alpha gameplay used to be slower, more tactical, more deliberate, whereas the beta gameplay that we saw earlier this year was indeed like sped up. It's a lot faster now. Some of the more tactical elements of the gameplay from alpha 2 years ago or last year or whatever were removed entirely, or they're not removed maybe, but they were like reworked so that they're a lot more optimized, I suppose, if you can call it that. Not exactly Genshin-like combat. The fact that you have all 4 characters out at the same time means that it's not Genshin Impact in combat at all. So if you're worried that it's basically become a clone of Genshin's combat, then no, you don't have to worry about that. but it was sped up. It was more streamlined so that it's more, you know, action RPG like. Instead of instead of being a more tactical and more deliberate action RPG like it used to be from the alpha. But yeah, that's the sense that I'm getting here just from watching this video so far. He always uses support Walter. Yeah, if he always uses support Walter, then what the fuck? What's the problem? What's the issue? I mean, I guess the only issue at that point is that maybe you can't find somebody who has Walter up. That actually reminds me, I should probably put my own Walter up on my support, just so that people can use her too. But yeah, if he only ever uses a support Walter, then yeah, like quite literally, what the fuck is the problem? Like the only problem at that point is a new player finding somebody to put on their friends list who even has a support Walter. In which case, well, you know, that's why you join different Discord servers and see if you can get some help there or something. I don't know if Arknights has like an official global server, like like an official global Discord server or something. But like if there is, then you know that's even better. Like, you know, just go through your fucking random fucking friends list, like assuming that they show you like random people, and then if you see a fucking support Walter, you know, use them and try to send them a friend request or something. See if they accept. Is there a future Walter banner? Well, I'm sure, but I have no idea when that would be, or I have no idea when that is. Support Walter isn't low cost, bro. Wow, I didn't realize that 0 cost was low cost. Man, even in Arknights you still have retards like that, huh? Holy fucking shit. I'm used to calling stall rail players and the rat ass Wuwa shills fucking retards. It's kind of a new feeling calling Arknights players retards. But then again, I'm watching a Tabaro video, so. How long do I have left on this? 24 minutes left, okay. Walter will come back during Exia, Alter, and Lumen's banners. Okay, and there you go. They're all retarded? Actually, no, you're right. All gacha players are retarded. Why discriminate? They're all retarded. Organized community is actually split on being pro and anti Walter. So most people don't put Walter as their support. Wow. I guess most Arknights players are retarded then. The good part's coming. Oh yeah, I'm sure. If I already had, if I've already been able to spend like fucking 3.5 hours just on the first half of the fucking video, oh boy, can't wait to see how much longer I'll spend on the rest of this. And I still have the second video to watch too. Oh boy. But someone uses the argument that searching for treasures in an open world game is as tedious as setting up a factory. Well, that sounds like a skill issue to me. Don't bring cost into Arknights. Also, what the supports are meant to help you, so what's the fucking deal? Since you can't auto farm with the supports in anyways, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, you can't auto or you can, I guess you can auto deploy maybe, but yeah, you can't auto farm. You can't do your recurring runs with supports, right? So yeah, like there's still a very clear disadvantage in using supports, but I mean, it's Arknight's players, bruh. Like, I don't know if you've heard me mention this before, Trav, but anytime I stream Arknights, I always have people come to my Twitch chat trying to fucking backseat my fucking dick. Oh, have you tried using this team? Have you tried using this team? I did it with this team. I did it with that team. Like, holy fucking shit. They probably just watched the fucking Killston video and said that they've cleared it on their own anyway, just to make themselves look smart. You're wrong, Mr. Streamer. Oh, well, hold that L. You're wrong, Mr. Streamer. Well, my bad. Arknight's players are split with 4-star elitists suffer to play the game correctly versus just Walter this shit, bro. Don't think too hard. Well, I mean, I guess Tabaro is one of those elitists then. Makes perfect sense why he's made this video.
Pay up. But for the same reason Hoyoverse's attempts at strategy have been absolute dogshit, Hypergriff would not even hold a candle to developers with mature and polished action gameplay systems. Removing the dodge and doubling down on strategic gameplay solves this problem and gives them the space to build on Enfield's strengths and create something truly phenomenal. Absolute dogshit, Hypergriff would not even hold a candle to develop a game so long as you pay up. The same reason Hoyoverse's attempts at strategy have been absolute dogshit, Hypergriff would not even hold.
Careful there, Tabaro. I'm gonna confuse you with Saint Tontus pretty soon.
Hold a candle to developers with mature and polished action gameplay systems. Even hold a candle to developers with mature and polished action gameplay systems.
Yeah, he sounds extremely Doom posty here, but again, I'm pretty desensitized to fucking losers who do nothing but Doom posts, so I'm not even fazed by this at this point. Fucking that's what playing FGO for fucking 8 years will do to your brain. Doom posting? Oh, another fucking retard talking about how a game's gonna die this year. But I do want to mention one thing. What is it? Him saying that Hypergriff won't be able to hold a fucking candle to more mature and developed, action RPG developers or whatever. It's kind of funny he's showing Wuthering Waves gameplay. How about you show some? How about you show some motherfucking PGR gameplay, huh? Why are you talking about developers who have better, who have more mature ARPG development experience, and you show fucking Wuthering Waves? Where's the fucking PGR gameplay then? Most people playing Arknights will say newbies will find somebody with Walt and just bulldoze the game. This is a gacha. I mean, I say the same fucking shit too for FGO. Just follow somebody who has a busted ass support list like mine, for example, and just borrow my supports and just fucking blaze through the entire first half of the game. Like, I guess for Arknights, I can at least sort of understand, you know, people like Tabaro wanting newcomers to actually learn the fucking game properly. But, like, for FGO, man, it's like, you ain't learning that fucking game unless you have somebody fucking holding your hand, because there's basically no other way to learn that fucking game otherwise. And it's like, yeah, Arknights isn't FGO, it's not quite that bad, but, like, not everybody has the time to fucking slam their face against their fucking phone figuring out every little minute detail about the fucking mechanics for Arknights, or any other gacha game for that matter. It's like, people all have their own different reasons for picking up a gacha game, bruh. I mean, the fact that they're even deciding to play pick up a gacha game is in and of itself a fucking miracle, especially if they didn't even decide to pick it up because of like a streamer or something that they watch, right? Probably even last on PGR? Well, yeah, just like Saint Tontas. But yeah, this shit is super fucking doom posty, man. I wish I were more sensitive to it, but I'm not. It's just kind of like, well, yet another fucking retarded ass doom posty take. Pack it up, boys. Toss that shit into the fucking rubbish pile, just like all the other ones. We do take gacha seriously for ourselves, but to mirror to other players. Yeah, exactly, King of Gacha. Like, it's fine if you want to take your gacha seriously. That's one thing. If you feel that autistic, then sure, like, go ahead. Ain't nobody gonna stop you. But to expect that of other people, yeah, no, that ain't gonna fly. Maybe for certain other, like, if certain other normal games, like specifically PvP games, perhaps, like in Counter-Strike, for example, or in like League of Legends or some shit, right? You can argue that there are some things that you should and shouldn't fucking do, because, you know, the things that you do in like a PvP game, especially a competitive PvP game, right, will definitely impact your team if it is a team-based competitive PvP game. So, like, yeah, maybe don't run off and, you know, if you're playing Counter-Strike, for example, don't just fucking rush B every single fucking turn. Suka bliat! You know, rushing with the P90 spraying everywhere. You know, maybe take the time to learn how recoil works in Counter-Strike, because if you come into a game like CS from other games, like, I don't know, fucking, like, other arcade shooters, like Call of Duty, for example, then yeah, recoil works a little bit differently in Counter-Strike, I think. So, yeah, maybe you should take the time to fucking learn how to shoot in a game like CS, for example, as opposed to, like, Call of Duty. But the gacha games aren't fucking competitive PvP games. Unless you count fucking Epic 7, but, you know, if you really want to play that as your competitive PvP game of choice, then there's something very wrong with you. But if that's your thing, then alright, go ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. Him and Ryuku had the sentiment of gacha games should be so much more. I mean, technically I do too, but unlike them, I'm not trying to fucking force it down people's throats. Let gacha games become good on their own. Like, the sentiment of gacha games could be so much more isn't wrong, and again, I share that sentiment, but very clearly those two want to fucking rush that shit. I think. I mean, that's the sense that I get from at least from Tabaro's video here. I would assume Ryuku is kind of the same way, or at least similar. But while I do share that core sentiment of, yeah, I would like to see gacha games become something even greater, I don't agree with like trying to force it. Just let it happen naturally. It will take time, obviously, but unfortunately for those two, you sort of need to have a gacha game that's kind of designed with that in mind. Otherwise, if you have a gacha game like this, or most gacha games out there are just going to be catered to casuals. That's just what you have to. They just gotta fucking hold that L. Like, I'm sorry, I don't want to have to say that, but like that's just what's gonna happen. You should not force that shit, man. It's like, because if you try to do that, then you know you get the fucking backlash that Tabaro got apparently from these 2 videos, right? Where he even got a whole bunch of fucking shit from the Chinese players even too across the fucking Pacific. Over on, you know, over across the firewall. It's like, and even if that's the case, right? Even if you still insist that no, like gacha games should, we should put pressure on gacha games to like be the absolute like best games that they can be. You can at least make your, you know, put your, how should I say this? You can at least word your arguments a little bit better than that, instead of just saying,
don't play it.
You know? Cause then you just come off as a fucking prick. Again, like yet again, this is something that I always fucking say, but yet again, another classic example of you might have a good point on the internet, but people on the internet don't know how to fucking say it. Or like real-time strategy games, which by default are super sweaty. Yeah, exactly. Some gacha games can get pretty competitive. Yeah, but it's not really like a form of competition that I really respect. You know? Because if you have a competitive gacha game, or like it doesn't even have to be PvP. Like even if it's just PvE, right? As long as there's like a leaderboard where you can compare your score in like a raid or something compared to somebody else's, the kind of competition you have in gacha games is not something I would personally respect. Because like even if there is a degree of skill involved, well, guess what? You can still pay for skill. You know, just wail for more characters and you'll be fine. Do you think there's a difference between competitive gacha games and competitive card games like Magic? I think there is, sort of. I will admit, I want to make it clear right now, I've never actually played like any TCGs. Like, yeah, never, pretty much. I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never even played Pokemon. Well, I played the Game Boy versions, but the physical card versions, no, hell no. So I just want to make that clear. I've never played any form of like physical TCG. Well, any TCG for that matter, both digital and physical. So I don't know exactly how they work, but if my contextual understanding of them is more or less accurate, then what I will say is that as long as you are able to like build a deck and you don't have to worry about RNG, then that's fine. I think that still is legitimate competition to me. Like if in like your standard casual, like for example a Yu-Gi-Oh match, or like your average casual Magic the Gathering match or Pokemon card game match, you're expected to bring in your own deck that you have to build from like buying a whole bunch of packs or whatever, right? And your deck is influenced by RNG in that respect, then yeah, that's like basically glorified gacha PvP. But if it's in like an official setting and like you have to build your deck from like predetermined cards, like pre-selected cards, and you have to come up with like the best deck possible, or you have to come up with like the deck that you want to run, then I think that's fine. I think that is still legitimate PvP. Epic 7 gameplay. Okay, now for this segment. This is gonna be a fucking doozy, I can already tell just by the fucking title.
If we're being honest with ourselves though, we all know what general audience really means. Let's not pretend otherwise. It means the Hoyoverse audience. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with playing Hoyoverse games. This does not mean every single Hoyoverse fan ever. The problem is with those who do not see each game as having a unique identity appealing to different kinds of players, but rather they see 3D anime RPG gacha game as a genre in itself. And yes, that does include you, Wuthering Waves fans. Hoyoverse and Kuro games both have their roots in action gameplay, while Hypergriff's
he does show
roots are in
PGR
strategy.
gameplay. Surprised he
And
didn't
yet
show it
there
earlier.
are still those who make the argument that trying to be like Genshin or like Wuthering Waves or whatever is a good thing because they're the most popular gacha, and for some reason, popularity is the only thing that matters to these people. I'm going to make what may seem like a strange analogy at first, but just trust me on this. When Gangnam Style released in 2012, it was a global phenomenon. It became the first video to reach 1 billion views on YouTube, and just like that, the Korean pop industry was catapulted into the mainstream. More than a decade after that phenomenon,
even showed
do we now
Honkai
have a
Impact
thriving
gameplay?
industry
Yeah, rather
consisting
surprising.
solely of songs that are like Gangnam Style? Sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Sai did not stumble upon some magic formula for success which can be repeated forever with the right balance of ingredients, and Sai has explicitly said this himself.
You know, I cannot call this success because this is called phenomena, and which means I don't do anything. People do it, right? So this was by people, not by me.
K-pop is the leviathan of an industry it is today, not because everybody copied Gangnam Style, but because people took advantage of the opportunities Gangnam Style opened up. Fast forward to 2020 and Genshin Impact becomes a global phenomenon, catapulting gacha games into the mainstream. MiHoYo put some forward-thinking people at the wheel, quickly built a brand identity, renaming themselves Hoyoverse, and now, 5 years later, Hoyoverse has found unfathomable sustained success. But again, this is not because they found some magic formula, but because they took advantage of the opportunities brought about by the phenomenon that was and is Genshin Impact. This is what people so often miss when they insist that every new gacha game needs to be like some other gacha game. Of course, this is no concern for enlightened and experienced 3D anime RPG gacha game enthusiasts like ourselves. I'm sure our judicious and learned beta testers have provided invaluable feedback to the developers. Shall we peruse a few of them? Dash feels underwhelming. It should be more forgiving and have more iframes. It's not to my liking because of my action RPG experiences. You don't.
Can I skip this part? Like, I'll try to sit through this dog shit, but I just want to ask you guys in chat if it's okay for me to fucking skip this part. Cause I came here to have a discussion, not to lose brain cells. Yu-Gi-Oh, you do gacha the card? Okay, well, you know. If you have to gacha the cards, then yeah. Unfortunately, it's, you know, that would mean that TCGs are basically just glorified gacha PvP then. Did the video also include how the pandemic kind of boosted Genshin's popularity and play rate? No, but to be fair, that's not exactly within the scope of this video. All card games are like that? Are like that? Oh, well, that sucks. Well, if people still think it's fine to have, you know, official competitions for those TCGs, and hey, I mean, as long as they understand that, you know, it is what it is, I suppose, then yeah, that's fine, I guess. No, you want to see me cringe? Oh God. Yeah, he's gonna shit on every feedback made. Oh God. All right, here we go, I guess.
Say! Game needs a proper dodge, and anyone who says otherwise is coping. A quick look around the gacha space makes this abundantly clear. Not being able to dodge cancel makes the overall combat loop feel unsatisfying because you're forced to take hits that could have been avoided. Yeah, dodging definitely needs rework, like larger iframes for casuals, and consecutive dodges, and dodges not breaking your basic attack combo, and more dodging distance, and making dodges more rewarding, and make SP boss 4 instead of 3. It would make combat faster. Please make normal attacks more powerful, and also make each hit give SP, and also stagger. And also please give SP whenever I dodge. Also please make dodges use less stamina. Also so far so good, but it feels like some essential features are missing, like iframe rolls and parrying and deflecting. Hey, remember what I said about players wanting more and more action if a dodge exists? Make SP boss 4 instead of 3 and make it recharge faster. Right now there's no incentive.
Well, with all the accents that he's doing, I just want to ask, is Tabaro like secretly a voice actor who was part of SAG-AFTRA? He sounds like he sounds like he'd be a part of that movement.
To swap to another character during combat. It cancels the animation and doesn't change the position. I hope they make it more like Wuthering Waves. Oh, here we go, boys. Buckle up. Combat's already way better than with the technical test. Being too different will scare new players away. They changed it from the technical test for a reason. But this is my view as someone who's played lots of recent gacha games like Genshin Impact, Zenless Zero, and Wuthering Waves, but never the original Arknights. By the way, there is Girls Frontline 2 for a more top-down strategic approach, which is exactly why I'm not playing it. Here are some exploration options in the competitors I've played. Genshin Impact, the game should tell me which weapon to put on my character, like in Zenless Zero. Also, the game should tell me which gear to put on my character, like in Zenless Zero. Overworld exploration feels kind of slow. A good example of how to make it better would be Wuthering Waves. Right now, this feels like a certain game where the combat is you running around and combining different skills to get the reaction. Damn, that's crazy. I wonder why. Jump feels too short and floaty. It would be great to increase the height or allow a double jump. It would have to redo all the geometry. What do you mean? This is especially important because of improvements to exploration the competition has been making. Oh, will you please fuck off? It would be great if they considered adding platforming abilities like a double jump and wall climbing and swimming and the grappling hook. It's one of the fun aspects of open world games. It's not an open world game, for crying out loud! All the big open world gacha games let you carry over the pity, so this system will not bode well for most of the mainstream gacha community. Well, they can bloody well fuck off then! People need to learn how to skip banners. This is stupid advice. Just look at this example from You just wanted to be more like Hoyoverse. And they're the most popular gacha, period. Not carrying over the guarantee in a game competing with I only build up pity if there is a character I really want dupes for. The concept of dupes is already questionable.
Tabaro is an Arknights player. He should know that France doesn't exist. Why is he using a French accent? Hold up. I had to pause the video because I literally can't think with this fucking retard talking. Give me a second and we'll go back to our currently scheduled clown content pretty soon. What do I have to do again? I have to... Oh yeah, I have to fucking sell some shit. Where do I fucking sell this shit again? Oh, right. Was I not fucking crafting some shit? What the fuck is this? Where did all my shit go? Whatever. Don't care. Anyways, back to whatever the fuck this shit is.
Looking at Genshin Impact. I know very few people that play Arknights, but dozens that play Hoyo and Kuro games. This is a lie. You know people who play one Kuro game. It is Wuthering Waves specifically. Don't fucking lie to me! It's about what your competition does in business. Oh my god, you people are insufferable. I keep pulling after I get the character to build pity, but that's now a mistake in this game. You have a gambling building addiction! Building pity is not a thing! In my ideal gacha system, there is
Not
no
wrong about that,
50-50 system at all. Just a banner with X pulls to get it guaranteed, and a higher chance to get it at X pulls.
This is literally the Enfield system, you idiot!
Mark my words, if this system goes live with no changes, the player base from competitors of this game will absolutely not play long term. Bear in mind, by the way, this is just from the Discord server. There will be far more of this in the private feedback surveys. I want to highlight one more.
It's times like these that I wish I drank. It's too bad I spent all my money on gacha games, so soda will have to do. I'm going to pretend that this point forward does not exist. Actually, yeah, this point forward, which is like more than half of this segment. I'm just gonna pretend this doesn't exist. This doesn't add anything to the video whatsoever. So, yeah, let me go ahead and do that. I can't speak on his K-pop analysis. I don't really follow the K-pop scene myself, despite me being ethnically Korean. I don't care much for it, so I'll leave it to you guys to you know, determine whether or not his K-pop analogy is like actually good or not. But before he goes full fucking retard mode, once again, the core message that he's trying to get across is pretty solid. Like, I understand that he's getting fed up with, like, he's frustrated by people who think that, you know, they want Enfield to become more like, you know, Genshin or any of these other fucking, other, you know, gacha games, right? I get that. I sympathize. But I said I was trying to, I was gonna try to ignore this, but my train of thought led me back into this, so I'm gonna have to take that back. Doing whatever the fuck this was, is not how you respond to that. No, that's not how you do it, man. Hey. He's not the only one who found that out. I mean, y'all, I already told you guys how, people reacted to the first couple of episodes of my delusional gacha take series, right? People didn't like it when I fucking went off on Ryuku and called him random shit, right? People didn't like that, and so I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess people don't really appreciate that. All right, then let me dial it back a bit, right? Not my fake Korean streamer. Sarcasm? I don't know if you're saying that, who is it? I don't know if you're saying, Tabaro is being sarcastic. I don't think he is, personally. I think he's not trying to be sarcastic either. Maybe he's playing it up, sure. But being sarcastic? I don't know about that. Unless you were, talking about something else, of course. To be honest, you would also shit on all this feedback. True. However, Tabaro is a content creator, and so his message will reach a lot more people. And so if you don't have the tact to actually word your arguments properly, then people will take your fucking message in a completely different fucking direction. Oh, you mean just the line set? Okay. Never mind then. But, like, individuals saying something, like, remember Mass Knight, it's fine if you as an individual want to go in there into the fucking Enfield Discord and start fucking shitting on everybody who thinks that Enfield should be more like, you know, all the, and you know, insert existing, you know, pre-gacha game here. To be honest with you, if I had somebody like that come into my chat, I'll probably treat them the exact same way. I'm not gonna lie. But in a public video format like this, right, where you're trying to convince people who are, you know, getting a hold of this video to see things your way, this entire segment is exactly what you should not do. And again, this is something that I learned through some of my videos from earlier this year. This does nothing except make you look like a fucking asshole. Like, forget elitist, you are just a fucking huge-ass dickbag for this. Right? This, at this point, like, I get it if you want to pull up the feedback, like, very briefly, just to show viewers examples of, oh, like, this is the kind of feedback that Enfield is getting, and, like, I don't agree with this sort of thing. That's fine. But he spends how many minutes? He starts at here, I think. Well, does he start here? Let's say he starts here at the 1829 mark, and it ends at, I'm gonna assume he ends it at the segment break. So he goes on for like a full fucking 3.5 minutes. Am I doing my math right? A full 3.5 minutes. More than half of this fucking entire Hoyoverse audience segment doing nothing but bitching about feedback he doesn't like. Like, was there a need for this? Other than to offend people? Are we watching this video in memory of AK Machine? No, he wasn't the guy who told us to watch the Tabaro video. It was somebody else, I think. That AK Machine guy was just another St. Tonta's dick-sucking drone, so don't give him too much credit. Excuse me. Is not exactly far away from St. Tonta's propaganda. It's not quite that bad. I don't want to go so far as to call it St. Tonta's propaganda per se, but like, I really don't know what the fucking point of this was, you know? Like, trying to look at this video from I'm trying to have a discussion, and, like, I'm trying to actually critique this video, as objectively as possible. And obviously I'm not perfect, but I try. There's nothing to objectively critique about this. Other than, he sounds like a fucking retard. Oh god, selling shit is gonna take a while. Ah, fuck. Well, at least I have a grasp of how the temple gameplay works. Or how the temple progression shit works, so at least I'll probably get that done, like, slowly but surely over time. They are the problem? Well, they're only half the problem. Remember, King of Gacha, most problems in life don't come from just one source. Usually problems are a lot more complicated than that. Like, for my part, obviously, I think that people leaving these pieces of feedback here, all the feedback that Tabaro was going through like a fucking retard, like, I know they mean, I know they're, well, here's the thing, like, honestly, the feedback itself probably isn't even that bad either. Because remember, you have to understand that a lot of people who play mainstream gacha games these days, or a lot of people who play gacha games these days, they started with motherfucking Genshin. Genshin Impact and the other, like, big profile, high production value gacha games, right? Your Genshins, your Star Rails, your Zenlesses, your Wuwas, and everything else we're gonna get later in the future. those are the only points of reference that these people have. So it's like to me, I actually dislike Tabaro doing this whole shit than the people leaving these sorts of comments in the first place. Because at least these guys, the people leaving their feedback saying, oh, this Enfield should be more like Genshin or whatever the fuck, they might be annoying, yes, but at the very least, they're not trying to be nefarious about it, right? What I mean by that is, if I can stop stuttering like a fucking idiot, what I mean by that is, like, it's not like these people are leaving these sorts of pieces of feedback, because they're trying to be a dick, right? They're not St. Tontus viewers who think that Enfield should burn in hell just like every other gacha that's not called Wuthering Waves. Like, they're just trying to do their part to influence, Enfield to kind of look more familiar to them, because that's what they know. Like, these people don't have any other points of reference, because Genshin and the other gacha games, that's all they fucking know. So while we can, kind of give them shit for, you know nothing, Jon Snow, or whatever the fuck, I think going to this degree, whatever the fuck Tabaro was doing here, this is a bit much. Because to me, this comes off as, oh, Tabaro is basically fucking making fun of people who, like, have no idea how other gacha games could be like. Or at least, even if they are aware other gacha games exist, maybe they're not fully informed yet. You know? Like, as someone who's been in many situations before where I got fucked over because of something that I wasn't aware of at the time, but I wouldn't have been fucked over if I had known, but nobody bothered fucking either telling me, or it was just something that was just out of my control. It's like, bro, like, I'm kind of triggered by this, I'm not gonna lie. Like, this sort of rubs me the wrong way. Especially because my whole stance is like, oh, I want to teach people what gachas are like, not just gachas that are the fucking big four or whatever, right? Whole bunch of gacha games out there. I think people should try them, expand their knowledge and their experience of gacha games to more than just the big fucking four. But with fucking absolute retards like Tabaro doing this shit, spending 3.5 minutes doing nothing but fucking laughing at them. What makes you think these people are gonna come back? What makes you think people are gonna fucking listen to your Elise dumbass? Like, holy fucking shit, bro. Tabaro did say majority of Wuwa players are disgruntled Genshin players. I don't disagree to a certain extent. A lot of them certainly are, but I wouldn't say a majority of them. I don't generalize like that, or at least I try not to. Certainly a good portion of them, yes, but I'm not going to sit here saying, oh, and just kind of write off most fucking Wuwa players as, oh, they're ex-Genshin players who like Wuwa because they think Wuwa is the better Genshin. No, there are plenty of people who play Wuwa who legitimately enjoy Wuwa because it's fucking Wuthering Waves, not because it's a knockoff motherfucking Genshin Impact. So if Tabaro did indeed say that, then again, for like the third time, he can go fuck himself. Is like, does Tabaro want to become the next fucking St. Tontus? He's on his way towards being one. I didn't think someone like this would come out of the fucking Arknights community of all things, but I guess no community is sacred anymore, I suppose. What a fucking disappointment, man. Like, I get the Arknights community, like Arknights players being like super backseaty because they think they're hot shit at the game, but this is something else entirely, man. And while I'm aware that it's not fair to judge an entire fucking community based off of one dog shit content creator, I mean, You know, St. Tontus exists. Recommendation for gear and weapons is cool, because let's be real, gacha players are allergic to reading, and showing them is better anyway. I'm neutral on that, personally. If the game wants to tell me which weapons are good or not, that's fine by me. If not, you know, I'll do my own research anyway. Personally, I don't feel one way or another. If they want to give us that, then sure, so be it. If not, doesn't really bother me either, because the people who actually care about gearing their characters correctly, in quotes, they'll do what they need to you know, be able to do that, right? People make guides, people make spreadsheets, just like any other, you know, gacha game that people take semi-seriously, and they'll find the information they need. So, to me, it's whatever. As long as the resources are readily accessible, or you can, like, you know, find them somewhat easily. Lots of Arknights players in his comments feel real good about this, especially about this mocking segment. Ugh. Fucking shit, man. The organized community is split, which is kind of good because it's not an echo chamber. Well, I mean, there are still some decent Wuwa players out there who thankfully haven't fallen victim to the fucking agenda, or to the slop tubers like St. Tontus and the others. So it's not like all Wuwa players are bad, obviously, but I suppose for Wuwa, it's a bit more of a, you know, dire situation for them. Not trying to judge the Arknights community, but this sort of content will attract elitists. Well, I mean, you don't have to worry about that technically, because the Arknights community was already full of elitists anyway. Like, for good reason, but, you know, like, they were kind of always there, you know? But since I would rather end on or I'll try to end this part at least on a high note, because I did say at the beginning I'll try to fucking ignore this. I do agree with Tabaro at the very least that, you know, Enfield should be its own thing. Personally, I don't think that, Tabaro should worry about Enfield becoming a true clone of Genshin. I mean, I'm gonna be fucking honest with you. Enfield was always going to be a Genshin clone, no matter what form it was gonna take anyway. But it was just gonna be a very different derivative of it. But I do get his sentiment. I do get his core message of, like, oh yeah, he doesn't want Enfield to be influenced by, you know, by people who just want, you know, Enfield to just turn into another fucking Genshin Impact or something. Like, I get that. I really do. But for the last time, at least for now, this whole segment, these 3.5 minutes right here, this ain't it, bro. Get the fuck out of here with that attitude. Even Rexunt says he's an elitist, ironically. I mean, yeah, but that's kind of like me calling myself the god of gacha. Kind of. And besides, Rexlent, I know for a fact is Rexlent is one of the only people on this fucking planet, as far as gacha games go, who can call himself an elitist and kind of act like it. And I'd probably give him the I'd probably cut him some slack. Like, Rexlent is actually fucking insane at the the gachas he plays. I mean, back in the day, he used to play FGO. In case you guys didn't know that. And he played JP-FGO mainly, and he was pretty good at that game. I don't know exactly how good, but he was a prominent member of the JP community at the time. But then, after a certain point, I guess he got tired of FGO. I think his specific reason was that he got tired of what the JP-FGO community was turning into, so he left, and he went to go join PGR instead. Right? He wanted to go play PGR. He picked up PGR, got really good at it, to the point where the devs, Kuro Game, noticed his fucking no-hit gameplay runs in PGR, I think. And so through that way, he got super closely associated with the devs, to the point where they fucking flew his ass out to their studios to help them record some Wuthering Waves panels, I think. Right? To like be their quote-unquote interviewer or whatever the fuck. So like, Rexlent of all people has the fucking clout. He's got both the skills and the clout to back that shit up. So if he wants to go down the fucking elitist route, then he's probably one of the few who could probably get away with that. I'd be like, okay, yeah, sure, like, all right, you know, I ain't saying shit. He can back that shit up. But obviously, it's better that he doesn't. At least I admit I'm delusional for calling myself a god of gacha, so we joke along with it. I mean, maybe not delusional per se, but at least I do say that, you know, you must be fucking insane to go, you know, willingly subject yourself to fucking 15 gacha games at once. Cyberwolf, thanks so much for the 62-month resub, man. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Got dragged into Limbus Company? Oh, no. Can't escape until the game stops making, Heathcliff, U-coded. Enjoy your time in the Project Moon mines. But yeah, glad to hear you're enjoying Limbus Company, man. I hear it's a good game. If I'm not the god of gacha, then who is? Well, nobody. Some may some may try to call themselves a god of gacha. Tectone. But you know, they're all frauds. Gacha elitism got worse since December 2023. Well, technically ever since Star Rail came out. If you want to go that far back. If you want to go that far back, then technically when Star Rail first came out, what, 2 years ago? Sure. But in my opinion, that kind of doesn't count, because remember, Star Rail and Genshin are both Hoyo games at the end of the day. So like, at least as far as I'm aware, or as from my perspective, the trash talk that Genshin players and Star Rail players, you know, did to each other, or had with each other, it was just that. It was just trash talk, right? Yeah, we got like the Genshin could never memes out of that, right? And hopefully, anyway, people didn't really take it that seriously. Like, I didn't hear, like, for as huge as the Genshin and the Star Rail communities are, I didn't really hear of, like, an incident where that was, like, a really bad, like, conflict between, like, Genshin players and Star Rail players. So I would like to think, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I would like to think that, like, people tried keeping it civil, or at least tried to, anyway. And so, it was just that. It was just trash talk. Like, people knew that, it's the Star Rail players talking shit on Genshin again, boo-hoo. But in my opinion, the trash talking, like the tribalism, really started getting going when Wuthering Waves dropped. Because Wuwa, unlike Star Rail and later on Zenless, that is made by a whole different company. It's the first game. It's the first big production gacha, mainstream gacha, to not be developed by Hoyo. And so that's where the real tribalism started. At least, in my opinion. You're starting to believe Heathcliff is a reflection of you? He's your ego? Now you're gonna wonder why you're going to your next anime con cosplaying Heathcliff. Oh, the nose. Wonder how TOF is doing. I think it's still around, but I don't know if it's getting any more content updates. Is the kind of the issue. The average Limbus Company fan makes you hate them so fucking much. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. Glory to Project Moon and all that shit. God of baldness. Maybe if he got some hair implants, at least that way his head wouldn't be as bald as his brain. Or no, sorry, bald is the wrong adjective to use there. His head would at least not be as smooth as his brain. Yeah, that's the joke that I wanted to say. Okay. You say that, but you accidentally agreed to cosplay Heathcliff? What? How did you do that accidentally, though? How the hell did that happen? Well, I mean, base Heathcliff shouldn't be too hard to cosplay. He's basically just, what, a very angry Brit? I think he's British, right, with a name like Heathcliff. He's basically just a very angry Brit with a huge-ass fucking baseball bat, a metal baseball bat. What? Dirty ass white shirt, a dress shirt, popped collar, ID tag or ID card, dark like maroon necktie, rolled up sleeves, unkempt brown hair ish, slacks I guess. I think those are slacks he's wearing. Yeah, base Heathcliff shouldn't be too hard to cosplay, I don't think. Unless, of course, you're trying to cosplay some of his egos, in which case, well, good luck with that. Like, fucking Wild Hunt, Heathcliff, maybe. I don't know how that's gonna be a bit harder to, cosplay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how okay you'd be with, carrying around a fucking coffin around the entire place. Enfield could be the second non-Hoyo big production gacha. I mean, that's what I'm hoping, man. And so far that's kind of what it seems like, but we have to see how successful Enfield is. Guess we'll find out. Is it true that Gangnam Style was a parody song? I don't know, actually. I don't know much of the lore behind Gangnam Style. You would think I would because I'm Korean, but nah, not really. Anyways, now that we're done with that, whatever the fuck this was. What is this one? Depressing response. Oh boy, depression. That's my favorite.
I want to highlight one more post, however, in which two testers state similar concerns to mine and are met with a rather depressing response. The first tester says, "Currently there are a lot of action elements, but the battles don't feel exciting. I think the battle system in the technical test might be more enjoyable. When it comes to action, other companies' games are more refined, and the current system just feels like an inferior version of them, which is just annoying." The second agrees. There are some opinions that it's plain compared to other games, but Enfield is differentiated from others and is interesting in its own way, so I don't want it to be swayed by those opinions and make it feel too action-oriented. If the dodge window is too lenient, it'll just become a dodging action game. While the third tester, eloquently summing up the vast majority of the feedback, says, "I agree with increasing the action element. The reason is simple, it will attract a wider range of players." This, essentially, is the mindset of people who keep asking for the game to be something it's not. They have no concept of carving out a niche in the market, or games having unique identities, or the developers having their own vision. It's all just monthly revenue PvP. It is boring, it is exhausting, and I lament the apparent reality that Hypergriff seems to be listening to them. As it stands, the base is the one and only thing meaningfully differentiating Enfield from other gacha games. Thankfully, the majority of people anticipating the game's release do seem to understand how important the base is for that reason. But while it does have tons of room to grow and become even better, I have become convinced it will not. The most optimistic outcome I can believe in is that new regions will have a new gimmick, like Jinlong's fluids and pipes. You build a new base with it over the course of maybe a few days at most. The vast majority of players will be satisfied, and that's where it will end. Gacha games are not conventional games. Fundamentally, the characters are the product, and the game is simply a vessel through which the product is marketed. But reducing all gacha games to this fundamental is boring. They're fun! There's so much potential in the live service model for outstanding single-player games to see years of consistent updates and improvements, to foster thriving communities that conventional games often don't have the lifespan for. Instead, a subset of the communities that already exist are preventing that potential from being realized by consistently pushing new endeavors with unique visions into the same box until they all become homogenized imitations of the same thing. Hypergriff needs to decide if they are content with being that imitation, because a game for everyone is a game for no one.
There goes the Doom posting again. It's gone. It may be. I haven't checked the base in Arknights yet. The most important thing I want to say here is the shit he says here.
The feedback says, I agree with increasing the action element. The reason is simple, it will attract a wider range of players.
So you do know how to explain this 3.5 minute shit properly. So what the fuck was the point of this? I might be able to show. Not right now. I'm not really exactly in the mood to open Arknights at the moment. Is this part 2 of the no, not we're still on the first part, KS Lord. You must have stepped away. But no, man, we're still on the first fucking video. Yeah, again, cut out this 3.5 minute dog shit slop. Not entirely. Just show the comments itself. Take out the fucking pathetic ass laugh track. And drop the fucking accents. You're not a fucking voice actor. And just show this. It could have been that simple. This video could have been fucking 3.5 minutes shorter, or about 3 minutes shorter. Like, I actually would prefer if he didn't include this segment, so that way I can at least chalk up this portion as actually having a fucking use in this video. But because of this, actually, what the fuck was the point of this? Guess no Wuwa for today. We'll see. You know me. I love fucking derailing my own schedules here. But yet again, just like basically every other segment, the core message he's trying to say, I totally agree with, or I'm totally on board. Can't really comment on the base building itself, but I mean, him wanting to see the base building aspect, the Factorio aspect of Enfield have a bigger role in the story, you know, is nice. Kind of weird that he gave the example of the TV gameplay getting completely ripped out of Zenless, because basically the TV gameplay is the fucking base building aspect equivalent in Zenless, but they took that shit out. So, you know, we'll see if Hypergriff decides to pull a Zenless. I would love to hear Tabaro's response to that. Even if I wouldn't be too happy about it myself. But his words about gacha games basically just being characters being the content and the game itself being a vessel for the content. Yes, I couldn't have fucking said that better. That's the shit that I've been saying this entire time. You play gacha games for the characters, chat. Not the other way around. If you don't play gacha games for the characters, like, what the fuck are you actually doing? Just go play a normal game. Or, like, you know, play a game that you can, like, create your own character in or something like that. Check the comment section. Kuro dogs are pissed. Well, let them stay pissed. I don't give a fuck about them. I'm not watching this video about... this video ain't about them, little bro. Fuck do I care about the fucking Kuro dick suckers talking about this video? I don't give a fuck about them. They're irrelevant. I care about what Tabaro is saying, and I guess what the rest of the Arknights community is saying. Not the fucking tourists. What else did he say that I really agreed with?
Conventional games. Fundamentally, but reducing all gacha games to this fundamental is boring. They're fun. There's so much potential in the live service model for outstanding single-player games to see years of consistent updates and improvements, to foster thriving communities that conventional games often don't have the lifespan for. Instead, a subset of the communities that already exist are preventing that potential from being realized by consistently pushing new endeavors with unique visions into the same box until they all become homogenized imitations of the same thing.
That's a really negative way of saying it. I'm not gonna lie. I've already explained before, chat, that personally I don't mind the influx of, you know, Genshin clones. Personally, just on their own, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Especially in this context where all these gacha games, well, there's a reason why I call them fucking Genshin clones, right? All these games very clearly were inspired, at the very least, by Genshin Impact and their monumental, fucking downright explosive success. So, like, Tabaro complaining about, you know, this whole, like, homogenization of gacha games, unfortunately, he's gonna be bitching about that for a little bit longer. How much longer? I don't know. I certainly don't wish for Enfield to be just like fucking Genshin Impact. I'm not trying to say that either. But even if it does try to follow in Genshin's footsteps at the end of the day, Genshin is not Genshin. Enfield will still be Enfield. Just like how, even though I call Wuthering Waves a Genshin Impact clone, Wuwa is still Wuwa. Wuwa, at the end of the day, is still its own game. Because if that were true, if all these Genshin clones just end up being homogenized versions of each other, then why do we even bother playing any other game other than Genshin Impact? Why do people still want to play other games that aren't Genshin Impact? Rather than people trying to push, again, I'm gonna explain this for a second or third time today. Rather than seeing it as people who are just trying to they just want to turn, you know, other future open world gacha games to the next Genshin Impact. No, I don't see it quite like that. I see it as a situation where new age gacha gamers, because all they ever know is Genshin, they want to play something, or they want other gacha games to be familiar enough, but at the same time a little bit different. Because logically speaking, if they wanted these games to be exactly like Genshin Impact, why are they even bothering? Right? They just go back and play fucking Genshin Impact then. So clearly, just by the mere notion of them like putting in the time to try out a different game, that doesn't mean they just want this to be the same fucking shit as Genshin Impact, not like a one-for-one carbon copy. All they're saying, in my opinion, the base desire that they have is just to have familiar elements of what they already know present in these other gacha games that they're trying out. And that on its own, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. The hard part is for Hypergriff to figure out a way to incorporate elements that New Age gacha game players as a whole would be familiar with because they've already seen those things before in other games such as Genshin, Star Rail, Zenless Wuwa, whatever, TOF even. But still manage to keep Enfield's, like, more deliberate, tactical, and slower gameplay intact. And I want to say, while I have no proof that they'll be able to pull it off, like, you know, successfully, I would rather not sit here fucking dooming about how, oh, Hypergriff can't do it. Like, Enfield's just gonna end up, if they don't do this, then Enfield's gonna end up being just another fucking, you know, dog shit Genshin clone or whatever. Like, I don't want to wish that upon Enfield. And to be fair, I don't think Tabaro wants to either necessarily, but the way he's talking, it certainly seems like he's trying. It doesn't really help. Because here's the thing, no one's really at fault here, right? Tabaro may be demonizing the fucking Genshin players. He might be giving shit to Hypergrip because they're listening to the fucking Genshin players. No one's really at fault here, well, except for Tabaro himself, I suppose, for making this fucking dog shit video. Well, it's not dog shit. There's the way he words it in many places is fucking dog shit. So I want to correct myself there. But here's the thing. The best way, in my opinion, to remedy the situation, because you can't solve it. All you can do is try to do your part in, like, helping to alleviate this issue. So let's get that out of the way first. You gotta teach the fucking newcomers, man. This video lacks nuance? Yeah, just like the fucking people he's criticizing. I wonder, that's kind of funny now, isn't it? Blanket statements and if this, then that's, yeah. But anyways, you have to teach these newcomers, you have to teach the new age gacha players what gacha games can be like. Again, all these new age gacha game players, every single one of these people who, you know, left feedback here, all the feedback that fucking Tabaro laughed at, and didn't take seriously, other than, hey, look, here's my proof that, you know, these people all want Enfield to become Genshin Impact, so fuck them. What you gotta do is you have to take the hard road, basically. You gotta fucking teach them, you gotta teach these newcomers what gacha games are really like. That gacha games are so much more than just Genshin, Wuwa, fucking whatever. I mean, Tabaro even mentions it himself here, too. But not once does he talk about giving them a chance. Right? Not once does he try to talk about, hey, what if we teach these guys, these newcomers, these Genshin players, more about Arknights? More about just other gacha games in general? Because again, as I explained before, these new age gacha players, they don't know any other gacha most of the time, most of them anyway, unless your name is fucking Psyche, because you're that big of a fucking Giga Chad. But assuming your name is not that, most new age gacha players don't play gacha games outside the big four. They probably never even heard of a single gacha game outside the big four until, you know, something like Enfield comes along, or they watch their favorite streamer do a sponsored stream for a gacha they've never heard before. And maybe they might get interested if it looks good enough. Otherwise, if they do sponsor streams like, I don't know, fucking Ether Gazer or Epic 7, they're gonna be like, oh cool, you know, streamer doing sponsor stream, cool. Watch the gacha rolls and never think about. They'll forget about the game immediately the next day, after their sponsorship's done. You gotta fucking. We have to not just you, not just me. We have to fucking teach these newcomers about what gacha games are really like. I can't do it alone, but if I have to, I will. And clearly, Tabaro himself is not exactly a fucking, you know, spring chicken when it comes to gacha games. I would assume he's been playing them quite a bit. I mean, he knows about some of these other gacha games, right? He pulled up fucking clips of PGR and Honkai Impact, for God's sake. So clearly he has some like general understanding of like gacha games outside the big four. And yet this is how he chooses to talk? This is how he chooses to act? I'm fucking disappointed, man. It's like he's finally trying Arknights. Oh, really? I thought he tried it before. Maybe not. Well, hopefully he enjoys it then. Excuse me. This Tabaro guy seems to have a huge hate boner for Genshin in general, just by judging by most of the time he's brought it up. I don't think he has a hate boner for Genshin necessarily, not for Genshin itself, because he does give them credit where, you know, Genshin's MiHoYo has, you know, capitalized on Genshin's success to make it something greater than it is, or greater than it used to be. Shiny Fallen Star, thanks so much for the 30-month resub, man. Welcome back. Been busy? Hey, no problem, man. We're all busy. We've all been busy, I'm sure. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he doesn't have a fucking raging ass, throbbing ass hate boner for it, like some other people do. God damn, I didn't expect that. Thanks, Shiny Fallen Star, for the 10 gifted subs, man. Holy shit. And you gifted 160 subs to the channel total. Very much so appreciated, man. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you. But, where was I again? Before I got distracted. I think he just really dislikes, like, how a lot of Genshin players only know Genshin. Right? How a lot of mainstream gacha players only know mainstream gacha games. And to a certain extent, well, not to a certain extent, I sympathize. I'm with him on that. I wish that gacha players, just in general, like especially mainstream gacha players, kind of knew more about other gacha games. But the difference between me and Tabaro, it seems like, is that I understand that just bashing them ain't gonna change shit. When's the last time that you fucking, you know, made a 3.5-minute segment just pulling up feedback from Genshin players, and you spent the entire time fucking laughing at them, and they were like, oh yeah, maybe he has a point, maybe I'll change my mind, haha. Like, when has that ever fucking worked, you know? When has laughing at other people ever fucking worked, you know? If your goal is to, you know, hopefully this should be your goal, but if your goal is to, you know, you want Enfield to do well, you want it to, you know, succeed and, you know, have a lot of people come by and stop by and play the game and for what it is and whatnot, right? And become successful. Like, if you truly want what's best for Enfield, why do you sound like you're trying to alienate the people who would contribute to that? Like it or hate it, a lot of people who are playing gacha games these days are gonna come from a fucking Genshin Impact background. You're not gonna change that. So it's like, yeah, of course a lot of people are gonna come into this with a Genshin angle, and you're going to have a lot of people leaving feedback like this where, oh, we want this game to be more like Genshin. Well, yeah, duh, they're gonna fucking say that shit. You know, to be fair, maybe if they put two brain cells together, maybe they'll realize eventually that, oh, maybe not all games need to be just like motherfucking Genshin Impact. But to be fair, nobody out there is competent enough to really teach people that, oh no, gacha games aren't all about Genshin Impact, actually. Like, this would have been a perfect opportunity for Tabaro himself to kind of do what I'm trying to do, which is to teach people that there are other games that are not named Genshin Impact, that aren't named Honkai Star Rail, or not named Zenless Zone Zero, not named fucking Wuthering Waves. And yet, this is what he decides to. This is how he decides to make this video. Well. Another opportunity lost, I suppose. Almost every gacha player has played Genshin at some point. Honestly, as much as I would like to say otherwise, that's probably more or less accurate. Like, even back when, I still remember back when Genshin came out. This was right after, I don't know if you've ever played FGO before, King of Gacha. I'm sure you know what it is, but I don't know if you've ever played it yourself before. But at the time that Genshin, like, launched, like fully launched, like what, September or October of 2020, Genshin was, yeah, Finkel, Shiny's Fallen Star was cool and dropped 10 gifted, so yeah, massive shout outs to him. I remember 5 years ago that when Genshin first dropped, it was right after one of our big lottery event, like big fucking farming lottery events that we have occasionally from time to time at FGO. It came right after that. So normally, whenever you farm a lottery event in FGO, you have to spend like the next week like redeeming your boxes. It's a whole process that I'm not going to go into now. But I remember like still being a big part of a big farming Discord that I was still like a big part of back in the day, called Farmville, and or that's what we called it at least. And you know, it was filled with people just like me who were like hardcore farmers in FGO back in the day. Some of them still are. And I remember, like, usually whenever a big-ass farming event like a lottery comes around, you know, we spend 2 weeks that the event lasts just farming, grinding, right? Farming out as many boxes as we can. And then once the event ends, we have another week afterwards to redeem all our boxes, to roll all our boxes, as we'd call it, and make sure we get all our rewards for all the grind that we did. When Genshin came out, Genshin had occupied a lot of the hardcore farmers from our FGO farming server so much, they forgot to redeem their boxes. So Genshin basically was so fun at the time that it so engrossed them at the time that they essentially farmed for 2 weeks for literally nothing. And they were like, well, alright, cool. I don't fucking care. Because Genshin was just that fun for them back then. So it's like, bro, if Genshin could even get like some of the most hardcore FGO farmers that I've ever personally known to be like, yeah, whatever, I wasted all those boxes. Who cares? Oh, what a shame. When normally they would be going fucking ballistic for forgetting to redeem any number of boxes. It's like, well, Genshin really did have that reach, you know? Genshin had crazy impact. Yeah, I see what you did there.
Because a game for because a game for everyone is a game for no one.
I know Tabaro's trying to be all like philosophical and trying to use big words here. This does not really work in the gaming space. Because here's the thing. If this is the case, then why do so many people say that, oh my god, like Final Fantasy VII is one of the best games ever? Right? Why are there games out there where if you ask like a good number of like gamers out there, right? Why would they all either almost unanimously or just straight up unanimously say, "Oh yeah, so and so game is a fucking GOAT game. Everyone should play it." This dude trying to be the Gacha Shakespeare. Shakespeare was a playwright, not a philosopher, but I get what you're trying to go for. Too many games like that messes with that setting or with that saying. I don't know. I don't like Tabaro using this phrase or using the whole like, you know, if this is meant for everyone, then this is meant for no one. It fits. It makes sense in certain contexts, but not here. Not here. Because again, like I said, if this is the case, then why are there certain video games that you ask a lot of gamers out there, and they'll either almost all of them or just straight up all of them will be like, oh yeah, that's the you know, everyone should play that game. Whether it's Final Fantasy VII or, you know, another like ubiquitously or unanimously, you know, exalted video game. Gacha games are definitely not games for everyone. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm glad you brought that up, Weed. Cause yeah, that's what I said before. Actually, that's a line that I say straight in my in my next big video that I said I was gonna put up today, but I had to get delayed again, because I found some more revisions that needed to be made. So fuck me, I guess. But yeah, it's like by default, gacha games aren't for everyone. Because of its nature. So what the fuck is Tabaro doing saying that a game for everyone is a game for no one? The fuck? Like I get that Tabaro can do a lot of different accents, but just because you have a different just because you can do a couple of different accents doesn't mean that you're automatically smart. So, you know, stop trying to act like it. Like, gacha games ain't that deep, bro. It's a fucking phone game. Get over yourself. But, again, to end on a more positive note, most everything else here, again, I don't disagree with. Especially, what he says about gachas and gacha characters and characters being the content and the games being the vessel, couldn't have put it better myself. Tabaro is a poet, but he's definitely not a philosopher.
There was a moment while playing through the main story which I think will stick with me for many years. I was thinking about some moments from the alpha, like Fial's desperate attempts to jump onto this ledge because I was standing on it and admiring certain details on the blighted gigaspawns. My boy was caked up. Holy... I happened to be in the Origin Lodespring region at the time, and I noticed why the music for this place in particular felt so eerie. Remember the menu theme I was glazing earlier? Now compare that motif to the music from this part of the map. it invokes a feeling of loss, a feeling of knowing something will never be the same again. And suddenly, I had to stop what I was doing because I was hit with an overwhelming feeling of nostalgia for the Alpha.
Are you having fun, Topo?
It's really satisfying, actually. I'm a big fan of it. There's so much potential in what this combat can be. Do you have any other comments on the overall storyline? Okay. Can write an essay for this. I want the story to have a spine and let writers take risks. I'll be disappointed if it's dumbed down and basic.
Guess what, buddy?
Wait, no. Angelina!
Angie, that's not how you abuse gravity.
Angie, no! I'm sorry. I really hope they commit to what they've got here. I think it's sick. Commit to the vision, commit to no dodge and shit. Obviously, like, it needs refining and stuff, but...
You do understand not many people will agree with you.
Yeah, I know. As long as they're actually playing the alpha and understand what the vision is and what it's asking of them, it's totally fine. If they disagree, like, all I can reasonably ask of someone is to think for themselves, right?
I can't fucking wait for this game's full release, man. This is a technical alpha. It's like a really bare bones version of this game, and it's already like, I've just been unable to put it down. Just actually insane. I'm so excited, dude. I can't wait.
Game isn't even out yet, and he's acting like the game just fucking died. Yeah. Like, I would understand this. I would actually cut him a lot of slack if the game fully launched and this is the tone of his video. Game's not even fucking out yet and he's acting like the fucking died, like you said, King of Gacha. Like, excuse me? Like, I'm surprised Tabaro doesn't play Genshin Impact with how much he acts like the people who fucking suck the leakers fucking dicks for future information. Fuck. I wonder how much my stance will change with the next video. We'll see. Yeah, it's so sad Enfield died before EOS. I know, right? But yeah, we'll see. Ji Yun. I don't know how to say your name. Sorry. I'll just call you Ji. We'll see, Ji. Like, yeah. I don't know. If it doesn't change, whatever. If it does, then alright, cool. But at this moment, vibes are kind of off right now. Did he just get nostalgia in game tests, which can change and release? I mean, I don't blame him for feeling nostalgic over the alpha because he did really enjoy that, right? I mean, if nothing else, right? All the old ass audio from his, I'm assuming is from the streams that he did, does support that, right? I'm not going to roast his enjoyment of the alpha. If he enjoyed, then that's cool. But yeah, what I will say is that it's kind of fucking weird to give the video this kind of vibe when like it's a fucking closed alpha. You know that there's a possibility, or at least you should know there's a possibility that the game will change. And, you know, if it does, then who knows if you'll like it or not. And like I get that, you know, even if he did expect it, right? Obviously, Tabaro's probably not a dumb. He's probably not a fucking retard At least nowhere near as much as St. Tontus is or the other fucking rats are. So, you know, he may very well have been aware that, you know, oh yeah, this is an alpha, this can probably change, but hopefully it doesn't. You know, I'm sure he's still disappointed with how the beta footage turned out to, or the beta gameplay turned out to be. But yeah, even still, it's like, you should have known this could have been a possibility. So, why? I mean, your fucking pity baiting may work on some Arknights players, but it's not gonna work on me. Because frankly, that shit is fucking weird. Again, if Enfield was like fully released, then that's a different story. Then if his video was like this, was still like this after Enfield was fully released, then okay, sure. Like I kind of get where he's coming from then. But the game's not even fucking out yet. The fuck? All right, final segment. Maybe it died for him, and his mistake is implying that it died for everyone. I don't know if he's going that far, but he's certainly being dramatic about, like over dramatic about it.
So excited, dude. I can't wait.
It feels a little weird to talk about it this way because it was literally only a year ago. But I'm making this video in the first place because I need to express how it made me feel. I had so much optimism for what the game could.
Dude talks about Enfield like it fucking jerked him off and fucked him and took his virginity away. What the fuck? Bro, it's a fucking gacha game. Calm down.
Be. But now that optimism is becoming silent lamentation. If Enfield continues on the path of
silent lamentation, so what was this?
What do you mean? This is especially important because of improvement.
Silent lamentation? Very silent, I see.
Becoming silent lamentation. If Enfield continues on the path it's currently on, every gacha developer with an eye on this game will see the trend. Originality is overrated, and the path of success lies in imitation. The men in suits will take notice, and unique, interesting ideas with oceans of potential will not even see the light of sunrise. Enfield is a dying canary in a coal mine. That canary may not be dead.
Oh, that's real fucking doom posty right there. Oh boy. Tell me, has Tabaro ever played a gacha game that actually did die? I'm kind of curious, actually. Has he ever played a gacha that has died? Or is he like your average Twitter retard who has no idea what death really looks like and talks about death as if they do? Because, yeah, I would love to know if he's actually ever played a game that eventually did die. Because all the games he showed examples of, all the games he showed clips of, they're still running. None of them have died yet. So why on God's green earth is he talking about Enfield as if it's already gonna fucking die? If it's gonna be like dead on arrival type shit. Dying canary. Oh, the phrase he used was a dying canary in a coal mine. That's kind of a phrase. That's an English phrase. If you want me to explain to you what that means or why we use that phrase, I can. Dead for him? Maybe.
Yet, but I am not at all convinced Hypergriff is interested in saving it. What could have been the harbinger of a golden age could instead doom itself to be the death knell of gacha games.
goddamn, I thought it was just a clickbait title, but he says it in his actual video too. Again, you're a poet, but not a philosopher. Nah, bruh.
I have given every possible piece of feedback I can give to the developers. And so...
Did you? What kind of fucking feedback did this bitch even give? Excuse me? You just pointed out what you didn't like about the fucking story. Or what you didn't like about the game itself, not just the story. The only piece of, the only criticism that I would actually identify as actual legitimate criticism is the fucking, suggestion, in quotes, to get rid of Dodge, and that's a kind of a dog shit suggestion in the first place. For reasons I already spent, like, hours explaining earlier. Criticism? No, buddy. This is just you, bitching about how you love the alpha and you want the alpha back. Like, that's what I can basically boil down this video to. Hey, your Articlize, how's it going, man? And he literally said Doom. Hey, as much as I'm looking forward to Enfield myself, I'd never fucking exalted Enfield to like up that much. I knew that Enfield would change a lot of things, or it would do a lot of things its own way. It's definitely not a Genshin at the very. It's definitely not going to be a fucking Genshin, no matter how hard this fucking retard tries to paint it out to be. But, like, what the fuck did he say? It was supposed to be a harbinger of a new golden age of gacha games? I'm sorry, but as much as I'm looking forward to Enfield myself, Enfield was never going to be that. It was always going to be something different. The nature of Enfield being a more, how should I say? Being a more, you know, it has similar, not quite the same vibes, but similar vibes to the start of Wuwa, right? Where the environment, the ambience, a lot of the time is a lot more, I don't want to say depressing, but it's certainly more stoic and serious, I suppose, right? It's definitely not Genshin, where the first area you go to is, you know, pleasant breeze, forests, clear rivers, and, you know, birds singing and shit. Definitely not that. Well, no, melancholic is something different, technically. I wouldn't call Enfield or Wuwa, like, melancholic. Something a little bit more serious than melancholy, because melancholy implies to me that you're kind of like you're kind of sad, right? It's more on the sad side of the spectrum. Enfield is not that. It's not sad. I think stoic is the best word that I can think of to describe this. Mature? Yeah, sure. Actually, we can go with that. Yeah, thanks, G, for the suggestion. Yeah, let's go with mature. Actually, I like that. It's the vibes are more mature, stoic, mature, that sort of thing. And so remember, if you're trying to appeal to a large audience, having an environment or an atmosphere or a vibe that's very stoic right off the gate, very mature, right? And hell, even in the trailer, right, Enfield's beta trailer, they used fucking rock music, right? Also, and let me just finish my thought, because I was about to switch over to I was about to pull up the closed beta trailer test trailer, but let me just finish this thought, and I'll finish the rest of the video, just to, you know, give the video its, you know, the respect that it's due. But even the closed beta trailer test trailer, yeah, had fucking, you know, music by fucking, what was that band called again? Sunset? Not Sunset. It was Starset. Yeah, Starset. There we go. Got the name right. And Starset is like a fucking rock band, like a metal band, right? Something like that, like maybe a wavecore band, or whatever their genre is exactly. And that shit is heavy, bro. You don't see most gacha games, let alone video games, unless they have a very strong like metal motif just built into it already, like Doom, for example. They don't use metal. They don't use rock, right? Because that shit is heavy, bro. Not everybody likes listening to you know, rock, metal, that sort of stuff, metalcore, wavecore. You know, if you want to reach as far of an audience, if you want to appeal to as many people as possible, you use the more generic genres, like, I don't know, the more fucking like EDM, like the more, you know, audience mainstream friendly genres of EDM, right? Futurecore, drum and bass, all that sort of stuff. So it's like Enfield was never gonna be the fucking harbinger of a new golden age of gacha games. That is straight up delusional. I'm gonna say it right now, chat. That shit is delusional. Enfield was never gonna be that. As much as I would love to be proven wrong. The theme, the aesthetic is more mature than what's ideal for a mainstream audience. The vibes are more mature. The music is certainly much more, you know, not so mainstream friendly. Even the base gameplay itself is not very well, at least in the alpha anyway. Maybe in the beta it's a little bit less so, but in the alpha gameplay in particular, the gameplay itself was very not mainstream friendly at all, because Enfield, unlike every other game out there, every other big gacha game out there, puts your entire fucking team out on the field at once. You go from controlling only one character to all of a sudden to potentially 4 at once, or if that's how it actually works. Like, that alone would have fucking filtered out. I think filter is the term that people use these days. That alone would have fucking filtered out a ton of fucking people just by that alone. Golden harbinger of a what the fuck did he say? That was so ridiculous. I have to fucking play that shit back. What did he say?
Harbinger of a goal-convinced hyper could instead doom itself. What could have been the harbinger of a golden age could instead doom itself.
I'm assuming he means a golden age for like gacha games in general, unless he just means for Arknights, in which case obviously that's a different connotation then. But assuming for the moment that he meant golden age in terms like just gacha games in general, which I don't think you can fault me for saying for thinking, because before this he was talking about just gacha games in general as well. It's like, no man, I don't know about that. So fucking dramatic, man. Yeah, this shit is some fucking overdramatic bullshit. But hey, anything for the views, right? I hope getting all the Chinese players fucking shoving their hands down your throat was worth it, my dude. Yeah, it would have been better. It would have been fucking perfect if he started playing Golden Age from Arknights. Wasted opportunity. And he calls himself an Arknights player. Anyways, let me fucking finish this video. God damn.
I have given every possible piece of feedback I can give to the developers. And so I have done all that I can to convince them to remain faithful to the vision they clearly had. For now, I can only hope the decisions which need to be made will be made by those who are just as enchanted with that vision as I am. And I won't be left wondering what could have been.
And a fucking oh, actually this isn't the part of the video. I was about to say I clicked on something on my emulator and I thought it pulled up. I thought Tabaro's video started playing a fucking War Thunder ad or something. Okay, this is just over dramatic bullshit at the end, right? Okay. Criticism, huh? Honestly, I think that's the biggest problem that I have with this video. Technically, the entirety of this video, the points he make, as chat said, yes, the points he makes are strong and valid, on their own. If I were to completely ignore the vibes of the entire video as a whole, then most everything he says, I'm sure there's some stuff that I nitpicked here and there, but all the important shit that he said in every single segment, or any of the segments that he actually said important shit in, he's not wrong. He's pretty much on the money for most of them, and I don't really have anything to say against them. But the narrative he's pushing here is what I have a big fucking problem with. He's talking about the death knell of gacha games because, well, actually the title starts to make sense, is actually starting to make sense now that he said this fucking line. This one right here.
To be the death knell of gacha of a golden age, Hypergriff is interested in saving it. What could have been the harbinger of a golden age could instead doom itself.
Now that I've heard him say that, his title makes a lot more sense now. However, that still doesn't change the fact that it's a fucking clickbait it's one hell of a fucking clickbait title. And he should fucking change that. But, you know, he probably won't. So, oh well. The golden age, however the song went. Yeah, this, I'm not gonna lie, whoever, I think it was somebody in YouTube chat who was like, yeah, this sounds very, like, Saint Tontasy, or I don't know if that's what they exactly said, but, like, bro, this is, like, trying to push a fucking narrative, it almost sounds like. Maybe it's because we've been fucking dunking on Saint Tontasy for so long that now I'm starting to see everything as a fucking narrative, so maybe I shouldn't go that far. Tabaro is nowhere near as bad as fucking St. Tontas's, but there's starting to be shades. But like all the fucking doom posty shit, all the fucking doom posty attitude that he has throughout this entire fucking video, basically, I can at least write off as like, oh, if he had put out this video after Enfield came out, then sure, it wouldn't be out of line then. Then it would make a lot more sense. Like, yeah, it's fucking weird that he's talking about how this game is gonna be dead on arrival, when it's only gone through like an alpha and a fucking beta test, and things can still definitely change before then. I mean, especially now that we have rumors and leaks that there may be like a third beta. Either an open beta or maybe a second closed beta or something, for like a very short time before final launch, or before like official launch, which actually would kind of make sense if my suggestion that, oh, Hypergriff is, they might be combining the gameplay aspects from both the closed alpha and the closed beta, and they're putting them together to see if they can find like a good middle ground somewhere. And then that's what they're going to show with their possible, again, not confirmed, but possible, like third beta phase or third beta test, technically second beta test or whatever, that they're gonna do, like I said, right before official launch. But even if they don't do that, it's like, well, it's like this video came out too early. Like, straight up, this part right here is just straight up delusional.
What could have been the harbinger of a golden age.
That is straight up delusional. Enfield was never gonna be the harbinger of a fucking golden age of gacha games, bro. And I already stated my reasons on that. Nah, man, you're glazing Enfield way too much, man. Don't become a Wuthering Waves fan. Or one of those dick suckers. Not all Wuwa fans are like that. But don't become a fucking dick sucker, man. If you were a very short-sighted Arknights player, you'd feel like Hoyo and Kuro players are trying to ruin our Enfield. And if we were to read the comments below, let's see, I guess we would see quite a few of them that are saying shit like that too, huh? You'd also be depressed after watching this video, yeah, but for different reasons, I would assume. Did you watch the quality comparison of early Genshin compared to now? No, but that's kind of besides the point right now. I'm not talking about that. Maybe I'll check it out later, but for now we're talking about something else. But yeah, anyways, besides that, the last thing I'll say about this video before I move on to a second one, and Jesus Christ, it's already 9:30, my time. The last thing I'll say about this video in particular is that, honestly, the single biggest flaw that I think this video has is that here he talks about how he's given his criticism?
Every possible piece of feedback I can give to the developers.
Yeah, feedback or whatever. I'm going to assume for the moment that he means like through in-game, like, oh, like, here, like, help us improve the game through surveys or whatever. So that's what I'm going to assume he's saying. But if he's also trying to mean that in like a dual sense, where he's also referring to just this entire video in general, and he's trying to call this feedback. The only legitimate piece of feedback, if I can even call it legitimate, was again his suggestion for removing dodge entirely. And even then, that's a pretty dog shit suggestion. Again, for reasons I already explained like several hours ago. Everything else is just, oh, I don't like this, change it. I don't know. Maybe I come from a different time, but to me that doesn't really that doesn't sound like feedback. But then again, I suppose to most people these days, all feedback needs to be is you just bitching about something. So maybe I was just raised differently, I suppose. Action games without dodge. You think it is you think it is a narrative? It's a preventative narrative. Like, I'm trying my best not to call this a fucking narrative. Like, I'm doing my best to not fall into the temptation of saying that this video is trying to push a narrative. But I don't know. I'm gonna have to leave it to you guys to be honest with me here and tell me if I'm wrong for thinking that Tabaro, no matter how small this narrative is still trying to push a narrative. For the moment, I'll refrain from saying that he's trying to push one. Because, well, I've seen worse, clearly. But if I'll say anything, get rid of this fucking title. Titles like that, you could become the next Tectone. You know what the purpose of the video was? It was all over the place. I mean, I don't know. I thought his point was pretty clear. His point is that Enfield changed too much from Alpha, and he doesn't like it. And so because of that, he's somehow extrapolated that if Enfield stays the same as it is in Beta, then it's basically dead on arrival. I think he is pushing a narrative because he knows people that don't like Arknights will agree. He knows people that don't like Arknights? Do you mean people who do? I think you meant to say people who do like Arknights will agree and follow him. Every time a new gacha comes out, everything's always doom and gloom, gets old real fucking fast. And it's gonna get worse as time goes on because we're only gonna get more gacha games from here on out. And yeah, it got old fucking years ago, and that's certainly not gonna change. Unless we do something about it. He's pushing a narrative because no, you do mean that people who don't like Arknights support. Well, why would people who don't like Arknights support him? He was fucking trash talking them the entire for 3.5 minutes straight in that video. What do you mean people who don't like Arknights will support him? Average gacha player doesn't want Factorio? Maybe not, but you know, if it's a core aspect of Enfield, that's what you're gonna have to deal with. People don't like Arknights? There are some people out there. Personally, I wouldn't know why. Maybe, I guess if you don't like tower defense gameplay, maybe. If you don't like tower defense games, and so therefore, as a you know corollary, you don't like Arknights either, then I guess that makes sense. But don't know what his true intentions are, to be honest. Well, I mean, I guess it's safe to say that Tabaro is trying to get some clout from this. I mean, he did get clout. If clout is what he wanted, that clout is what he got. So hey, mission accomplished, I suppose. Okay. Just the title is already fucking pissing me off. Is this video a 23-minute video about just the fucking dodge? What, does he spend 18 minutes laughing at everybody and laughing at everybody too? I'm gonna ask you guys this in chat because it's already pretty late over here. I basically spent the entire fucking stream wasting my time talking about his last fucking video. Is this video worth watching? This video is recent. Yeah, this video is from 2 weeks ago. As you can see down here. Maybe I can read his description. Maybe it might save me some time. Dodging is so universal in third-person combat that many players consider it to be fundamental function, but the dodge mechanic in Enfield, Archine's Enfield shows it's not. Video exists because the public response to my last video, well received, but call to remove the dodge was a universal dividing line with this follow-up aim to convince you two things. Dodge mechanic itself is not the root of Enfield's problems, also that these problems cannot be solved without serious reconsideration of the dodge button. So basically, he's changing his stance. Oh, what a fucking pussy. This video took a long time to make. Not as long as mine. Substance of what you actually want to say, evolve over time, blah, 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 you know, whatever. So he's a fucking pussy then. He changed his stance because people gave him shit for it. Nah, that wouldn't be fair for me to say because you could say the same thing about me, actually. Because I softened my tone from my delusional Gacha Takes videos. So, and besides, I already said before that instead of suggesting to remove the dodge entirely, maybe just figure out another way to rework it so that it makes a little more sense. So hopefully that's what he talks about in this video too. The crash out part might offend you. Oh boy. I mean, he already kind of crashed out in his last video, showing all the fucking feedback from the Genshin players. So if it's comparable to that, then well, I kind of already know what to expect then. End the stream with this last video? Unfortunately, I guess so. I don't know how long I have left on the Wuwa events. Last I checked, I think I only had like 10 days, so I definitely need to get all the Wuwa shit done this week. Or not this weekend, next weekend, technically. What even is a crash out anymore? Yeah, true. Just another one of those terms that the internet's reused or overused into fucking oblivion, so anything is a crash out these days, I suppose. He clarified in his interview with Chaotic. I don't know who Chaotic is. That the first part was basically a dramatized big ask. Well, he fucking failed at that then. If your intention is to spark a discussion, that's not how you do it. Oh, he still wants dodge to be removed? Okay. Well, at least I respect him for standing his ground on that. Still a dog shit take though, but at least he has balls to not waver on that. Well,
the power of language comes from rules and
fucking
only
philosophical bullshit.
Complete with deranged yelling at said masses.
Don't f***ing lie to me!
While everyone understands the need for gacha games to make money, the vast majority of people agree the combat is far too disconnected from the base, that Genshin-like homogeneity would be a disaster, and that hypergriff need to be true to their roots. However, the universal divide was the call to remove the dodge. Some agreed with removing it, some said just make it more strategic, some said remove the iframes, some said tie it to a factory item, and this guy decided I'm gay. But after being posted to Bilibili, it then spread further into other forums and became so divisive that some of those forums started arguing about the dodge button, whether the game should lean more into strategy or action, to the point where one content creator even made a response video because those arguments were getting out of hand. So, having briefly divided the community into warring factions, I will now attempt to do it again. I will now explain why the dodge button is a mistake beyond simply pointing a finger at those who want to keep it. In order to do that, we first need to look at how a few of the criticisms of combat in the technical test were addressed in the beta. Not all of them, just the relevant ones. This will be brief. The most common complaint was the slow pace and long downtime, which was addressed by what is essentially a total rework of the combat loop. Two of the most noticeable changes are the bullet time targeting.
Why didn't you do this in the first video? What, was it not important enough? Fucking retard.
Being removed in favor of a lock-on system, and healing items being used automatically with per-operator cooldowns instead of having to bring up a submenu.
Or, let me guess, Tabaro is one of those elitists where he just kind of expects you to know that.
You to choose who to heal. Previously, it was only limited by one operator at a time getting the heal with one cooldown for the squad, but now that it's automatic per operator, there's a limited number of charges on it while in battle. Perhaps the most important change, though, is the way skills work. That is, instead of
Let me listen to how healing works again.
In battle. Perhaps the most important change, though, is visible change downtime. The bullet time targeting being removed in favor of a lock-on system, and healing items being used automatically with per-operator cooldowns instead of having to bring up a submenu to choose who to heal. Previously, it was only limited by one operator at a time getting the heal with one cooldown for the squad, but now that it's automatic per operator, there's a limited number of charges on it while in battle.
That's pretty interesting, actually. So, are there no medics in the game, then? But no, isn't this character right here a medic? Either way, that reminds me of, like, Call of Duty healing. Because, like, starting in Black Ops 4, I think Black Ops 4 did not have auto heal like most Call of Duties do, or you know, most modern Call of Duties do. And instead, in BO4, you had a dedicated heal button that was on a cooldown. And I think they took that away from like Modern Warfare 2019, but then they brought back the stim, but it's now an equipment instead of just some like part of your default loadout, I guess. So you had like actual charges on it, so you could heal faster. But if you didn't have like a stim item, then you did get your health back eventually. It just took a lot longer, obviously. It kind of reminds me of that. Well, specifically Black Ops 4, because obviously I don't think your characters regen HP on their own as long as they've been outside of combat enough. Maybe they do. I don't know, but the healing sounds like it kind of reminds me of weirdly Call of Duty Black Ops 4. Still incomplete. All medics are harm assists? I see.
Perhaps the most important change, though, is the way skills work. That is, instead of each skill having an individual cooldown with the set number of uses required to charge your ultimate, skills now have no cooldowns at all and instead use a shared bar of SP, and you have to decide which character gets to use the SP you have. There is also the addition of combo skills, and being able to trigger each operator's combo skill is the key to building good teams and the easiest way to get a general idea of how someone is meant to be used. Plus, there was the issue of guaranteed attacks, which was addressed with the dodge button. Combine all these changes and the pacing of combat feels much faster. Right, now, where can we see how players felt about the tech test, but nonetheless they were still not
fucking skip everything that has no value.
Considering all the praise and comparing it to the tech test, but nonetheless they were still not satisfied with the dodge, and they were not satisfied with the rate of SP generation. But unfortunately, much as they might insist otherwise, these complaints about dodges and SP are misguided, because dodging is not the root cause of the issue. It is virtually impossible to discuss dodging in video games without someone at some point bringing up Dark Souls, and endless comparisons to Souls-likes can get rather tiring, but in our case we have good reason to. Lowlight, the creator of Arknights himself, is known to be a huge fan of Elden Ring, and he has already confirmed the existence of references to it in.
Why the fuck are we starting this video with an analogy or like a comparison to Dark Souls / Elden Ring? Has Tabaro ever written like a college essay before? For a longer video duration. I'm not roasting. I'm not trying to roast his decision to use a comparison to Elden Ring. That's fine. Examples are good for, you know, helping cement your point. My question is, why is he starting with it? Because like I'm coming at this from like an essay writing point of view. Because I used to write hella essays back in fucking college. This shit is really strange to me. Why are you starting with an example? Hey Varel, what are we reacting to today? The Enfield videos from Tabaro. I forget if you were the one who suggested that I watch these the other day, but if it wasn't, then, you know, ignore what I said. But yeah, that's what we're reacting to right now. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck he learned how to, like, you know, I don't know where he learned how to explain shit to people, but yeah, starting with the fucking example like comparing Arknight's Enfield to Elden Ring to start with is weird. Make your fucking main point first, and then bring up the example later. Honestly, I should probably just find where he starts talking about Enfield. What, right here? Yeah, I'm actually gonna do that real quick. I'm gonna go fucking fast forward to his Enfield part, and then I'll double back and I'll listen to his spiel about fucking Elden Ring.
Some of the first things the game teaches you in the tutorials are that your basic attacks deal very little damage compared to skills, skill points regenerate very slowly, and the last hit in your basic attack sequence, the final strike, will restore SP. The game is telling us that SP purposefully regenerates slowly because it's your job as the player to obtain more of it. In other words, basic attacks are not meant purely for dealing damage, they are primarily a step in the process of dealing damage. You use basic attacks to get SP with the final strike, which you then use to cast a skill which deals considerably more damage, which then triggers a chain of combo skills. You get the picture. Several combo skills are also triggered by a final strike, which is why you don't get SP from each individual normal attack, because it would make those combo skills very inefficient compared to those that aren't. Now, if you only have 1 bar of SP and you use it on a random skill that doesn't enable any combos or elemental inflictions, you'll then be left without much to do besides going and getting more SP. Consider also the example of Aviwenna. Her combo skill and her ultimate will place thunderbolts in the ground, and then with her battle skill, she retrieves those thunderbolts, dealing electric damage to everything in their path. But if you just use the skill aimlessly, all she does is a little jump and spin, which totally wastes the SP. Furthermore, consider the technical test's bullet time targeting, where every single skill cast forced you to make a decision because it was a 2-step process of selecting a skill and deciding a direction. You can see the pattern in what both versions of the game are asking of you. Enfield is trying to discourage carelessness while encouraging discipline and intent, and you can see that design goal throughout the game. The limit on the number of zipline towers you can have in a given region is meant to encourage you to be intentional with where you place them instead of just spamming them everywhere. Even the gacha system discourages you from just randomly pulling for no reason. Recall how Elden Ring punishes the player for pressing buttons impulsively. Using the same resource both to deal and avoid damage, and animations being uncancelable, work together to set a deliberate pace. But Enfield's design contradicts itself. It wants you to be disciplined and intentional while simultaneously allowing you to just dodge at will. Notice how the resources for dealing and avoiding damage are separated. In order to get the resource for dealing damage, SP, you need to get a final strike. Doing so often means you will need to take damage. There is a good reason one of the main purposes of the factory is to produce healing items, and also that the main stat on every single piece of gear is defense, which in Enfield means final damage reduction. Meanwhile, your resource for avoiding damage is stamina. Dodging will consume 1 bar of stamina, and the game starts you off with 2, but once you've collected all the Aetherium, that increases to 6, and at that point you don't even need to think of it as a resource anymore because in practice you just never run out of stamina to dodge. which consequently means players do not have any expectation of restraint with the dodge button, nor of being willing to take damage. And in addition to that, every single attack and skill animation will be cancelled by dodging. The sole exception is Gilberta's Gravity Well, which is the only battle skill in the game that is in effect over a fixed duration, as opposed to a single instance of damage or an instantly applied buff. All of this combined tells us that Enfield's dodge exists in direct contradiction to the discipline and intentionality the game is trying to encourage. It may well be possible to adjust it to complement their intended design goal, but if you are a beta tester who looked at the feedback section, you will have seen that in reality, the vast majority of players were asking for the opposite. More iframes, more SP, more rewarding, and so on and so forth. The astute observers among you might have figured out where this is going, but bear with me here, because remember, dodging is not the root cause of the...
Okay, now that I've watched that, now I can go back to the beginning.
Case, we have good reason to. Lowlight, the creator of Arknights himself, is known to be a huge fan of Elden Ring, and he has already confirmed the existence of references to it in Enfield. So, let's examine the role of dodging in Enfield by first seeing what we can learn from Elden Ring. From Software are known for their enemy and boss designs for a reason. Enemies hit hard and you are expected to die repeatedly. The game provides you with several ways to mitigate that damage. Armor and shields are abundant, vigor increases your HP, etc. However, the ultimate form of damage mitigation would of course be total invincibility, and oh look, how convenient. Dodge rolls provide an accessible and unlimited supply of short windows of invincibility known as iframes. However, there are two important things to remember here. Firstly, attacking and dodging both consume a set amount of stamina. You must spend the same resource both to deal and avoid damage. And secondly, in essence, you cannot cancel the animations for either of them, leaving you vulnerable for their duration. As a result, you need to restrain yourself from dodging or attacking impulsively because the game is designed from the ground up to punish you for doing so. Delayed attacks and frame traps teach you to dodge sparingly and with intention, and one of the key challenges presented by the fast pacing of endgame bosses is pushing the limits of your stamina management. The result is a flow state where every action is a carefully considered commitment. If you were able to cancel attacking and dodging animations, that commitment would disappear and the game's skill expression would become a matter of optimizing those animation cancels. That might be okay in other games when the creators intend it, but a fundamental part of Elden Ring's identity is not just difficulty, but discipline. And without the risk and reward created by the commitment of your actions, that identity would be compromised. It is precisely because the game presents you with such challenges that you are rewarded with those moments of unbridled ecstasy in overcoming them.
Come on, come on. Come on. Yes! Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go!
Holy shit, that was...
Now let's compare what we've learned from Elden Ring with combat in Arknights Enfield.
Can't you have a build in Elden Ring where your stamina bar literally goes off the fucking screen or something? Or am I exaggerating that? Or is the max stamina cap in Elden Ring, because I've never played Elden Ring, probably won't, is this like the maximum stamina that you can ever have, regardless of what your build might be? Ayo Kamaki. You can get a lot, but at some point you do get diminishing returns, though. I see. But, I mean, even if you do get diminishing returns, there's still increase to your stamina, no? Because I explicitly remember one part where Tabaro kind of bitches about dodging in Enfield, is that apparently once you get your factory up and running, you can, make items that give you up to, 6 dodges at once. So, I'm just kind of thinking here to myself, well, if he wants to nitpick that, then how about he nitpick the ability for your character to get more stamina in a game like fucking Elden Ring, then? But, oh so conveniently, he doesn't talk about that. So, if the stamina, the max stamina increases you can get for your character are not that much, they help, but it's not it's still very much so a challenge to maintain your stamina, when you're fighting bosses and shit, then yeah, his point still stands. But if you can get a comical amount of stamina in Elden Ring, and all you need to do is just go for a build that allows for that, then well, The fuck was he? What the fuck was he criticizing Enfield's 6- shit for anyway? Yes, but at the cost of not leveling other stats, you do have to get you get more value out of. Okay, so it's more like a spend your stat points wisely type shit, or get the most use out of your fucking stat points, I assume. Unlocking, upgrading, and building bases expands union level, which then in turn adds stamina. Ah, I see. But yeah, a bit of a strange inconsistency that I see here with Enfield and him bringing up Enfield and fucking Elden Ring of all games. That and yeah, what Bubba said in Twitch chat. It's like we're comparing a fucking gacha game to an actual video game here, so it's like. Like, I get that, you know, people like Tabaro are Tabaro and Ryuku, too, because somebody mentioned him earlier. Like, I understand that they want gacha games to be taken more seriously, but, like, yeah, it's one of those cases where, like, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're kind of barking up the wrong tree. Like, if people want to play the serious fucking, you know, hardcore, you know, stamina management, fucking dodge all this bullshit to feel cool games, then they'll go out of the way to play Elden Ring. And a lot of people already have. You know? Personally, I don't really give a shit about that. Like, if a gacha game wants to, like, have Elden Ring style mechanics and that, and I'm interested in playing that gacha game, then yeah, I'll learn how to fucking play. I'll get good, or at least I'll try. But it's not because I'm interested in, well, the gameplay does matter, yes. I mean, you know, I've said before that ideally I stick with gacha games because of their gameplay as well as everything else that they offer. But yeah, just the comparison between Enfield and Elden Ring is kind of. I mean, I'm gonna one of my next delusional gacha takes videos is gonna be about you know, comparing gacha games and fucking normal games. So I guess me watching these videos was at least useful because I can talk about this video in particular now. So hey, at least I got something out of. I'm gonna get something out of this. Not to mention, Elden Ring is by far the most casual, accessible Souls game, which kind of counters his points. Yeah, I know, right? I was even asking earlier, like, yeah, maybe he's played Elden Ring, but has he ever played Dark Souls 2? Or, you know, Dark Souls 1? I mean, that shouldn't take away from his point, though. I mean, I'm sure beating Elden Ring is still a monumental achievement, especially for someone like me who doesn't give a shit about playing Elden Ring. But yeah, if you put it that way, it's kind of funny now, isn't it? So at the same time, though, it's like, well, I clearly see why he's comparing these two games. It's just that, you know, comparing gacha games to normal games will never end well, at least not to me. That's a very slippery slope that, you know, I would advise people not to go on, but people always do all the time, so, because they're fucking retarded, so. You agree with some of his sentiment, though? Yeah, some of his sentiment is valid. I definitely see where he's coming from with this. It's just that the whole example as a whole, it's not perfect. But once again, his core message that he's trying to get across is sort of, I sort of get it. Again, because I never played either the alpha or the beta, a lot of what he talks about when it comes to Enfield gameplay does admittedly kind of go over my head. So once Enfield does launch and I get my hands on it and see how it plays, maybe obviously I'll have a much better understanding of what he's talking about here. But glad to see that he hasn't gotten rid of his fucking elitist ass fucking tone though. So that's nice.
The astute observers among you might have figured out where this is going, but bear with me here because remember, dodging is not the root cause of the issue. To take a very brief detour and give necessary context for an example I'm about to use, in November, Arknights tried an experimental co-op game mode. Unfortunately, it took place a couple of weeks after the release of Wishadel, who was given the most ridiculous kit Hypogryph have ever made. Fans of Wishadel were naturally
going to listen to the next 5 minutes of him bitching about one character in Arknights?
To be inclined to use their shiny new win button, and so most of my co-op games consisted of my teammates deploying her, killing everything in sight, leaving absolutely nothing for me to do but sit on my ass and wait for it to be over because leaving early would put me on a matchmaking cooldown. To put it in other words, I had no agency. My teammates used
So play with friends. You're a streamer, you're a content creator. Are you telling me you can't find somebody to play with and just be like, hey, can we not use Walter then? What the fuck is this dude's problem? Even my fucking 60 viewer Andy ass can find somebody on, if I decide to hop on Arknights, I can find somebody in my chat who'd be like, yeah, I'm down to play a game. What the fuck is this dude's excuse?
of Wishadel was preventing me from taking any action, and it was absolutely fucking miserable. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. Ark is an operator.
Like, holy fucking overdramatic little bitch, Batman.
Who deals a fixed amount of physical damage to.
It actually didn't allow for friend lobbies. You might be right, actually. Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, maybe you couldn't invite friend lobbies, actually, because that's weird. Because the first co-op event did have a friend like a room system, right? Like, I remember being able to call in like Hannah from Twitch chat and go do some runs with her during the first co-op event. Huh, that's really weird. Why didn't the second one have why didn't the second event have one? Did he just ask Act to shoot his teammate? That's bad. Yeah, I was about to say, like, bro, are you fucking serious? But yeah, maybe calling in a friend or like getting into a room with a friend or like basically making a private room. Maybe that wasn't possible in the first place. So I guess, you know, so be it then. Yeah, but what the fuck is this?
An allied unit in return for a hefty buff, but Wishadel doesn't have enough defense to tank it. So I brought him to every game and immediately team killed every Wishadel I came across so that I could actually enjoy playing the co-op mode together with my teammate. So numerous were my Ark team kills that I decided to have a bit of fun with it by writing a song.
I'm taking matters in.
So let me get this straight. You're salty that your teammates, your random matchmaking teammates, want to use the shiny new character, and so because of that, you're not enjoying the game. So your conclusion is to do the same thing back to them. This triggered Saint a lot. Really? This part triggered Saint? That's kind of surprising. Because quite frankly, I'm not exactly pleased by what I just read, with what I just saw here either. Purposely kills his own team for fun. Yeah, if you don't play Arknights Mass Night, actually, do you play Arknights Mass Night? I feel like you do. I don't. If you do, then obviously I'm not gonna have to explain what act does. But yeah, essentially that's what he's doing. You do? Okay, so yeah, I don't have to explain what he was doing here. You didn't play that event? Oh, okay, I see. But yeah, this co-op event was like a, it was a co-op event, but for some reason, Hyperglyph didn't let you, like, make a room that you could play with friends, which obviously would have solved this issue here. But clearly this motherfucker has bigger issues. Doing icebreakers with newbies who played bad is even better than those who just rage quit or grief. I suppose this Tabaro guy should have prayed for bad teammates then. Oh, Saint got triggered that because he's not aware that Arknights you have 12 characters. Oh, okay. Thanks to the context. But yeah, I shouldn't have been surprised by that, but for a moment there I was like, oh, Saint Tontus actually has a good take. Nah, it's just him being a fucking retard. I think maybe you and Saint can be friends now? Good joke. You should be a comedian, Deca. Have you perhaps considered taking a career, looking into a career of being a clown? This is a different level of selfishness. Like, I guess it'd be one thing if he was like, oh, you know, haha, funny content moment, haha. And maybe at the end of the day, maybe it doesn't really matter that much. But I think my biggest issue with this is that in the last video, he had that whole fucking segment, and he had that whole fucking spiel in the beginning where he goes all, you know, just don't play the fucking game then. And yet here, he's so triggered by people just constantly spamming Walter every icebreaker map that and that he just decides to just straight up TK his fucking team or his teammate. I guess content creators really can't take their own advice, huh? Don't think it's that big of a deal. Yeah, on its own, if he just did it in private, it's like, yeah, whatever. Griefers exist in, you know, other games too. But yeah, like, yeah, gloating about it? Like, this is basically as bad as that 3.5-minute segment in his last video where all he did was fucking laugh at people's feedback, even if it was dog shit. Like, I'm not gonna bother listening to that.
And the killing everything in sight. What if I want to just get the rewards? Use of enjoy the game. They just me from using anyone. It just fell on deaf ears. They didn't even enjoy the game. They just wanted the rewards that came after it, with zero consideration of how their actions might affect their teammates' experience. Now think about some of the complaints from the beta for a moment. Remember all those seemingly random requests for open world mechanics like wall climbing and grappling hooks and stuff? They must be aware that a major part of the game is relaying power and building your own zip lines, right? The inspiration from Death Stranding should be pretty obvious. You get to choose where the zip lines go, but you have to set them up yourself. You can't just have them without building them. But all those requests for random open world shit exist because whether you realize it or not, you're asking for exactly that. You want what the ziplines provide without the responsibility of building them yourself. Importing mechanics like grappling hooks and wall running and flying or whatever simply wouldn't work. The game is fundamentally not designed like that. It would completely trivialize every single terrain obstacle, and you'd then be left wondering why the world feels so much smaller. Because that constraint is not an oversight or a shortcoming, it is deliberate. Looking back to those earlier complaints from the beta about SP and dodging, if you're performing final strikes, getting SP is very simple, or you can just use Arclight to make it easier. But the player is insisting on dodging even when the game is punishing them for doing so carelessly. And instead of making that connection and deciding not to dodge, they are just asking for more SP and easier dodges. You may have noticed a pattern here. At first, the root of the problem appears to be that gacha players do not want their actions to matter. Except, that's not actually the full picture. Plenty of gacha gamers are perfectly willing to accept those design goals in other games. It's not as if they're all just unteachable and refuse to take responsibility for their actions in every part of life. But it seems to be near universal when they're playing gacha games. And that is where the real root of the problem lies. Gacha gamers have been taught their actions won't matter. And therefore, gacha gamers have come to expect their actions will not matter. The complaints from beta testers all stem from this root cause. Dodging when it's about...
That's a bit of a reach, too. Again, with that fucking over-dramatic, tries to be philosophical but fucking fails type shit. What the fuck did he say? Was gone for a few hours. What's the opinion on this guy so far? He has good points, but he conveys them in a fucking piss-poor manner. I think the biggest problem that I have with this is that it's not just gacha gamers that have technically been taught this too. That's just what video gamers in general have been as well. Because, I mean, if we want to use his beloved Elden Ring as an example here, hey, guess what? You can ignore basically most of the game by just spamming spells all the time. You just beat the game that way. Is Elden Ring a gacha game? Or let me repeat that. Is Elden Ring a gacha game? I don't think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not just an Elden Ring, right? I've never played any of the Soulsborne games, so I'm gonna need you guys to confirm or deny this. But I'm fairly certain that you know, in other Soulsborne titles, they give you options on which weapons to use. You can use magic builds and shit in the other games too, right? Maybe not Dark Souls 1, but I don't know, starting from Dark Souls 2 and 3 maybe. There are like quote-unquote easier ways to play through the game or whatever. Certainly in Elden Ring, right? So, if that's the case, then why is he singling out gacha gamers again? again, I think he's extrapolating the exactly the wrong conclusion from this. Again, it's not that gacha gamers have been taught that their actions won't fucking matter. That's a very cynical way of seeing things, and I thought I was the one who was the pessimist one here, or I thought I was the most pessimistic guy in the room. Again, like I explained before when we were watching the first video, it's more of a case of players are trying to find elements of a new game that they find familiar, so that way they can find a better footing for themselves. Maybe a lot of them certainly do say straight up that they want their gacha games to be easier, right? In which case, you know, that would kind of sort of prove this guy's point right. But even still, again, so fucking what? It's a fucking phone game. And while I also would like to see, you know, the dumb phone games, the dumb anime phone games, to be taken more seriously as well. Again, unlike Tabaro, I'm not interested in fucking shoving it down people's throats. Normal games can do that, not gacha games. Hey, FTT, I don't know how to say your name, but what's going on, my dude? So again, another over-dramatic bitch moment.
Actions won't matter, and therefore, gacha gamers matter. The complaints from beta testers all stem from this root cause. Dodging when it's a bad move led to consequences, but your expectations are that dodging is never the wrong move. Pulling impulsively is always a bad decision, but because the rate of guarantee carries over in MiHoYo games, your expectations are that doing so doesn't usually make a difference. Setting up your own ziplines is a major part of the game, and not setting them make a difference. Setting up so doesn't use over in MiHoYo games, your MiHoYo because the rate of guarantee carries over in MiHoYo games, your expectations are that doing so doesn't usually make a difference.
I don't think Tabaro is a gacha player. He's not a gacha player, is he? He sounds like a normie. Did he really just say that Hoyo's guaranteed pity carrying over is an example of actions not mattering? For a second, I thought, for all of today until now, I thought Tabaro was smart. Now I'm not so sure anymore. The more I hear this dude talk, the more I think that he's not really a gacha player. He's more of a normie, well, not really a normie. Maybe just a regular mainstream gamer who somehow found his way into gacha games. Because I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to say that pity carrying over in gacha games doesn't matter. Or more like it's a sign that your actions don't matter. This dude is on one. Like straight up. Like, I thought I was insane. I thought I was insane for playing 15 different gachas. This dude is something else. Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Setting up your own zip lines is a major part of the game, and not setting them up means you'll be walking everywhere, but your expectations are that of already having a plethora of locations to teleport to and of being able to fly around at will. Arknight's Enfield's dodge button currently means deciding whether or not to dodge matters, but we saw earlier that players do not have any expectation of restraint because the stamina basically never runs out and the dodge lacks commitment. The commitment in the example of Elden Ring means you're punished for acting carelessly, and Elden Ring is known for that. Discipline is expected. Gacha games, on the other hand, are the opposite. They are known for having very few consequences. So when they introduce a consequence to something players aren't used to facing consequences for, it subverts their expectations of the game. The problem with gacha gamers is not a problem of commitment. The problem is that instead of reevaluating what their expectations are, they simply ask for the game to better match their expectations by removing those consequences.
Maybe because when you play a gacha game, your expectations are already getting shattered by losing all your fucking coin flips, so in order to keep players playing anyway, the rest of the game is meant to be easy. Has he never considered that? Because hey, guess what Elden Ring doesn't have? A fucking gacha system. So you don't have to fucking worry about that shit in the first place, so the whole point of games like Elden Ring is to play the fucking game. Whereas the whole point of playing gacha game is to roll for the fucking characters. Because if you can't roll on gacha, at least on a somewhat regular basis, what the fuck is the point of playing then? At least that's how it goes for most people. I'm sure there are some Giga Chads out there who will still keep playing the game even if they never pull. But those kinds of people are very few and far between. Like I said, Tabaro seems like he's a normie or like a normie gamer who somehow managed to find his way into gacha gaming. The more I think about it, the more similarities he has with Saint Tontus, and I don't know how I feel about that. Because didn't you guys tell me that Saint Tontus came from a League of Legends background? Like he used to play like League or something, or he was like a League content creator before he switched over to fucking gacha games of all things. To be fair, pity carrying only helps if you are still applying for upcoming banner. Oh, you mean like building pity? If that's what you're talking about. I mean, personally, I don't see the point in building pity myself. Yeah, but if you want to do it for whatever dumb reason you have, then I'm not going to tell you not to. It's your fucking gems at the end of the day. I'm not going to tell you what you should do with your own fucking gems. I may not agree with why you're spending those gems. And if you ask me for advice on how to spend your gems, sure, I'll tell you, hey, you shouldn't be building pity. But if that's really what you want to do, then alright, go for it, my man. If that's what makes you happy. A lot of normie gamers who got into Genshin wish it wasn't a gacha. Like, I understand that, but unfortunately for them, it's not. No wonder that fucking clown was toxic from the first place. Well, yeah, it's understandable now, but, you know, just because he came from League doesn't mean I'm gonna fucking pull my punches, though. But anyways, like, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting now. Like, Tabaro it doesn't sound like a gacha gamer. He sounds more like somebody who like got into gacha games after 2020. I mean, hell, somebody from my YouTube chat said that he started playing Arknights with like what, Surtur's banner? So that was 2021. So yeah, he is a new age gacha gamer. Yeah, he knows nothing. Instead of calling him Tabaro, I should start calling him Jon Snow from now on.
With Elden Ring, we saw that restraints on your agency create risk and reward, but when my COD teammate prevented me from contributing, we saw that zero agency just creates frustration. The problem with the technical test was not the lack of a dodge, the problem was the lack of any agency in reacting to those attacks. Dodging is not the only solution to that lack of agency, but it is a popular one, which is why there were so many calls to implement it. But now with the beta, the problem is that dodging exists in contradiction to the discipline and intent they want to encourage. There are various solutions you could try to make the dodge actually complement the combat system, like basic attacks slowly reducing your stamina and only recharging it once you stop attacking, but that wouldn't solve the issue because dodging would still interrupt your basic attack sequence, so you'd still need to take damage to get SP, so gacha players would still complain. And if dodging didn't reset the sequence, combat would simply be reduced to a matter of optimizing animation cancels and memorizing optimal rotations, and the game's identity is compromised.
So because Tabaro's brain is clearly too small to consider this, again, consider my suggestion from before of combining the closed alpha mechanics of Enfield with the closed beta mechanics. Figure out some sort of middle ground between how, like, for example, namely, I'm looking for the skill, like the skill shots, right? The manual skill casts from the first game plus the bullet time. So that way, you have more control over your skills, right? And it rewards better, you know, a system like that rewards actual, like, good aim, if you want to call it that, and good decision making depending on who you use your skills on or against, right? But also, keep the dodge, rework it. I don't know how they would do this, admittedly, because again, I haven't played either the closed alpha or the beta. But my suggestion, again, would be to rework the dodge and other mechanics associated with it so that maybe we don't need 6 fucking dodges, because even in Zenless, most characters only have 2. Most characters only have 2. Jane is the one, maybe there's an exception besides her 2, but Jane's the main exception where she has 3. So maybe Enfield doesn't need 6 fucking dodges. So maybe cut that down to like maybe 3 or 4. Or, you know, 2 if you really want to make it more like Zenless. But more importantly, figure out a way so that dodge has a place in Enfield's gameplay, and the smart cast system, or the smart skill cast system, also has a place in the gameplay. And whatever fucking bozo problem he has with like the skill point system in this game or whatever problems he has, also consider those too. It's not impossible. People can come up with solutions for this. Whether or not Hypergriff is going to be able to or not, we'll see. Hopefully they do. But yeah, like, that would be my fucking suggestion. Again, I suggested earlier that make it so that enemies, mainly bosses, but maybe some smaller bosses or like even normal enemies even, they have like 1 or 2, maybe more depending on the boss, attacks where you cannot dodge them, or if you try to, you only have a very short window to successfully roll them. That's much more difficult than usual. Right, so that incentivizes people to run classes like defenders and supporters that give your character shields, so that way you know you can't dodge, so you know you have another way of covering your team. And you know, if you have to rely on defenders or supporters to cover your team against an incoming attack that you can't dodge, or it's going to be very hard to, then well, that encourages extra team gameplay, does it not? Like stuff like that. But getting rid of the dodge is not what you should suggest right off the fucking rip just because you don't like it. Even if your reasons for not liking it are solid and, you know, you think that it creates for kind of lax gameplay, your first reaction, your first knee-jerk reaction should not be to immediately fucking get rid of it because you don't like it. Getting rid of a whole-ass mechanic should only be an option if you've already exhausted what you think are most of your other options already. And you've tried to make it work, but there simply isn't a good way to implement it in a way where it would, you know, work with the rest of the game. Then at that point, once you've put in that sort of effort and you still can't come up with a response, and obviously Enfield is still in development, so you have to release it at some point, then you can maybe consider getting rid of it entirely. But just to come out swinging with, oh, get rid of dodge is just not it, man. Also, not having a dodge and a gacha is just asking to get stat check the fuck out of your mind. Yeah, that too. I mean, look at Star Rail, for example. Not saying that Enfield, that's how Enfield will end up being, but, you know, yeah, you're right. Now that you bring it up, there is certainly a small chance of that. Well, not so small now that I think about it.
The call to remove the dodge is not a call to bring back the guaranteed attack to the technical test, it is a call to change what that agency looks like. It doesn't need to be a reflexive dodge or parry button. Removing the dodge is an immediate way to...
If he wants to say that, then, you know, I can say back to him, we can say back to him that you don't have to remove the dodge in order to fix the core issue. I mean, I think even he himself admits that the dodge itself is not the main issue, right? Or something like that. So why is he so hell-bent on getting rid of it then? Well, we already know why. It's because he doesn't want to see Enfield turn into another fucking Genshin clone. Too bad it already is, though.
Force the player to reevaluate their expectations from...
Hey Shimazaki, welcome back. I'm still reacting to these videos, by the way.
The very start. Because if the controls and inputs do not let you dodge impulsively, then you have to reconsider how you're going to mitigate damage, which forces you to appropriately adjust your expectations of the game. That response video from Billy I mentioned at the start of the video makes a very good point related to this problem of expectations.
在我看来啊，相比于优化闪避的呼声，要求蓝图的声音可能还要更大。这些人可不会在要求蓝图的言论中拿那几个游戏给自己操盾。抄作业比起亲力亲为的闪避，才是最快捷、迅速删除掉一个玩法乐趣的东西吧？那为什么有那么多人对蓝图抄作业有需求？就是因为许多人他就是抱着吃快餐的心态去玩 GACHA 的。
He's absolutely...
he didn't come up with the fast food, what is it, analogy, but a Chinese CC did.
抱着吃快餐的心态去玩 GACHA 的。
He's absolutely right in saying...
she wanted to go to sleep? Yeah, she did, like 5 hours ago. She's back, though.
...that blueprints would be an atrocious idea, and
if
they'd been present in the beta, the Death Knell video would be sunshine and rainbows compared to the Doom posting I'd be doing in that timeline. But what I think his point of view misses is the fact that with Arknights, Hypergriff have been consistently reluctant to add any features that could be considered as the game playing itself or making decisions for you. It has never once had an autoplay button. You have to choose where to deploy your operators and when to activate their skills yourself, and only then do you get to auto-deploy. Likewise, in Enfield, their way of addressing the complaints about the factory was not to add...
Yeah, this guy is a normie. I think if you were to tell him that Hoyoverse has 3 separate dev teams for Genshin, Star Rail, and Zenless would fucking blow his mind. The fact that he says this, right? The fact that he brings up OG Arknights and he says some shit like, "Oh, Hypergriff never lets you auto anything the first time. You actually have to do it yourself first if you want to auto it the next time." Oh, you're not a chick. For some reason, I thought you were. My bad. I apologize. I think I made that same mistake before too, did I not? Jesus. Imagine making the same mistake twice. So yeah. Apologies for that. What are we reacting to today? It's like the 3rd time? Well, I wouldn't be surprised. These days, I got a lot on my mind, so I tend to forget things easily. So, unfortunate. Who are we reacting to today? A dude named Tabaro. He put out some pretty viral Enfield videos from a while back. Or one of them, he made a follow-up. I'm watching the follow-up right now.
To deploy your operator... Enfield, their way of addressing the complaints about the factory was not to add blueprints, but instead to add loads of tutorials and a more intuitive top-down interface. The core design philosophy of do-it-yourself remains just as clear, which is why I don't think pre-made blueprints will be added anytime soon, let alone the ability to copy them from other players. But nonetheless, he is right. Those demands for blueprints will grow louder and louder because gacha players only want to eat fast food, the meal without the responsibility of cooking it. And to build on the analogy further, fast food might be convenient and tasty, but if you grow accustomed to it, serious health implications aside, cooking your own food will start to feel like a chore. Hypergriff have said they consider the infrastructure and automation to be the focus.
Well, I don't usually like cooking my own shit because I feel like I have better things to do with my time. But like, do I shame other people for deciding to eat takeout every fucking day? Like, if that's what they want to do, then so be it, man. Again, same thing with my attitude towards people who try to build pity in gacha games. While I personally may not understand that, I don't give a fuck what they do because those aren't my gems. They ain't my gems. That's theirs. If they want to fucking throw their fucking gems out the fucking window or set it on fire or some shit or just in general just fucking waste it, then that's on them. Cook the Riz? Yeah, true. And I'd have to extend the same, attitude towards whatever the fuck Tabaro was talking about here. If people want to fucking eat, fast food every day, let them. That's on that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, that's on them. Who do you think you are? Their fucking parents? Fucking lecturing them, you can't eat fast food every day. You have to eat healthy. Fucking excuse me? Hey, I lived through fucking 20 years of that shit, man. Never again. Well, I guess people who've never known how it feels like to get lectured by fucking Asian parents wouldn't know how that feels. Think he's fine with people eating fast food. It's more don't tell my game that it has to be fast food too. Oh, that's what I was about to talk about next, actually. Even if that's what he's saying too, and hey, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he is, that he's fine with people just eating fast food all fucking day. Then yeah, even if that's the case, then clearly he doesn't want Enfield to turn into fast food either. But the problem is, that's a lost cause. Enfield is a gacha game. Gacha games are trash, all of them, every single one of them. No matter what gacha game you play, you are always eating fast food. It doesn't matter which one, right? I mean, hey, if we're gonna expand on this fast food example, chat, I think you guys will all agree, I mean, hopefully anyway, that some fast food is better than others. Like, true or false? At least, that's what I think. Right? If we're talking about it from, like, a fucking strictly healthy, like, nutritional value perspective, right? How good it is for you, then I think we can kind of agree, right? That there are some fast food restaurants, some fast food that is, like, objectively better than others. More nutritional, nutritious than others, right? Like, I don't know. If you go to, like, a, I don't want to say Subways, because, it's Subways. But if you go to, like, I don't know, Jersey Mike's maybe? I don't know. Like those sandwich places, right? Those are fast food places, are they not? But, you can argue that their sandwiches, like their sub sandwiches, or their subs, rather, are probably healthier than, like, a fucking, Whopper from Burger King or some shit. Or like a quarter pounder from Mickey D's, from McDonald's, right? Like, Arknights is definitely the among the healthiest, if not the healthiest, just straight up, of the fast food when it comes to gacha, right? I've said that before myself too. In my tier list video earlier this year, like Arknights is the best gacha bar none, and there is no competition. At least not from what I can tell, not from what I've seen. So you know, I'm of the opinion, if we're gonna keep on with this and keep going on with this, you know, fast food analogy, that OG Arknights is like the fucking Firehouse Subs of gacha games, I suppose. Assuming Firehouse Subs is actually healthy and it's actually a fucking fast food place. And like other gacha games, like your fucking Genshin Impacts, or your, you know, or your Wuthering Waves, or like, you know, an In and Out, or I don't know, like your Shake Shack of gacha games, maybe. I don't know. Just throwing out random restaurant names. Don't pay attention to it. Don't pay too much attention to them. You think Subway's is healthier than McDonald's? Yeah, keyword think. But anyways. However, my point is that they're all fast food at the end of the day. You shouldn't be eating them on a regular basis at all in the fucking first place. Even not a game like Arknights, bruh. Like, the fact that Tabaro is trying to make Enfield be like, oh, my gacha game is different. No, it's not. It's just another fucking dog shit gacha game just like the rest of them. It might be better. It might have more potential than some of the other gacha games that come up before them, but at the end of the day, it is still a dog shit fucking loser of a gacha. And we are all wasting our time fucking playing it just like we would play any other gacha. Subways, eat fresh. Do they still have that slogan for Subways? Do they still say eat fresh? I think I've been getting Subway's ads recently, and I haven't heard them say it. So maybe they've ditched that slogan or something. Anyways, Subway ain't no fresh, yeah, especially not their fucking bread. Still good though, but is it good for you? Probably not. There are barbecue chains where you can cook your own food. True. But, you know, they're not exactly healthy for you either. Like, I don't know if anybody would look like, I don't know if any nutritionist would look at, you know, Korean barbecue, for example, and say, yeah, you should eat this shit every day. Well, unless you're like a fucking bodybuilder or something, I guess. But yeah, no, chat. Remember, always remember where you came from. Gacha games are fucking trash, bro. All of them. Like that Chinese content creator that Tabaro stole his analogy from. He's right. Gacha games are all fucking fast food, bro. But remember, just because some fast food is healthier than others does not suddenly change the fact that it's still fast food. If Tabaro wants Enfield to be different, then he might as well ask Hypergriff to not make Enfield a gacha. Like, forget asking to remove the dodge button. He might as well ask Hypergriff to remove the gacha. Subway's so far gone that you just eat at local at this point. I mean, it's probably better for your local businesses anyway. You kind of agree. Gacha has potential to do some pretty cool things that other games can't do. I agree, but I don't agree with... what I don't agree with is how this guy, this Tabaro guy, is trying to, like, shove it down people's throats. Because that is the exact opposite of what you want to do to get people to agree with you. Well, in a case like this, yes. Not always, unfortunately. Restaurant you like has one that has a plate that cooks your food for you. Well, that's cool. like without a like a built-in stove or anything like that. The whole fast food analogy is like the kind of the whole point of gacha games. They have to be that way so people stick around long term, especially nowadays. Yeah, now that gacha is mainstream. Because yeah, your average internet dweller or even your normie has super short fucking attention spans. Not because they have ADHD or anything, but you know, in our current environment with people getting distracted by God knows how many things. Yeah, games have to, gacha games especially, have to figure out a way to hold people's attentions for long enough where they decide that spending money on the game is worth it to them. For me, it's like, I think, well, not even I think, this is pretty clear just from watching his first video. Tabaro really wants Enfield to be like the next big thing. And he's getting frustrated that, he does want it to be the next big thing. Does he even want it to be the next big thing? I don't even know. He's pretty vague on that, I think. He just complains about how it's not being the game that he wants it to be. So maybe he doesn't want it to be like the next big thing. Well, he does want it to be the next big thing, because at the end of his last video, he was all fucking hopped up on the whole, like, you know, Enfield had the potential to be the fucking it could have been the harbinger of a new golden age of gacha games or whatever the fuck. So that's exactly what he wants. But he seems like he wants to do it his way. And it's like, I don't think he'll take it very kindly if it turns out that Enfield like decides to go down the whole Genshin clone route. He's not going to take that. He's not going to be able to handle that very well. And while I would also be disappointed too, like I'll agree with him that it'd be very disappointing in certain aspects, just for my own reasons though. Unlike him, I'm not gonna fucking crash the fuck out just because Enfield didn't turn out to be exactly what I kind of envisioned it to. Even if Enfield fails in certain aspects that I kind of wished it did better or did a little bit differently, I'm not gonna waste my time lamenting what could have been. I'll just keep in the back of my mind so that whenever it does become relevant, then that way I can talk about it. So that way, future gacha games can maybe learn something from that and not make the same mistake, you know, as previous gacha games before them did. If Enfield can't be the harbinger of the next golden age of gacha games, well, something else will be. And, you know, I want to see what that next game is. Like, as much as I love Arknights, as much as I'm looking forward to Enfield, they're not going to stick around forever. No gacha game does. Some may last some may last longer than others, but you know, for as many memories that we have with all our gacha games, eventually the gacha games that we love playing, they're all going to end one day. Either because we are tired of playing them, or because, you know, we're forced to. Through, you know, EOS and stuff. But whatever happens, it's like, even if Enfield doesn't turn out to be what, you know, Tabaro envisioned it to be, or even I kind of expect it to be, that's not gonna stop me from, you know, quitting the fucking game, or that's not gonna make me start fucking doom posting about the game. I may be very critical of it, as I am with all my other gachas that I play, but doing whatever the fuck this bitch is doing, nah, man, that's some pussy shit. You just want Bremerton's mole? True. Where is Bremerton actually? I don't think I have her on my one of my secretaries. Which skin do you want, Chaos Lord? Because I should have all of Bremerton's skins. I've got her massage skin. I actually like some of her other skins better, not gonna lie. But this one's full life 2D, so it's okay. Oh, you can't even fucking see it. There you go. Now you can see it. The Kung Fu one? Oh, the Kung Fu one's pretty good. Shit. There you go. I should probably zoom out a little bit so you can see your other leg. Attention disorder has become the norm, unfortunately. Yeah, especially with our younger generations basically growing up with fucking phones and tablets in their fucking hands. But, you know, it is what it is, though. We may not like how the Zoomers and Gen Alpha kids are turning out to be, but like it or not, they're our future. So, we have to work with them. And at the end of the day, they're people just like us, too. We may have our differences, but, you know, just because we find their behavior strange and they run around saying shit like skibbity riz, doesn't mean that, you know, we should just abandon them entirely. That's the mistake that, you know, the boomers made. It'd be nice if you know, us millennials and, you know, the older Zoomers didn't make the same mistake either. Tennis skin is very popular. Yeah, that was the skin that really helped Bremerton blow up back in the day. Like, what, 5-6 years ago? They can say Genshin is trash, Star Rail is trash, literally every gacha besides Wuwa is trash because unfortunately Wuwa is the gacha they don't seem to get. Yeah, they're all trash. All gacha games are fucking dog shit. Faster people understand that, the faster you'll be able to enjoy gacha games. Or, you know, do yourself a favor and stop playing them. What parts do I agree with them? Most of his, like, individual solo points, most, if not all of them, they're actually fairly well, in the first video, that's how it was. In this video, not so much, because he's trying to argue one specific point. And some of the examples and some of the anecdotes that he's giving here, I'm not fully on board with. Tabaro is looking forward to what Reverse 1999 is cooking up because his devs Blue Epoch seems very passionate about their game. Has he ever considered playing Limbus? I feel like he really enjoyed Limbus Company too. Or at least that's, you know, that's what I expect him. That's what I expect. We're no strangers to the brain rot, just that our brain rot was higher quality. I suppose our brain rot had like at least a few layers of nuance. I mean, brain rot is not exactly a modern concept. Older generations had their own forms of brain rot too. It's just that, you know, the word brain rot wasn't a thing for them back then. Anyways, let me continue on with this video.
Of the game, explicitly citing games like Factorio and Dyson Sphere Program as successful examples. But those games have an innate filter in having an upfront cost. Free-to-play gacha games do not have...
He's forgetting one crucial thing, chat. Can anyone chat tell me what else he's forgetting when he says that? When he said that? Any takers? On the category of what dog shit has Tabaro said for 500, please? I'ma fire my laser. Blah. Live service? Technically, I'll take that answer. The answer I was looking for is that these games... Sorry, let me go back a little bit. These games like Factorio and Dyson Sphere Program, these are not gacha games. But live service is, yeah, more or less correct. Because gacha games are live service, every single one of them. But yeah, these games aren't live service either. They're not gacha games. But, you know, conveniently ignores that. He will say it. If he says it himself, that's even more sad.
Cost. Free to play.
Because that means that he's aware of the difference, but he willingly chooses to ignore them. At that point, it's not just ignorance anymore. That is... Well, then at that point, he's just a little bitch.
Gacha games do not have that barrier to entry, and they are surrounded by this bizarre culture of people playing multiple games they may not even like playing, while simultaneously demanding those games make it easier for them to maintain their account. In my years of playing Arknights, I have seen what Hypergriff can cook. They are not afraid to experiment, but it would be delusional to say they have never faltered before. If the game wants gacha players to enjoy the base, they need to change their expectations of the game, and they will not do that unless the game forces them to. If anyone is capable of squaring this circle of sticking to their guns while maintaining mass appeal, it is Hypergriff. But accessibility must not undermine identity. Arknights Enfield advertises itself as a real-time 3D RPG with strategic elements, and in China as a 3D real-time strategy RPG. Personally, I just think the gameplay should lean more into that. After the
3D real-time strategy? Who the fuck said that? I'm not even talking about Tabaro here. Real-time strategy? Do kids these days know what real-time strategy games are? I mean, StarCraft is fucking ancient by this point. So the kids won't know what that is, which is strange because I think I'm aware that that China actually has a pretty solid professional StarCraft scene, or like a very high level StarCraft scene. They got some pretty good players over there, and some of the best players are looking to be able to break into some of the national tournaments in Korea, in South Korea. So the Chinese should know what StarCraft is. Enfield is not StarCraft, though. Hey, UI, how's it going, man? Yeah, Command and Conquer, Age of Empires. Yeah, they're like RTSs used to be fucking like the shit back in the day. You know, excuse my boomer language, but RTSs were the shit back then. People were pumping out RTSs like fucking crazy. Again, I want to stress back in the day. Locked in on Zenless, got enough for you. So, hey, congrats, man. Yeah. CNC, Company of Heroes, StarCraft, Warcraft. Real 3D, real-time strategy game.
technical test, I hoped it would be slow, calculated, and stubborn, but Hypergriff made it fast.
You actually thought the very first trailer for Enfield made it look like an RTS? I mean, that would be pretty interesting. I do kind of wonder what an RTS gacha would look like, but, I mean, the very nature of it being RTS means that, oh, that shit is not going to be casual whatsoever. RTS, but just by nature, is extremely anti-casual, even if you do play it casually. Like, like, RTSs have certain concepts that are extremely foreign to, like, normies or, like, casual gamers. So, just out of morbid curiosity, I would love to see what an RTS gacha would look like, but I don't know if we're ever gonna get one. Is kind of the problem.
Impulsive and forgiving.
RTS gacha? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think it'd be pretty cool, but would I play it myself? I'm not sure, because I'm no good at RTS games. Sorry, I must apologize to my fellow Korean brethren.
That doesn't mean I think games with dodging are bad. But I have seen other communities become jaded, only able to sit and watch the obliviating drift of their beloved games towards an audience that has never cared. I have watched longtime fans of Monster Hunter resent the direction of Monster Hunter Wilds, ditching the necessity of positioning, anticipation, and commitment in favor of hitting a piñata that barely fights back, removing so many of those decisions and just going straight to the outcome because gamers don't understand why that decision was there in the first place. I have watched so many Enfield alpha and beta testers openly demonstrate they have precisely zero understanding of why some features and mechanics simply wouldn't work in Enfield, only able to draw upon experiences from some combination of Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, end of list. Openly stating they have no interest in the Arknights IP whatsoever and just want yet another iteration of the same game while consistently pretending to care about the game's...
This is the crash out time? Oh boy. Well, I mean, I sat through the entire 3.5 minutes of his first video where he was doing nothing but laughing at Enfield feedback. So I think I could survive this one.
Success. You might have heard a quote attributed to one of the lead designers of the Civ series that gamers will optimize the fun out of a game if given the option to, even if it ruins their experience of the game. But no other subculture of video games, not a single one, will not only ask for that option before the game is even out, but openly ask for the literal backbone of the game to be removed, just because they don't personally like it. Do you open Balatro and complain about deck building? Do you open Portal and complain about solving puzzles? If you complain that modern games don't try anything new, then shame them for doing so while rewarding the opposite. I hate to break this to you, but you are the problem. And if you start playing Arknights Enfield and you complain about the infrastructure and the factory, the very things that make it Arknights Enfield, that applies to you. Just make everything Genshin Impact! Big game always means better game. I'm not seeing enough movement. Put more shit on the screen. More big numbers, more random colors, more stupid bullshit. What is this depth you speak of? Aura farming's the only gameplay that matters. Just make my waifu look cool when I press E and Q and take my money. Look at how cool the animation is. Time to build pity. Let's go gambling. Please win. No save. Only win. What do you mean building pity isn't a thing? All my friends build pity. Obviously it's a thing, you fucking idiot. What is this Factorio shit? I don't have that kind of autism. I have the kind with no self-awareness or social skills whatsoever. Wow, chat. Look. Boobs. Absolute cinema. Take all my money. What do you mean they slightly reduced Nicole's boob size? What do you mean I can't see Cantarella's camel toe anymore? This is preposterous. The Chinese Communist Party won't let me masturbate. Video game? What the fuck is one of those? Just make it easier to maintain my account so I can continue to not play the games I've built my entire personality around. Gacha games should do nothing but compete for my attention by replacing every UI element with Subway Surfers and Family Guy funny moments because my childhood cognitive development died the moment my parents decided to raise me with a fucking iPad. Sorry about the attention span, take 3 big booms to make you feel better. Don't even give me a gacha game, just give me a virtual baby playmat instead, where I can hit random objects while shitting my pants and crying about anniversary rewards. Because if I'm totally honest with myself, that's all I really want. Not a handcrafted experience by passionate game designers or a fun challenge to overcome. I just want a distraction. Something to keep me occupied so I don't accidentally start contemplating my meaningless existence on this godforsaken earth. Now just take one
wonder where he got his Nikkei gameplay from. Don't tell me he stole it from somebody else.
moment to seriously ask yourself, who is more deranged here? Me for crashing out in a YouTube video for your entertainment, or you for logging into 50 billion gacha games every fucking day that you don't even like playing, while having the audacity to demand every single one of those games respects your time when you don't even respect your own? I don't want Arknights Enfield to be filled with people who don't even want to play Arknights Enfield!
And so your solution is to toss them all out wholesale? Gee, I happen to know a guy who's trying to do that right now. I think you guys know him too. Does the name Trump sound familiar? Fucking retard.
Ah, felt good to get that off my chest. That
You did play it? Oh, shame.
interview with Hypergriff I cited earlier from G-Cores ends with this paragraph. Innovation is no longer just a creator's aspiration for their own work. It's something the market increasingly demands. Simply improving production standards is no longer enough to satisfy today's players. So whether you want to or not,
Comparing me to Trump is diabolical? Yeah, until you think about it. I wish it was diabolical, but the more I think about it, the less diabolical it becomes. Because, hey, Deca, tell me if I'm wrong. And I'll prove to you why you are.
if you aim to achieve something in the current market, you must create something that is uniquely yours. On paper, this sounds great. In their own words, they want to innovate and create something unique.
You're not? Okay. Good, we're on the same page then. Hopefully.
But we must not judge merely based on words. We should be judging actions, because actions have consequences. When scores of gacha gamers who don't want good games and just want a babysitter are all now suddenly very excited about Enfield's new direction, I find that to be kind of alarming. So I voiced a dissenting opinion. What better time to voice that criticism than while the game is still in development, when it can still make important changes? All that being said, I have cherished Arknights for this long for good reason. I look forward to finding out what they've been doing since the beta, because if they make the right decisions before release, then on my life I will become the world's #1 hypergrifter. Full turbo glaze, no brakes. I would be delighted to live in that time.
No. Even if we didn't live in that timeline, that's not what you want to do. Because then, if you do that, we just get another Saint Tontus.
But until then, I remain patient. When the servers open, I will be there no matter what. Ready to know life Arknights Enfield, ready to experience everything it has to offer. I just hope I will also be ready to cherish it for years to come.
Kinda sad a video like this got the traction that it did. I think if I didn't watch this video, and I just left it at his first video, I would leave with a slightly better impression of Tabaro, but now that I watched this, oh boy. Haviland, thanks for gifting a sub to a UI. Appreciate it, man. And Enfield decided to go with the new style anyway. Makes 40 million bucks on the first opening month, and his crash show was all for nothing. Yeah, well, good fucking riddance then. Wow, what a waste of the past fucking 7 hours of my fucking day. Holy fucking shit. I'll try to make up for that by making a fucking delusional gacha takes video out of this or something. How does he have so much positive feedback? He's starting to do what Saint Tontus is doing by farming the Arknights players. And therein lies the danger. Do Arknights players hate the rest of the gacha community? Maybe not hate. Hate is a strong word, but a lot of them are certainly elitist. Depends on the community. Yeah, obviously with any community, like not all the players for a gacha game are as fucking deranged as this motherfucker is. But if you have enough of those people and you start to gain enough of a following, then well, you get Saint Tontus. This dude, I'm gonna say it right now. I see the potential for this dude to turn into like another Saint Tontus, like Saint Tontus but for Enfield, the Saint Tontus of Enfield, basically. We already have enough problems dealing with one. I don't want there to be a second. There needs to be something done about this. Depends on what other communities try to do. I mean, you've seen what Saint Tontus and the fucking rats do. It doesn't matter what the other communities do. It's what the fucking rats do. It's the internet, bruh. You fucking put out enough of a enough content that's has enough shock value, and you'll get people to react no matter what. Heard Blue Archive also has a gatekeeping community. They say that it's mainly to keep people who don't like the fact that they goon to fucking underage kids. They keep those people out. Like at the end of the day, me personally, I don't have a problem if people want to do that, because at the end of the day, they're gooning over kids that don't exist. So like, it's whatever. At least for me. My stance on that is that, people do whatever the fuck they want on the internet. The internet is, whether you like it or not, a place where anybody can go and just live out their fucking, deepest, darkest fucking fantasies with little to no fucking repercussion whatsoever. So if you want to fucking jack off to Blue Archive girls, as long as you keep it to yourself and you don't try to reenact that in fucking real life, by itself, that shouldn't be a problem. Just try not to be too fucking creepy about it, or keep it within the appropriate circles, maybe. At least it doesn't upload as often as Saint Tontus. Yeah, thank God. But as soon as he figures that out, you kind of agree that not every game needs to be for everyone, but gacha games do need to be able to bring in, bring people in on like waifus and characters alone, so they can be pretty accessible. Tabaro very clearly wants Enfield to be like a regular game. Like he sounds like he desperately wants this game, and he wants Enfield to be a regular game, or at the very least be treated like one. But while I do share his sentiment that it would be nice if Enfield, stuck to its guns and kind of made itself went for the vision that they were initially trying to go for in the beginning, back during its closed alpha test and before their beta came out, or before they got all their fucking the feedback that they got that they eventually used to make their beta footage, right, or their beta gameplay. Like even with that, like telling people that, or just crashing out like that, like he did in this video, and essentially telling people who don't telling people who've only played like the big 4 gacha games to fuck themselves and go fuck off. Sorry, change your name to Trump. Stop calling yourself Tabaro. Call yourself Trump instead. The only difference is that you don't have the power to fucking deport them, so you're gonna have to fucking hold that L now, aren't you? Oh, fuck. This one was technically even worse than the death knell. Actually, you know, you're not wrong. Yeah. I actually sort of agree, King of Gacha. I do think that this video is actually straight up worse than his first one. If for no other reason than at least when I finish the first video, at least I could walk away from that with the hope that, oh, Tabaro just wants what's best for Enfield. But here, no. He just wants Enfield to be what he wants it to be. And now he's crashing out and being a little pussy-ass bitch just because Enfield it seems like it's going in a direction that he personally doesn't want. It's a shame, too, because clearly he's smart enough to have good points. He's no Saint Tontas, that's for sure. But boy, oh boy, he's not a gacha gamer at all. But anyways, I'll eventually get around to making a delusional gacha takes video on this. Anime shouldn't be taken that seriously. The line between that and reality is fundamentally a lot less grounded to begin with. Well, it's not just anime, video games, even social media, right? The reason why the rats have a following like Tectone and Saint Tondas and the other fucking rats, a big part of the reason for that is because a lot of their viewers are younger kids, or maybe not kids anymore, but mentally they still are. And they've grown up with social media, and their perception of the world has been shaped by what they've seen through the very narrow scope of whatever the fuck they see on their phones. You know, a lot of those guys, you know, stumble across people like Tectone or Saint Tontas. They find them ranting about something that they personally agree with, and then they all of a sudden start championing them as like their streamers, their content creators, right? And that's how they build up loyalty. Like, I wish that anime was the only reason why people became fucking unhinged, but unfortunately, as time goes on, it's not just anime that does that to people. It's basically anything anything people see on social media, or just on the broader internet in general. Enfield is Genshin 2.0 with skip button with more stupid stuff, and players will say absolute cinema. Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna get people like that. But just because those people are playing your game doesn't mean you should let them influence your own enjoyment of the game. I guess that's another thing that I can bash this Tabaro guy on too. Like, he's so concerned with all these other fucking big four gacha players playing his precious Enfield that he starts fucking tweaking, crashing out that, oh my god, he has to fucking play Enfield with all these fucking new age gacha players now, which ironically he himself is one too. But yeah, anyways, it's late, chat. I've reacted hard enough to this shit. You should have also pointed out there will be a lot of other new open world gacha games. I mean, besides that, Tabaro should maybe consider taking his own advice. If he doesn't like the direction that Enfield is gonna go with the full release or launch, official launch, then you know maybe, just maybe, he shouldn't play Enfield. But you know, content, haha. 7 hours of reactanity isn't too bad. Well, I mean, this is usually what happens whenever I watch videos where I have a lot to say, you know? We didn't even play Zenless that much. True, actually. Just got some temple shit done and that's it. I think my temple shit is only at like level 16. I didn't even advance my levels all that much, funnily enough. Ugh, the fucking coin selling shit is going by so fucking slowly, man. The hell? What's going on with that? Excuse me. I'm gonna have to check what's going on with that, though. Just hope you can ignore other people and fully enjoy Enfield. Involving yourself in the community is it's draining if it's all about drama. This seems to be his first like real stint with getting a lot of attention, because I checked his video. I remember checking his videos a long time ago, back when his first video initially came out like 4 months ago. And he didn't have that many videos on his channel. I even took the time to check his Twitch channel, but he didn't seem like he streamed that much either. So, for now, doesn't seem like he's the type of guy to get himself into a lot of drama. I mean, just from watching his videos, I don't think we have to worry about that, because he's actually eloquent and he actually sort of knows what he's talking about when we're ignoring the fact that he's talking about gacha games. So, fingers crossed that, again, like I said earlier, he doesn't turn into, like, the Saint Tontus of Arknights. Not a full-time streamer? Ah, I see. Must be nice being fully employed, then. He's not a bad guy. Definitely a little entitled and pretty elitist, though. I suppose so. But you know, attention changes people. It changed Saint Tontus, because he wasn't always like that. Maybe he was, actually. I mean, he played League of Legends before, so you know, there's a good chance he was always kind of a piece of shit even before he started playing gacha games. But for now, yeah, maybe Tabaro isn't an asshole for now, but you never know. Fame and attention can definitely change people, and I don't know Tabaro enough to, you know, say that he'll turn one way or another. All I can do for now is just keep an eye out and see what direction he takes. What's your name? Meijin Kai. Hey, how's it going, man? Welcome to the stream. Caught me at the end here. If you only had time to play one of the big four, which one would you usually recommend? Personally, Genshin. It's either Genshin or Zenless. If we're talking about pure gameplay, Zenless. But if we're talking about like the overall package, like the full package in terms of like story and like story experience, I want to stress that story experience, gameplay, and like taking all the games as a whole and comparing them to each other, then I would go with Genshin. FGO? Where'd FGO come from? Thank you. Yeah, no problem, man. Alrighty, chat. It's already like 11:30. Twitter algorithm is full of Yuhi fan art. God damn, where are you getting all that from? I actually popped in there for the first time yesterday. He seemed pretty normal. Gauge. Anyways, chat. Like I said, it's already 11:30. I want to go grab something to eat real quick. Ow, fuck. Feel like there's a lot of content creators who are super new to gacha. Only a few are veterans of gacha. Which is why I still try to, Which is why I still try to make a name for myself. It's just that real life has not been very kind to me lately, so... But... I continue to surge on. Anyways, chat. Sorry that today's stream got fucking derailed by a couple of dog shit videos. So, Wuwa's gonna have to come by. Wuwa's gonna have to be done next weekend, and I have to get it done next weekend because I believe our events don't last for much longer. So yeah, I'll send you guys over to. Also, let me get this fucking dog shit browser off my fucking screen too. Fuck out of here. I'll send you guys back over to Sweetly. I think she's reading through the FGO story right now, so advance warning for spoilers if you haven't read it yet. But yeah, appreciate everybody hanging out. And hanging out with me as I fucking, flip my shit to some dipshit talking like he knows shit about gacha games. But yeah, take care, everybody. Was very interesting the whole stream. Thanks for talking. Hey, no problem, King of Gacha. Hope to have you back later next weekend. But yeah, enjoy your week. You'll overcome it. Thanks, man. I hope so too. But yeah, take